A blinding, incredibly bright light pursued the young girl. Opening her mouth in a silent scream, she could only watch as the glow slowly but surely consumed her. A weak, barely perceptible pulse and a quiet beep coming from the cardiograph. Hospital walls, a drip. The girl lay unconscious in a bed. Life in her weak body was maintained by an oxygen mask. A dark-haired guy leaned over her, stroked her pale and cold-to-the-touch face, and straightened her thick bangs. His sister always liked to go against her brother, and now she doesn't even react to his bullying. So uninteresting. The stranger barely audibly whispered bitter words. Only now, when his sister definitely could not hear him, he found the courage to admit that she was not the only one in the family whose abilities had awakened. He himself woke up, and now he didn't come just like that. Or rather, not only to visit his unconscious sister. His ability is theft. The guy can steal the abilities of others, and now a soft blue pearl was shimmering above the girl's head. D-rank ability. Steal complete. Mental blast. Sends out a mental blast to attack enemies. Weak, but it's a sister's ability and has a special meaning. The pearl levitated above the guy's palm. He was surprised by the acquisition, because if it was stronger, then Trisha would not have instantly turned into an ice statue from an unintentional attack. The boy wondered if it was really unintentional, since the distance to Trisha was so far. Shouts were heard from the corridor. Female and male voices vied with each other, shouting, calling someone a murderer, objecting to them, saying that the other person had saved more people, calling for calm, because it was impossible to control everything at once. It just so happened that Miss Sinclair was in that store. It was the brother and sister's mother and father, the lawyer of the man who almost killed their daughter, now defending him, saying that they didn't want it, because heroes are not gods, and they are already trying their best. Sometimes they can accidentally hurt others while fighting a monster. The woman sadly covered her face with her hands. Her husband threw the documents from the lawyer on the floor and shouted that he would not sign these papers. Let him take his stinking money and get lost. A bead of sweat trickled down the lawyer's temple as he vividly imagined the consequences that awaited his client. The next moment, the door to the hospital room slammed and the guy's hand reached for the tablet with documents. His father tried to reason with his son. Did he really want to exchange Trisha's life for money? But he put his hand on the man's shoulder and squeezed it lightly, replying that his sister was in a vegetative state and their family needed money to provide her with everything she needed. Although conflicting feelings were battling within the father, he did not answer. The words suddenly got stuck in his throat. While the parents hugged each other and tried to console each other, their son demanded additional conditions from the lawyer. The man, his spirit soaring, leaned forward with interest. The guy wanted the hero who harmed his sister to apologize in person, face to face. And what's more, the Berkshire Company should also make an official apology. The lawyer's plump body shook with disappointment, and he asked if it was possible to apologize on his behalf. But the guy firmly answered, "The hero needs to come here in person." The lawyer began to apologize profusely. The A-rank hero's schedule was overloaded. David Evans Jr. would like to apologize in person, but he was too busy fighting and could not come here in person. And besides, they were willing to pay $100,000 more as compensation. His interlocutor grinned upon hearing the proposal. Quickly scribbling on the papers with his pen, he handed over the tablet without looking at the lawyer, who ingratiatingly accepted the documents. The windows of the multi-story hospital illuminated the empty street. The lawyer, in high spirits, called his client to say that he had settled everything, only he had to add another $100,000 as compensation. On the other end of the line, a smiling guy, sipping a soda, praised the man, promising that his secretary would send the money later. The lawyer hung up and chuckled. Yes, heroes like to relax. If only he could awaken his ability too. The brunette returned to his sister's bed, and, as if she could hear him, asked her not to blame him for signing the contract, especially under such circumstances, but that his sister should not worry. He would find out the whole truth. Because he did not believe that all this was unintentional. Clutching his coat in his hands, the boy promised that he would change this world, because some awakened ones are not worthy of being called heroes. The guy's name was Adam Sinclair. He worked as a trainee reporter, and his sister Trisha, according to eyewitnesses and the savior himself, was unintentionally harmed by an A-rank hero. To implement his plan, Adam moved away from his parents to another area. In Albercut, the boy will be able to carry out his plans without disturbing his grief-stricken parents. Adam rented a room in a small dormitory, and now, entering the common room, he met two girls. The woman sitting on the sofa immediately introduced herself and her friend, a pretty blonde. Another neighbor was not yet home. The girls' names were Mary Perry and Karen Walt. The latter, a little older, asked his name. The guy introduced himself with a bored look. Mary smiled sweetly and suggested celebrating the new housemate's move-in, as that didn't happen often. Karen said she would be at the library because she had just started university, so they could have fun without her. Adam turned around with his suitcase and went into the room, answering on the go that there was no need for that. He had only recently arrived here, was tired, and wanted to rest. The girls followed him with puzzled looks. The guy, without unpacking his suitcase or taking off his outerwear, fell onto the bed, arms outstretched. Then he took out his mobile phone and went to a video hosting site, turned on a video where the heroes were fighting monsters. Quite a few people had already watched it. He noticed that there were many videos explaining the abilities when a black portal filmed by someone in the sky appeared on the phone screen, with bright lightning around it. Adam didn't remember when it happened, but dark portals suddenly began to appear all over the world, through which monsters arrived on the planet. For example, huge saber-toothed wolves with burning eyes, as if they had been enlarged several times by a sin. The planet could only stop the invasion of these monsters thanks to those with abilities. Those who were lucky were called heroes and celebrated with gusto at every victory, like celebrities on red carpets, where in the cases of heroes there were destroyed roads. To prevent hunters from abusing their abilities, a law of ability was passed, which stated that only hunters who had passed the test and received a hero certificate could use their abilities. Taking a closer look, the brunette realized that he was watching the video in which Trisha was wounded by the hero. Adam exhaled heavily and locked the screen of his mobile phone. He didn't find anything suspicious now. It would be better to study the video again tomorrow. Accidentally glancing at the screen and seeing the time, the guy came to his senses. It was already 2:30 in the morning, and he still needed to brush his teeth and wash his face because there was a lot of work planned for tomorrow. The brunette quietly slipped out of the room, throwing a towel around his neck and carrying a cup of toothpaste and a toothbrush in his hands. Suddenly, he heard a noise ahead and raised his head sharply. A dark-haired girl walked out of her room, clinging to the wall and barely moving her feet. The guy immediately guessed that this was the last neighbor. The stranger did not notice anything around her, and was clearly not herself, apparently even drunk, judging by her blush. Adam greeted everyone according to the rules of etiquette. The girl tried to answer him but immediately covered her mouth with her hand, trying to stop the urge to vomit, then very quickly asked permission to use the restroom first. The guy didn't even think of objecting to her. Before she could close the door, she fell to her knees in front of the toilet and spilled the entire contents of her stomach into it. After a few minutes, she felt much better. The neighbor turned away and put her elbow on the rim to sit more comfortably and probably fall asleep in this position. Adam immediately reached out to her, asking if everything was okay. Then he hesitated, stopped, thinking about something. A man should not get too close to a girl in such a state. He knocked on the door of another neighbor, Mary Perry. She opened the door yawning and, with her eyes closed, asked why little Adam wasn't sleeping when it was so late. He apologized for disturbing her and explained the situation, offering to help the drunk girl since he, a man, was not very comfortable offering his help. Mary, yawning widely once more, waved her hand. After all, this was not the first time. It was better to leave her there, especially since it was already very late, and she had to get up for work tomorrow morning. A moment later, the door slammed in the brunette's face. It seemed that only he could help the girl. Returning to the bathroom, he found her sitting in the same position. He apologized, but rather to himself, since his neighbor was clearly fast asleep. Adam picked her up in his arms and immediately felt that the brain overload ability had been discovered. What a revelation! This girl is the owner of an F-rank ability. Brain overload puts the brain into a state of overload for a short period of time, greatly increasing the brain's processing ability. The owner does not seem to know that she has this ability, although there is a good potential for development. The guy carefully laid his neighbor on the sofa, covered her with his coat, and thought that this strange girl could think that she was very smart, and if she studied well, she would become the best. However, Adam decided to steal the ability. In the future, he will definitely pay for it somehow. Having successfully completed what he had started, the brunette smiled at his thoughts. I wonder what effect this would have on him. Sinclair had 2 pearls levitating in his palms, the mental abilities of brain overload and mental attack. The system asked if he wanted to combine them. The boy said loudly, "Unite!" and the pearls flew up, leaving colored trails in the air. Then they collided with each other, merging into one. The unification of abilities was complete. A red pearl fell onto the brunette's palm. Now Adam had the ability of D+ rank, Superbrain, could automatically send mental attacks, received a significant increase in the ability to calculate and deduce. However, this ability also needs to be used wisely. The guy thought he could find some clues in the video of the incident in which Trisha was injured. The next morning, he was awakened by a knock on the door. Yawning widely, Adam opened the door. Finally, fully awakened, he was stunned when he saw his guest. The beautiful neighbor, whom he had carefully put to bed yesterday, now stood before him, introduced herself, held out her coat, and thanked him for his help. The guy was speechless for a second, admiring Lily Romero. Introducing himself in response, he noticed to himself that the neighbor looked very innocent. He realized that he had taken away her ability, even though Lily didn't know about it. But he still asked if the girl felt discomfort. She smiled sweetly, replying that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about her. Having accepted the coat, the guy returned the smile. That's good. The front door suddenly opened and a plump guy, Adam's friend, walked into the corridor, greeting him loudly. Lily and Adam turned their heads sharply in his direction. The unexpected guest opened his mouth at the sight of the charming girl. He pointed his finger at his friend and, without any embarrassment, shouted that he had been meeting with someone behind his back. The brunette immediately tried to justify himself, telling him not to talk nonsense because she was his neighbor, with whom he lived. Opening and closing his mouth like a fish, the boy thought that he had acted rashly when he rented the entire apartment. He immediately smoothed his hair, coughed into his fist, and collected his thoughts. George Ripley, that was his name, was a friend and colleague of Adam's. He extended his hand to the stunned girl and introduced himself. She politely introduced herself in response and shook the outstretched hand, understanding what would follow. As expected, George, without letting go of the girl's hand, immediately offered the girl a photo shoot, because with the help of his ability to take pictures and videos with his bare hands, he would be able to take a couple of beautiful photos. Lily did not know how to free herself from such annoying attention. Fortunately, Adam came to her aid and pulled away his friend, who was impressed by the woman's beauty, citing the fact that Ripley had come for him to take him to the editorial office and they were on the way. But the guy did not give up and tried to return to the conversation with the beauty, but he did not succeed. The Louisville Publishing Company was in full swing. Adam didn't waste any time and turned on the required video on the screen of his work monitor. There, a hero in a special fancy costume was circling around a huge wolf. Using his ability, he released long magical ropes from his palms, and they pinned the monster to the ground, digging straight into his body. The superbrain's deduction was activated. The guy peered closely at the screen. He was analyzing what he saw, reading every movement and blow. Suddenly, he tensed up and his gaze caught on something. Adam noticed a strange movement of the hero. He put his hand to his mouth, and the guy thought it was familiar. He didn't have time to fully understand what he saw, when suddenly George distracted him, nudging him with his elbow, sitting down in the chair next to him, and cheerfully asked why Adam wasn't interested in flirting with girls, especially with such a beautiful girl like Lily. The guy laughed and assured that if his friend didn't start, he would do it himself. Adam didn't appreciate the joke and replied that he and Lily were just neighbors. No need to go overboard. Jolly George said that from roommates to bedmates is very easy, and he can teach a friend if he doesn't know how. Suddenly, a crackling sound and screams were clearly heard outside the window, signaling the appearance of a monster. Ripley instantly stuck to the glass. Not far from the editorial building, a portal opened in the sky, and from there, moving a multitude of pink tentacles, he appeared. The one-eyed killer. Like a huge jellyfish, the monster walked through the city with the help of its appendages, destroying everything in its path. People ran away, desperately trying to save themselves. The one-eyed assassin descended, his hideous body pulsating. At the same time, an announcement was heard from the loudspeakers. A monster has appeared, a B-rank disaster. Go to the nearest shelter, the heroes are already on their way. And indeed, jumping over the boulders of the destroyed asphalt, one of the heroes appeared on the horizon. An athletic, large man in a red suit that covered his entire body slowly moved towards the monster. It was the hot and sour noodles superhero, calling on citizens not to be afraid. He would not allow anything to happen to the city of Louisville. The crowd suddenly stopped when they heard a familiar voice. It was the B-rank hero, the Superman of hot and sour noodles. He had come to save them. Compared to the one-eyed killer, Superman looked tiny. George read the information about the monster using his ability, creating a tiny virtual screen right in his hands. One-eyed killers have not only defensive power, but also a psychopathic close combat ability. 18 spiders will have a very hard time dealing with him, and the superhero noodles may even lose. The guy looked back and didn't see his friend, and the thought flashed through his mind that Adam was running very fast. He pointed the camera and aimed his eye, chuckling. Ordinary people are so weak, it's time to make some money with his ability. A fire butterfly flew over the hot and sour noodles Superman. A a C-rank hero, a long-haired, red-haired girl in a tight jumpsuit that favorably emphasized her figure. The butterfly's wings were made of fire itself. She asked if the elder needed help. He looked back and said that the girl had arrived on time. Let her attack the monster while he was holding it back. Fire. Butterfly's eyes flashed and she nodded. Right now, a heroic live subscription broadcast was being broadcast throughout the city, hosted by director Gregory and Nicholas Roserf. The director commented on what was happening in a well-trained voice, as if he were watching a football match rather than a bloody battle. The superhero of hot and sour noodles, a close combat hero, was very selfish and narcissistic when he first appeared. His partner excitedly asked why Gregory was giving such a response. He replied that in order to activate his ability, the hero needs to eat a bowl of hot and sour noodles. So he usually appears after the other heroes have already exhausted the monster and then kills it. Nicholas Roserf laughed, saying that as expected of a director, he always divulges information that other people don't know. The man coughed into his fist and suggested that they stop chatting and watch the live broadcast of the battle. It seems that everything did not go so smoothly. The hero jumped and, as planned, flew straight onto the monster's body. He gritted his teeth, slamming his elbow as hard as he could straight into the one-eyed killer. They were immediately surrounded by a multitude of golden butterflies. Fire Butterfly flew closer and shouted to the elder to step aside. Generating a flame in her hand, she pointed her hand straight at the monster. A second later, a powerful stream of fire fell upon the alien. He was pinned to the ground. His tentacles began to shudder in pain. Commentators were arguing, looking at the screen, whether the monster's life was coming to an end or not. Nicholas looked at the director in surprise, who doubted the victory, and asked why. The man replied that monsters are also smart, and he did not see a single sign of anxiety in this monster. The superheroes stood nearby, watching as the one-eyed killer went up in flames. There was a crackling sound and the flames split into parts. From there, the killer crawled out, whole and unharmed, having changed the color and shape of his body. The hot and sour noodles. Hero cursed, the alien had evolved, and now his body had a fire-resistant shield. Butterfly tearfully asked him to hold on a little longer because some time would pass before the others arrived. The man lowered his head, remembering the conversation that was important to him. The boss, sitting at the table, lectured the superhero. He had already reached the peak of his career as a professional hero. If he wanted to break through and become one of the most famous stars of the company, then he could no longer lose, because in case of failure, his fame would decrease and resources would go to younger heroes. The hero of hot and sour noodles firmly decided that he would not lose his place in the company under any circumstances. Adam stood very close to the thick of things and looked at the heroes with alarm. It didn't escape the attentive eye that the hot and sour noodles superhero had quickly swallowed some blue glowing pill without anyone noticing. Adam's eyes widened. He had already seen such a pill once. At that moment, the tentacle grabbed the fire butterfly in its grip. She, calling out to her elder, tried to get out of his grip. The townspeople could see with their own eyes how the heroine, wrapped in a huge tentacle, was weakening, and some commented on what was happening. The one-eyed killer threw the butterfly, tightly bound in his paws, upwards, and she screamed shrilly, with her last strength, that she didn't want to die. Suddenly, one of the monster's tentacles was torn in half. The huge eye looked around the space around itself in bewilderment. The alien became confused and let go of his prey. The butterfly was immediately picked up by the superhero of hot and sour noodles, who landed heavily on the asphalt. Nicholas Roserf slammed his fist on the table in joy in the studio. He exclaimed admiringly into the microphone that this superhero can only stay in fighting shape for 15 minutes, but this time he held on and became even stronger than before. The guy stood up from his seat and raised his fist in triumph. The hero hasn't aged yet. Gregory straightened his tie, apparently embarrassed by his judgments. The man muttered that it was quite unexpected. Before he could finish speaking, his colleague was glued to the screen, screaming that the one-eyed killer was attacking the hero of hot and sour noodles. Right now, the alien and the hero were standing opposite each other. The one-eyed monster was the first to rush towards his opponent, but his tentacles collided with a bright blue glow, the superpower of the hero hot and sour noodles. The man flew forward, electrified, his whole body glowing with power, and mockingly asked if this was really all the monster could do. Something was brewing. Superman decided to finish off the one-eyed killer with his main weapon. The monster's eye grew twice as big as it had seen what it was about to experience. The hot and sour punch in action. Having hit his target directly, the hero immediately flew away in the opposite direction. He landed on the asphalt and didn't even turn around. He knew that behind his back the alien was being torn to pieces by a superpower. Suddenly, the man bent over, blood spurting from his mouth. The hot and sour noodle Superman collapsed to the ground, his head hanging low. The monster had long since died, cut in two, and his partner immediately ran up to the elder one. But the winner turned around sharply. Thick veins appeared on his face. His eyes glowed with a bright light. Fire Butterfly was horrified and screamed loudly. She grabbed the elder's shoulder, asking what had happened to him. But the man did not answer. He clenched his teeth. He understood that he had to control this. Seconds later, the hot and sour noodles hero regained his composure, smiling widely as he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, telling Butterfly that it was okay. He had just used too much of his powers. She calmed down. But the man had really scared her. Both heroes seemed to be walking along the red carpet, while a happy crowd shouted gratitude after them and declared their love with all their might. Adam, who had been watching the battle from his hiding place, was about to go out when it was all over. He thought that he had completely forgotten about the blue pill, and he still needed to prepare the news. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw some movement right next to the body of the fallen alien. The guy turned and looked carefully in that direction. It turned out that a tiny clone of the one-eyed killer remained in the dead man's womb. Adam belatedly realized that he was moving towards him in great leaps. His physical and elemental defenses are so high that maybe a mental attack will be his weak point. The clone, jumping closer and closer to the brunette, threatened revenge on the hero of sour and spicy noodles, and when it found a master, it would absorb his energy. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Adam, and he chose him as his master. The guy didn't seem to be worried at all. He was just surprised that the clone had sent himself here. The brunette grinned. Well, if the prey itself falls into his hands, then it's worth getting his ability. Sinclair extended his hands, activating his power of thievery. The little monster stopped, feeling the force from outside, and the next moment he fell down dead, head down. The flow of energy did not escape Fire Butterfly's attention. She immediately realized that someone was using their ability. Adam grabbed the dead one-eyed killer by the body and squeezed it in his palm. It was good that he was just a weak clone, but even his weakness, mental attacks. A mental attack from a D+ rank guy could not kill the monster instantly. The guy began to extract the ability, and soon the blue pearl was already floating into his hand. The ability that had so easily left the alien's body levitated above the palm. Rank B ability, Fireproof Shield, gives immunity to fire attacks below rank B, significantly increases physical defense, a very useful tank ability. Adam noticed with delight how his entire body was illuminated by a bright glow. Could this really mean that the ability acted on him like an invisible shell covering the surface of the body? He held the orange and blue pearls in his palms, and thought that no matter how strong an ability was, it would always have a weak point. This popular phrase in the ability world did not seem to work on him. Meanwhile, Fire Butterfly flew low over the houses, looking for a source of energy. Adam heard her scream and quickly hid around the corner. It was not yet time for the heroes to find out about him. The girl sat down on the asphalt in disappointment, right next to the guy. She felt a sharp surge of psychic energy here and clearly saw someone. A man in a mechanical rooster mask came out of the shadows towards her, his entire body covered by a long cloak with a golden brooch. He asked if the heroine was looking for him. Fire Butterfly turned around and in turn asked if he was the one who had just used his ability. Sinclair stepped into the light, his metal suit stepping through the puddles. His mask was reflected in the water, shining in the sun. They stood quite far from each other. The girl carefully asked if the stranger was a hero, because she had not seen him before. Tossing aside the one-eyed killer clone like a ball, Adam said he was just a passerby who helped her clean up. The butterfly stared in surprise at the dead alien at her feet. Could this really be a clone of the one-eyed killer? The girl looked at the stranger and thought, how amazing it was that he was able to finish off such a strong and dangerous monster in an instant. But he's not a hero, and he shouldn't use his powers without permission. Adam was about to pass by and politely asked permission, but the heroine put her hand in front of him, calling for him to stop. She pressed her chest right into the guy's cloak and screamed that he had illegally used his ability, which meant he would have to follow her to the Hero Association for inspection. Singler, to her surprise, clicked his tongue impatiently. A low voice, muffled by the mask, asked Butterfly if she really thought she could stop him. The heroine immediately flew into the air, spreading flames around. The stranger's actions contradict the law of abilities, and by law, she has the right to take action against him. Fire butterflies surrounded Adam. He asked if this is really how heroes should treat ordinary people. Suddenly, the boy grabbed the wing of one of the butterflies with his fingers, and the next moment, the stunned heroine watched as the stranger squeezed his palm with force. Only smoke remained from the defeated butterfly. The guy turned his head to the girl. Was it really his turn to attack now? It worked. And a second later, the fire butterfly was already high in the sky. As she flew away, she shouted an apology that it was not her fault and there was no need to kill her. Adam's memory flashed back to the moment when the hot and sour noodles superhero swallowed the blue pill, as well as the hero's gesture on the glacier. Were those two really doing the same thing? The guy took off his mask and firmly told himself that he would definitely find out the whole truth. The nighttime tranquility of Louisville was broken by the sounds of the SkyTrain. Adam sat on the bench, thinking that he needed to stop collecting abilities for now. We need to focus on developing brain reboot. He closed his eyes, completely absorbed in his thoughts about searching for information about the blue pill. The guy heard a male voice very close. Opening his eyes, Adam instinctively moved his hand over the seat next to him, where his backpack lay. It was empty. The guy shuddered, and for several seconds couldn't understand where he had gone. He jumped up, trying to find the thief. Because there was a rooster costume in the backpack, the things were definitely stolen by that guy in the jacket passing by. Sinclair looked through the entire carriage. The thief couldn't have disappeared since they hadn't reached the station yet. Could he be someone with the ability of invisibility? And then what about his smell? Adam activated Brain Reboot, Sense Enhancement, and immediately realized that the backpack smell was coming from the guy nearby. But the aura and clothing of the calmly standing stranger were completely different. So it's not invisibility, it could be some other ability to change appearance. However, the guy was not upset at all, because this ability came into his hands on its own and would be very useful. Sinclair followed the boy with bright hair relentlessly through the night streets, keeping a safe distance. He was whistling something under his breath. Today is harvest day. Suddenly he looked up at the sky and thought he felt a strange nervousness. The thief turned around sharply and saw the very passenger from whom he had stolen the backpack. How could he expose him and even start persecuting him? Without thinking twice, the stranger jumped up and ran forward as fast as he could. He was clearly unlucky today. The nearest place to hide was a public toilet. The brunette slammed the door open, asking loudly if the thief was going to use the middle-class tricks of hiding in the toilet when he was too weak. There were no stalls in the men's room, and the stranger was not there either. The guy looked at the pink sign in surprise. Could it be that the kidnapper had entered the women's restroom? Adam knocked on the door of the booth, from where a rustling sound was heard, and called for them to come out. From there came a squeal. They called him a pervert. Adam kicked the door open. That means he likes to do everything the hard way. From the depths of the cabin, at first glance, a female silhouette appeared. Toilet paper and a whole set of cosmetics instantly flew at the guy, all accompanied by cries for help. The brunette bewilderedly removed the layers of paper from himself. He admired the ability that the thief had acquired. He was even able to change his voice. Sitting, hunched over on the toilet lid, the same guy was looking at him, but already in women's clothing, very revealing. A top, a short skirt, and stockings with heels. The guy asked for forgiveness. This was his first experience of transformation. Adam said with disappointment that the ability could not change the body and appearance. The thief almost cried how unlucky he was. With a guilty look, he handed the backpack to its owner. He even tried to smile to smooth over the conflict. The first thing Sinclair did was open his backpack and make sure his things were still there. Looming over the stranger, he sternly asked if he had looked inside, but the guy stuttered and replied that he hadn't even opened it. Adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose, the brunette advised him to find a normal job in the future and be a good person. Sitting on the toilet, with his hands clasped in a prayerful gesture, the thief assured that he would never steal again and thanked them for sparing him this time. The answer was Adam's low, threatening voice and disappointment. No one was going to spare him. The booth lit up with a bright blue light, blinding the thief. Leaving the toilet and throwing the red pearl into his palms, the brunette remembered that he had promised himself not to collect abilities anymore. But now, he could not resist such a temptation. F-rank ability. Change clothes. Anywhere, you can change clothes with one-hand movement. There is also a storage space included. Sinclair did not hesitate and immediately put his acquisition to use. He left the building in a new expensive suit, changed his hairstyle and took off his glasses. Looking at himself, he smiled. What a convenient and useful ability. There were 2 police officers standing at the exit. They received a message from a citizen that someone was screaming in the women's toilets. Adam pointed his finger towards the toilet and replied that he heard screams and even saw a pervert in disguise there. Looking after the half-naked thief, who was being led away by the police, the guy thought that some people with abilities do not deserve them. He must definitely correct this. A week passed, and echoes of music from the club could be heard in the silence of the night. Adam arrived there in a taxi. He got out of the car, slammed the door. George, who was standing nearby, called him to the meeting, greeting his friend. The brunette asked what he wanted, since he even had to call him here. Cheerful as ever, Ripley put one arm around his shoulder and mysteriously asked him to guess who he had just seen in the nightclub. Adam muttered something, and his friend replied with a sly smile that his girlfriend Lily worked there as a service staff. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked her not to call his neighbor his girlfriend anymore. As he approached the door, George's enthusiasm was not abating, and he, in turn, asked him to stop pretending and that his friend would understand everything when he saw the performance with his own eyes. Loud music and darkness, punctuated by bright flashes, blinded Sinclair as they both entered the club, Ripley calling him to the nearest table. In a large human-sized cage, in a revealing rabbit costume, she danced. Lily Romero. Each dance move was accompanied by an unmistakable friction of the rabbit's tail against the pole. The girl was the first to notice those who entered and was stunned. She slowed down for a moment, panicking. What is her neighbor doing here? Adam sat with his hands on his knees. George carefreely sipped his cocktail and consoled his friend. There was no need to be sad. There were still many beauties on Earth, and today he was on George's territory, so let him sit and relax. Each table was surrounded by sofas, forming a square for more people. So the guy raised his hand and loudly called someone to come to him. 3 busty workers looked at them, waving their hands enticingly, and George introduced them to Adam one by one. Then he pointed to Sinclair himself and introduced him to the girls. They immediately surrounded the handsome guy, showering him with compliments. George remained somewhere to the side. Meanwhile, at the table next to them, someone loudly slammed a bottle of alcohol on the table. The young guy sat slouched, hugging the most beautiful workers. He complained that his brother had taken him away McLaren, and that's why he lost to that brat Fred. To his right sat a couple, a local girl and a red-haired man named Michael Bowers, the young man's bodyguard. He replied that he had simply lost the race and there was no need to blame the car for it. His interlocutor was obviously very drunk and was now laughing loudly. Zachary Wade threw his arms over the girl's shoulders and said that the man had only become his bodyguard because he had been unable to break through to his father's side, just as Lily approached to discreetly pour more alcohol into the glass. Zachary narrowed his eyes and looked at the man slyly, asking if it was because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. He smiled widely and replied that, as a C-rank hero, why would his master be bothered by such things? The mocking expression instantly disappeared from the guy's face, and he hissed in displeasure. Zachary jumped up and, in a sudden surge of rage, slapped Lily, cursing why such a staff was even here. The girl lost her footing and fell, hitting the sofa, a strange palm imprinted on her cheek. Wade hysterically asked why he was being served such disgusting alcohol. The flushed young face twisted. How dare they force him to drink such a swill? The next moment, the guy, hanging over the dancer, poured the contents of the bottle over her head. Adam, seeing this, tried to jump up, but George began to hold him back, because his friend did not have the strength to compete with these people. The young gentleman was the second son of a mechanical hero of the A rank from the Berkshire Company, and his bodyguard was a hero of the C rank, Flaming Fist. Sinclair angrily threw his friend's hand away and muttered that he knew about everything, and was now just going to the restroom. Poor Lily was quietly sobbing. Unable to get up, sticky alcohol was running down her hair, and her face was still burning from the recent blow. Zachary sat back down, hugging the girls close, his gaze falling on the table where several new bottles stood. And they know how to apologize. He added to the manager that the guilty girl had to be finished off completely, and the bar manager, knowing who this boy was, unquestioningly carried out any requests, loudly encouraging the man. Those present watched as he forcibly poured strong alcohol into Lily. The scoundrel was punished instantly. The hero in the rooster mask kicked him away from the girl. Romero was on all fours, wheezing and coughing up bitter liquid and gasping for air. Adam approached the young master and his henchmen, saying that he knew about the presence of the mechanical hero's son here. Zachary continued to carelessly pour alcohol into himself, mockingly muttering that the stranger was definitely on his way to die today. Bodyguards covered him. The red-haired Flaming Fist stepped forward, interested in the guy. The rooster sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, then crossed his arms over his chest. He offered a deal to Brother Zachary. Hearing the stranger's words, he became interested and blinked dazedly. The bodyguard worriedly told the young gentleman that it was already quite late and that he needed to leave. For this, the man received a glass bottle on the head. Zachary, without hesitation, poured dirt on him, shouting that he would not go anywhere because he was offered a deal. He swallowed the humiliating insult, clenching his teeth. To answer the little scoundrel would mean losing his job. Wade stood up and walked unsteadily toward Sinclair, asking what the deal was. Flaming Fist still touched the master on the shoulder, suggesting that he sit down and rest. Throwing a threatening glance in Adam's direction, he assured him that he would talk to this actor himself. While stirring the whiskey in his glass in a circular motion, the guy's chuckle could be heard through the mask. Did they really want to attack him when he himself was against violence? However, for the fact that the bodyguard prevented him from talking about important matters with his master, punishment follows, and the rooster was ready to teach the fist a lesson. He slowly rose from his seat. The man, showing off, called him to come closer. The bodyguard tightened the bandages on his hands, saying that it was still unknown who would teach whom a lesson. At this time, bright flashes of flame were gathering around him. A moment later, the fire smoothly flowed into his fists, and the hero pompously said that the stranger was very unlucky, otherwise he would not have provoked him. Adam immediately realized that the bodyguard's ability was a C-rank fire element attack. The bar patrons, mingling with the staff, watched the unfolding scene from afar. Most supported Rooster, saying that he was very brave to dare to challenge the student of an A-rank hero. Lily was taken under the wing of a colleague, offering help. She, still trembling, thanked him. While the crowd argued about what the men were fighting about and whether the Rooster could defeat the Flameboxer, the latter wasted no time in running at his opponent, waving his flaming fists. But seeing that he didn't even move, a fear flashed through the man's mind. Why wasn't the guy trying to dodge? Was this really a trap? Adam skillfully shrugged off the attack as the fire passed right past his face and mockingly asked if there was more coming. The bodyguard bared his teeth. Since the day he became a hero, no enemy or beast could withstand his attack. The next second he raised his fist, and the flames spread much further than the last time, completely covering the rooster. The crowd recoiled in horror. The hero would definitely burn someone. Sinclair, meanwhile, was completely drowned in fire. Only his outline was visible. But the next moment, a gloved hand emerged from the flames. Following her, the owner himself came out, and the fire, like a pet, obediently spread out to the sides. Flame Fist covered his face with his hand as his own power nearly burned him. He stared at his enemy in bewilderment. He was safe and sound. Adam extended his hand and activated his mental attack ability. The bodyguard's eyes turned white, his mouth opened in a silent scream, and he himself turned white. Taking advantage of the fact that the hero was in a trance, Rooster swung and hit him with the edge of his palm just below the back of the head. The boxer immediately fell to the floor, unconscious. Zachary, who had instantly sobered up, jumped up from his seat. What a strong man. The flame boxer was defeated with just one blow. Sinclair dropped to one knee, drawing the ability from his fallen foe. C-rank ability, Flame Strike, can form flames on the hands, perfect for a chef. The rooster stood up and walked slowly towards Wade. He, frightened, crawled onto the sofa with his feet, shaking his head in search of protection. Smiling ingratiatingly, he decided to talk to the stranger, asked what deal he wanted to talk about, and that he would pay him right now if he needed money. Adam silently grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Zachary, writhing as hard as he could, began to threaten his father. When Rooster said that he knew who his father was, the boy, trying to take the stranger's hand away from his throat, threatened that if he was killed, his father would show no mercy. The guy abruptly lowered the young gentleman to the ground and approached his ear, whispering that he was not going to kill him but wanted to share something. Looking into Zachary's eyes, the mask asked him in a wheedling tone if he wanted to have the ability. Zachary froze, not believing his ears. Could it be? The rooster let go of his palm and it became easier to breathe. Unable to stay on his feet, the guy fell and began to rub his bruised neck. That bastard thinks he's a god and can just give him this ability? Adam threw a piece of paper on the ground and, as he left, said that if the young master wanted to receive the ability, he should come alone to this address in 7 days. Sinclair, having changed his clothes with the help of his ability, went outside, and George, who was in the club, immediately called him and shouted into the phone where he had gone. The guy replied that it was too noisy in the bar. He had to go outside to catch his breath. Ripley's delighted cry came from the receiver. Adam missed an incredible show. His friend promised to show him everything that happened, and also invited the brunette to eat shashliks. Sinclair's gaze stopped on one of the city's high-rises, casting a bright light on the empty streets. The guy thought that the first part of the plan was completed. Now it remains to wait for Zachary to bite the hook. It is also worth starting to check the heroes from the inside, in the Berkshire Company, so he can quickly find out the truth. Meanwhile, in the Berkshire Heroes' office, there was an argument between part of the team. 3 heroes, led by the leader, sat at a large table in the shape of the letter P. All 4 of them stared at the large screen in front of them. In it, a man in a rooster mask skillfully dealt with a C-rank hero, Flaming Fist. The mechanical hero sitting at the head, A gray-haired man in a red and gold suit, possessing an atypical heterochromia, folded his hands in front of him and asked the others to voice their thoughts on what had happened. The ice adventurer hero, a young man with blue hair and a blue suit, spoke first, saying that the masked man used his hand like a knife to kill Flameboxer in 1 second. Most likely he was higher than B rank. The hero, the lazy swordsman, a man with a high ponytail and a long scar running through his left eye, countered the adventurer. What killed Michael Borse was not a hand. Michael lost the moment the masked man made a hand movement. The third hero, Ethan Barton, with an unusual appearance, black eyes, his head crowned with blue horns, offered to look at the assessment of the Flameboxer's injuries from the identification department. He saw what was written first. His pitch-black eyes widened in disbelief. The other heroes were stunned at once when they looked at the papers. The Flameboxer's ability had disappeared. It looks like they're facing a huge problem. The mechanical hero exhaled heavily, staring intently at the screen. The lazy swordsman asked a question that no one knew the answer to for sure. Where did this guy come from? Who could erase other people's abilities? Ethan replied that in his experience, only a C-rank hero had such an ability. The mechanical hero looked around the company and asked Barton if he was sure of his judgment. The glacial adventurer even jumped up from his seat and exclaimed that it was impossible. Old Transporter, who already had 1 foot in the grave, could not appear right now. Ethan had to admit that this was not an issue that Berkshire could handle on their own. They would have to inform the Hero Association about it. The lazy swordsman countered that a person with special abilities like him, no matter what company he ended up in, would be used as a killing machine, so no one would report him. The mechanical hero tiredly massaged his temple and suggested not to report it first. Let it be a secret of their company, then asked everyone to disperse to think. The next morning, in a huge mansion, the estate of Zachary Wade, the young master lay in bed, clutching the paper thrown by the masked man, wondering if he could obtain at least one ability. Reading the address again, he muttered in despair that the guy had offered a deal, which meant he needed something. Zachary clutched the piece of paper tightly and grinned. In any case, a couple more days and he would have the ability. The rest was unimportant. Adam invited George to the Louisville Museum, and when his friend asked him what they were doing there, Sinclair replied that he wanted to learn more about monsters so that he could escape more easily when he met them. And he wondered if it was possible to extract the ability of a C-rank monster. Ripley nudged his friend with his elbow, pointing at the girls who had passed by. His comrade had probably come here not to learn about monsters, but to meet girls. Everyone knew that only beauties came here. But Adam ignored his friend's attack and pointed his finger to the side. This is what he came here for. The electric Tyrannosaurus, a C-rank monster that was 7 meters tall and 12 meters long, appeared in the early stages, spitting out electricity and causing many disasters, causing the entire city to be paralyzed. It caused the deaths of 8 A-rank heroes, 13 B-rank heroes, and 27 C-rank heroes. Staring at the monster of incredible size, Adam said that he planned to write an article about the monster invasion. The mechanical mouth of the Tyrannosaurus remained open, in the same form as at the moment when people finally managed to defeat it at the cost of incredible efforts and many victims. George's mouth dropped open in amazement. This monster was so powerful. Sinclair came closer and, as if under hypnosis, extended his hand. If he could extract this terrible ability, then a local security guard immediately ran up to him, waving a bat threateningly. The guy held out his work badge, saying he was a journalist and wanted to write an article about monsters. The guard examined the card and warned that in the museum you can look with your eyes but not touch with your hands. At that moment, George winked at his friend. The lively guy decided to talk to the man, leading him further into the hall. Asking where he could find cute girls here, the guard immediately asked about his sanity. Finally, Adam was able to return to his plan and again reached out his hand to the monster, activating the extraction of abilities. Familiar impulses passed through his body, but the brunette was surprised to notice that the ability was difficult to extract. Finally, he succeeded, and a soft purple pearl was already levitating in his palm. But something out of the ordinary was happening. He extracted the E-rank ability, Electricity, can create an electric ball, can also be used to charge a phone. Staring at the pearl in his hands, Sinclair asked himself in confusion, did he only extract an E-rank ability from an S-rank monster? Could it be that such a powerful monster's ability has weakened due to its long-ago death? Perhaps the last time Adam was able to extract a higher-level ability from a monster was because it was still alive? The guy, passing by the exhibits, thought with disappointment that it seemed he would not get anything like that from the museum. But still, he needed to continue searching. By the time he returned to his room, the sun had set and the sky had turned pastel colors. The brunette laid out the loot on the table. Having walked around the entire museum, Adam received only 3 low-ranking abilities. 3 pearls, 2 red, 1 purple, blinked and sparkled, each emitting its own ability. The first is a rank F ability called Cloning, which can be used to create a clone that lasts for a minute and can also be used to turn on the light. The second is the E rank ability Electricity. It can create an electric ball. It can also be used to charge a phone. The third one is the F rank ability, Human Control. It can make any person take an interest in you, but you're not going to use the ability to do anything unethical, right? The guy, propping his chin up with his hand, thought with disappointment that the power of these abilities was so weak that it scared him away. But if abilities can be combined, can they also be destroyed? Adam raised the Golden Pearl, a C-rank fire ability, to eye level, thinking about how he could use it for the task at hand. He cried out in a loud voice, "Destroy!" The pearl caught fire in his hand, trembling slightly, but nothing happened. The brunette decided not to give up and try again. This time something worked. The pearl began to crack. The ability was destroyed. Now, on the table in front of Sinclair lay several dark, barely shining cubes of different sizes. Level 1. Dark Magic. Basic substance, perfect and indestructible square. The brunette brought one of them closer to his eyes. Could it be that the abilities were created from these cubes and he could really destroy the ability? He began to think. The ability can be broken down into its most basic components. Cubes of dark energy. In one hand he held a cube, in the other, a red pearl. Then, accordingly, and for sure, he will be able to use these cubes of dark energy to enhance his abilities. Guided by his own thoughts, Sinclair combined the 2 objects. The ability really improved. E-rank ability, Human Control, provides the ability to mentally get closer to the target. The ability to deceive people, now you can start doing scams. The brunette couldn't believe his own luck. If the ability has really improved, he will be able to create an S-rank ability himself. His thoughts were interrupted by screams coming from the hallway. His neighbor Lily Romero was screaming, asking someone to leave and not touch her. At first, Adam thought that Zachary Wade had come to the girl to plant last night. But, strangely enough, the unexpected guests turned out to be her parents. Her mother stood to the side. Her father was cursing loudly, sitting on the sofa and smoking a pipe, while his daughter was sobbing inconsolably nearby. He took a drag and blew out thick smoke, saying that he was not intentionally trying to deceive his daughter. Sinclair walked out just then, quietly closing the door behind him. The man shouted again, if they hadn't done this, the girl wouldn't have sent the money. The mother spoke up. Lily's brother needs money to buy a house and a car and also to get a wife. All this costs $1 million. Where will the parents get it from? The girl immediately stopped sobbing and clenched her fist. Could it be that her parents had deceived her by saying that her father was sick and that she urgently needed to send money? A new stream of tears gushed from her eyes. The girl asked if they knew how desperate she was when she learned of her father's illness. Covering her face with her hand, Lily bitterly whispered that she worked 4 shifts from morning to night just to earn money quickly. The father exhaled smoke and said indifferently that at first the family thought that his daughter would send as much as she could, and he would have a way to find the rest later, since Lily's family lineage could not end with them. The girl asked defiantly if this was just a way to bring her home and sell her to a man she didn't even know. The mother took her inconsolable daughter by the hand, saying that even if this man did not receive a higher education, he was still honest and kind. He would not treat her badly. Lily pulled her hand away with force, screaming, did her parents think for even a second about where the $50,000 she sent a week ago came from? Swallowing angry tears, she admitted that she worked as a bartender and a waitress and became an escort for this reason. The shocked parents looked at their daughter in silence, as if they had been struck by lightning. Father jumped up from the sofa, pointing his finger at Lily. What a shame! She ruined the family's reputation. He swung at his daughter, throwing mud at her and threatening to beat her, but she turned her head away, defiantly answering that the clients had beaten her harder than her own father ever had. At that moment, Adam jumped up and managed to intercept the man's hand, saying that he could discuss everything with his own daughter. The man turned around in disbelief. How dare someone interrupt him? He spat at his feet, telling the stranger that he had no right to interfere while he was punishing his daughter. Sinclair astutely noted that the man did not seem to regret what had happened at all. Remorse could only be seen in the mother's eyes. The guy decided to take extreme measures to help her and see if she could help Lily. And so he activated the C-rank ability, Human Control. The woman, as if someone had possessed her, swung her arm and slapped her husband. He couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the ground. Now his wife was scolding him, saying that his daughter had become an escort. Did he really have a heart of stone? She rushed to Lily with hugs. Both were crying. The woman asked for forgiveness for offending her daughter because she was her dearest child. The man, without getting up from his knees, sighed. Then her brother will earn everything himself. Adam remembered his unfortunate sister, whose life was kept alive by medical devices. Everything is fine, as long as people understand it in time. Who in this world would not feel sorry for their own family? The next morning, the guy went with Lily to see her parents off to the train station. The girl waved at them through the window, urging them to be careful, and promised to come for the new year. Her mother waved back at her, urging her not to do any more stupid things. The brunette was holding a glass of drink in his hands. His neighbor thanked him for the company and said that they could go back already. Sinclair handed the girl a glass, expressing the hope that her brother would realize everything, and that it would be much more useful than any amount of money his sister would send. Lily winked playfully, asking the boy to come closer so she could tell him something. He blushed, but complied with the request. The next second, Romero planted a grateful kiss on the man's lips. Stepping back, the girl whispered thanks to her neighbor once again. Night fell on the city. Adam, dressed in a rooster costume, stopped at a tall building, a center for processing monster corpses where there was increased security. It was there that a huge number of monster corpses were stored. This should have made it easier for the guy to access new abilities. A large truck drove past, turning toward the building, and a thought occurred to Sinclair. It seemed there was only a special way to get inside. He didn't wait for the truck to stop, but slid his boots across the floor, arching his back. Attached to the bottom of the car along the entire perimeter were structures that looked like beams, and Adam grabbed one of them tightly with both hands. A heavy sigh came from under the mask, but the brunette realized that he was not alone in such an unusual place. Right in front of his face was a girl's face. The stranger gestured for him to be silent. The brunette obediently didn't utter a word, surprised by the company. Was this man also trying to get into the center? At the very beginning, due to the darkness, he still doubted who was in front of him. But the feeling of close contact with a woman's breast dispelled all doubts. The guy stuttered as he said hello and remarked that they were lucky. The stranger grimaced and hissed at him. What the hell of a coincidence. She was so unlucky that he was here. Now she would have to act according to the rules of the field and rely on her abilities. The girl's name was Regina Craig. She was a representative of the Lettsville Chamber of Commerce. She introduced herself and asked Adam who he was. Regina looked into the dark glasses of the mask, saying that they would soon reach the unloading zone. But for now, she could not get off the truck in this position. Suddenly, Sinclair grabbed her tightly around the waist, urging her to hold on to him, and pushed herself to the side, flying out from under the truck. They ended up lying on the asphalt. The guy took the full brunt of the blow, still clutching his new acquaintance in his arms. Realizing that she was not going to move, he carefully asked how long she would continue to hug him like this. Regina was blown away from the guy by the wind. Stepping to the side, she replied that if the situation did not require it, who would want to hug him at all? Finally, they reached the monster corpse processing room. Adam walked carefully behind the girl. She noticed this and asked why the guy was acting like he had never seen anything like this. Maybe he was completely new to this business? Sinclair bowed his head, acknowledging the girl's seniority, which pleased her, so Craig couldn't help but let him follow her. They entered a large room, in which on a large metal bench lay a defeated monster, a werewolf, with a powerful body covered in fur. Regina said that her boss needed the white hairs on the werewolf's chest, and that they would have to be carefully cut off, which she did. Then she took out an unusually shaped bag from somewhere. The girl boastfully told Adam that this was her ability. Storage bag, in which you can store many things. The guy thought that this was a shameful name for a cosmic ability. Regina turned and called Sinclair to follow her into the next processing room. But the brunette was already busy extracting the ability from the werewolf. He managed to obtain the ability of the D rank, metal transformation. Can change the appearance of any metal, the dream of any car service owner. Immediately, deafening sounds were heard. Adam jumped up on the spot. The girl jumped up too. Could it be that the alarm went off and they were discovered? An employee in a white suit appeared in the doorway, cursing. He cried out, sobbing that the monster was not dead. The couple stood frozen, watching the action unfold before them. Enormous tentacles squeezed through the door, wrapped themselves around the man, and dragged him away, and he could only cry out for help. It seemed that the danger for Regina and Adam had passed. The guy did not move from his place, and the girl leaned on his shoulder, asking him to hold her. Otherwise, her legs would weaken from what she saw. But the happiness did not last long. The girl felt someone's sticky touch on her shoulder. Before she could even scream, one of the tentacles was already dragging her somewhere. The guy stretched out his hand, trying to reach the unfortunate woman. He immediately summoned the ability Force Fire, The fast tentacle was dragging the girl away. Adam couldn't keep up with her, and the fireball he created seemed to be unable to either. Jumping over another obstacle, the guy noticed something. All the metal posts here. Exactly. A blue pearl had already begun to levitate in the palm of his hand. The D rank ability, Metal Transformation. Several metal objects transformed into tentacles and reached out towards Regina. With their sharp ends, they cut off the end of the tentacle that held the girl from the monster. She fell to the floor, hitting her whole body painfully. Sinclair ran to her, asking on the go if everything was okay. The girl sat on her knees and complained that the tentacles had hooks that scratched her. Because of this, her t-shirt was torn, almost exposing one breast. There was a crash, and the couple turned around to see that the monster had come to life again. An incredibly large skull with fangs, in which many tentacles were swarming. Dozens of them held down the center's employees, who writhed and screamed in pain and fear. Regina stared at him in disbelief, her mouth open. The skull turned slightly and noticed them. He immediately released several tentacles towards the boy and the girl. Adam summoned Metal Transformation again. The skull soared up to the high ceiling, pointing its tentacles at the people. The guy began to attack the alien with a huge metal shield, connecting several racks together. Regina looked up in horror as the shield beneath the monster's armor thinned and screamed at her partner to come up with another way. She panicked and covered her head with her hands, screaming hysterically that she would die and be eaten. Adam was thinking hard about what to do because this couldn't go on for long, and he remembered that he had seen several canisters of gasoline. He tried to comfort Regina, telling her not to be afraid because he had an idea. The guy pushed the shield in front of him and summoned metal tentacles using his ability. The canisters of gasoline seen earlier followed them. All of this soared upward, straight towards the alien's skull. Adam commanded the small pearl that accompanied the tentacle canisters to explode. There was a deafening explosion. Thanks to the gasoline, fire spread in different directions. The brunette grabbed the girl by the hand and pulled her along with him, calling on the others to run. They seemed to have broken away from the raging flames. But suddenly an unknown man blocked their way, holding some kind of weapon behind his back. Looking sternly at the couple, he asked if they were the thieves who had revived the monster to attack the center. Adam stood silently, but Regina put her hands on her hips and began to attack the man, asking who he was and why he was talking nonsense as soon as he appeared. He angrily called the girl a disrespectful child, and that in the prime of his life she still drank milk. Regina was not convinced and became even more angry, hissing that he was being disrespectful, being an elderly man. But then Adam recognized the old man and loudly exclaimed his name. Thomas Conley, the hero who defeated King Kong the Berserker 10 years ago. The man chuckled. The guy was more respectful and continued that he would deal with him when he was done with the monster. The guy was surprised that an A-rank hero was doing in the corpse processing center. Thomas reached for his weapon and used Polar Star Attack, Style 1, Greedy Wolf Attack. A ghostly blue wolf rushed forward, cutting the tentacles lengthwise and crosswise. The pair looked at what the hero was doing in admiration. Adam noticed that, as expected from the legendary inherited power called Polar Star Attack, each of them were advanced techniques that even those with S-rank abilities would have to take a few steps back. A roar of a monster came from the skull. Conley jumped up to get closer to the alien's head. Torn pieces of tentacles flew into pieces across the hall. The hero summoned the ability, Attack of the Polar Star, Style 2, Hunger of the Heavens. Pushing aside, he saw how the skull had lost its tentacles, only the severed appendages moving angrily. Finally, the man released Water of Heaven, sending his katana and streams of water flying towards the alien. The space shook, and a few seconds later Sinclair was already watching the monster being torn to pieces. Thomas dropped to one knee, bloody shreds scattering across the room behind him. All that was left of the alien. The hero pointed the katana at Adam, saying that now it was time to deal with the guy. He immediately noticed the tense eyes filled with determination and murderous intent. Sinclair tried to convince the older hero that they were not the ones who brought the beast back to life. The man, without changing his position, replied that this was nonsense because the couple looked too suspicious. Regina whispered worriedly to Adam. Was he confident that he could defeat this old man? The guy replied that he couldn't. But did she want to? The girl shook her head and said she wanted to lend him a gun. She shoved the armor, made from the materials of a B-rank monster, into the guy's hands and ran away, shouting as she went that the armor would help and that she would root for him. Adam, having examined the object, chuckled. What madness! Regina reminded him of Trisha. Thomas suddenly, without warning, fell upon the boy, raising his katana over him. Luckily, Sinclair managed to react at the last moment. He put his hand forward, and the armor given to him by Regina repelled the attack, causing the older hero to look surprised. The brunette himself was amazed by such powerful protection. Thomas did not give up and used his weapon effectively, advancing more and more on the guy. He exhaled heavily and activated the brain reboot ability. The ability made it possible to slow down the hero's movements in Adam's eyes. The mask stared at Conley. The boy thought that after activating brain reboot, the attack seemed slower, but it was still not enough to defeat him. Screaming furiously, the old hero began to rush towards the guy with redoubled force. Even in slow motion, he realized that he didn't have time to dodge. I had to use extreme measures. The ability, human control. The old man realized that everything was not going according to plan when he could not control his movements in the air. He hissed in disbelief, asking the boy if he had stopped his movements. Both opponents grouped together and dropped to the ground. Adam calmly said that he would be in danger if he didn't do it. Thomas, who would not have been defeated, once again ran at the ready with his sword. Are these tricks really all that petty thieves are capable of? Adam used metal transformation again, and the small object in his hand grew into a whole staff. The two heroes clashed with weapons at the same time. Sinclair's eyes, safely hidden behind his mask, studied the old man. Each of his attacks was powerful. It was possible to use human control to stop him for a short time, and to prevent Adam from being cut into two parts. The staff members watching the fight were all vying with each other to come up with theories about the origins of the man in the rooster mask. If he could fight Thomas Conley, could he be the A-rank hero of the 6th zone, the god of weapons? The brunette heard and wondered who the god of weapons was anyway. Finally, Thomas stopped and pulled the weapon back, deep in thought. Judging by the guy's attacks, he was most likely not a thief. The man hid the katana behind his back and ordered everyone present to leave the corpse processing area because he wanted to talk to Rooster. The workers blinked in surprise and asked again if they all needed to leave. The hero's eyes flashed dangerously. Is someone not going to listen to the order of the manager of this center? Regina, along with the others, ran to the exit, shouting to Adam that she would wait for him outside. The men were left alone. The guy asked what the older hero wanted from him. He answered that he knew that the brunette was not the god of weapons, because the skills were incomparable with the skills of a god. Only the metal ability slightly resembled him. But someone like Adam has several abilities, which means he can be considered a strong person who would never come to the center just to steal some fur. Thomas narrowed his eyes and seriously asked the brunette if he had come here in search of the world's secret. Sinclair, without expressing surprise, wondered, what kind of world secret is this? What is he even talking about? I need to find out more from him. So the guy decided to cheat and said that he came here in search of a world secret. The man suddenly burst out laughing, exclaiming that telling such a young, ambitious, strong person like the guy would be very good. Pointing his hand to the side, the hero admitted that the real purpose of creating this center was to open a one-way tunnel into the world of monsters. This tunnel was called the White Hole. It's a good thing the rooster mask skillfully hid Adam's emotions. He was shocked by what he heard. 15 years ago, the Louisville White Hole was successfully discovered. The Hero Association sent a small team of high-ranking heroes on a special mission to infiltrate the monster world, and Thomas himself was on that team. During this mission, many S-rank heroes died. Only he and 2 others were able to return because they risked their lives. The man said that, in fact, each monster corpse processing center is built on the weakest points of the earth. As long as they continue to burn the monsters' bodies at these weak points, they will be able to open a white hole leading to the monster world. Adam nodded towards the corpse of the tentacle monster and asked, what about him? Why did the alien come back to life? Conley revealed that this is something they don't tell the outside world. It's actually a mutation of the monster that was rubbing against the white hole. People on this planet are like animals trapped by beasts. Only when they all gather the strongest qualities of humanity will they have a chance to win. The elderly hero turned around and said goodbye to Adam, saying that he could go, no matter what organization he belonged to. He must remember that he was part of humanity. It turns out that the men's conversation was heard by the powers that be. A beautiful red-haired woman stood next to the chair where the old man was sitting. She said with displeasure that this old man, Thomas Conley, kept doing stupid things. How could he even tell such things to the outside world? The man calmly replied that even if he had not told about it, sooner or later other organizations would have found out about it, and it was impossible to keep a world secret only between narrow circles. The woman asked if the headquarters video conference was here. It involves more than 25 people who have already met the necessary conditions for consideration of a Category S case. The couple turned from the window to the screens, looking closely at the people on them. Here's what the Louisville Heroes Association is reporting. And looking at each other, they began the conference. The main question on the agenda was, Should the truth be told to the associations of the owners of heroes that exceed A rank? Adam came to the hospital again to visit his sister, who was in a coma, something he often did. He sat next to her and talked, not knowing whether she could hear him or not. Addressing her by name, he said that today he had been told a harsh truth. Earlier, Sinclair, after talking with the hero, left the corpse processing area into another room, where he was met by a buzzing crowd, people asking each other what was happening inside. Did this guy really defeat Thomas? Why was he the only one who came out? The guy first approached Regina. The girl asked if everything was okay. He knew he couldn't let other people know about his abilities. The guy replied that he was fine and asked her to come closer and look him in the eyes. The girl, perplexed, complied with the request. As expected, Adam used his human control ability on her. Regina's consciousness became clouded and her vision doubled. The man in the rooster mask ordered her to forget that he had used the powers of fire and metal. He also gave her the armor and made her believe that it was he who brought the girl protection and that he owed her 10,000. Then Adam snapped his fingers. Regina started, as if waking up from a dream. She quickly said that she was glad that everything was okay with the boss, that it was already curfew at her house, so she would go first, and rushed off. Recalling these events, sitting in the hospital room, Adam smiled, looking at his sister. This Craig is so similar to her. She is sweet and loves money. Stroking Trisha's cold cheek, he said that after his revenge he would find a way to wake her up. Full of determination, the guy returned home after dark. He sat down at the table, ready to experiment with his abilities, holding a piece of metal in his hand. The ability Metal Transformation has been activated. A ring of stellar absorption appeared on Adam's finger. Then he shook the ability medicine in his hand. The brunette can't let people know his true ability and must use these two things to trick Zachary Wade. New appearance. Snake. The appearance has changed with the help of a white mask with blue stripes on it. Adam tried on the mask. The new outfit will be called Snake. His abilities will differ from those of his other self, Casper Bart, and the guy will also be able to use fire attacks when necessary. With Casper becoming a part of this, an organization will emerge consisting of his many forms called the Judges. Adam's main goal is to judge those heroes who have fallen, and the organization's expenses will be decided by young Mr. Zachary Wade. Late at night, Sinclair arrived at the agreed meeting place with the guy. He was fast asleep right on the floor. The brunette kicked him with his foot, causing him to wake up. At first, he did not understand who was standing above him and began to threaten, but a second later he recognized the man in the mask and began to apologize. Adam thanked the young gentleman for his visit and noted his trust in him. Zachary grabbed the masked man's legs, screaming that boss Casper Bart could have anything he wanted if he gave him the ability. He listed all the blessings he could bestow on this man. Sinclair kicked the annoying darling away, saying he wasn't interested. Looming menacingly over the guy, Adam said ingratiatingly that getting the ability was easy. You just had to look him in the eyes. He then used the human control ability, causing Zachary's consciousness to immediately split into two, plunging him into an unconscious state. First, Adam asked to tell him about the blue pill. There was no answer. The guy just sat in front of him, swaying slightly, and did not react in any way. Sinclair cursed under his breath. What was going on? Did it really not work? He then asked Zachary to slap himself. When this request was not fulfilled, Adam began to wonder if it was possible that the boy already had an ability higher than rank C that made human control ineffective on him. The brunette used a mental attack. Wade fell to the ground with his eyes closed. Sinclair remembered that last time he didn't attack him at the bar, but it didn't seem like he had any ability. Anyway, why not give it a try? Having used the ability extraction, the brunette was incredibly surprised. Zachary actually already has the ability. A bright green pearl burst out of the guy's body and flew to his palm. A rank ability is Rebirth. Only once, after death, you can be reborn and go back a day. The ability can only be used after death, and it's very stupid. As the pearl hung in the air, casting an emerald light, Adam still couldn't believe that the young master had an A-rank ability. He directed the ability at himself, deciding that he would be kind to Zachary in this case, because this ability would allow him to turn the tide of events. And now he will put the pearl he received at the corpse processing center into the guy. Adam woke Wade up, who sat up abruptly, screaming for his ability, and when he had even fallen asleep. The brunette replied that it was because he was tired, then took out a metal ring and asked to look at it. He then explained, surprising the boy, that this was a star absorption ring made by the organization and could be used to steal ability factors from others. Adam then handed him the ability medicine, telling him that the organization uses special methods and turns these ability factors into a medicine that can give ordinary people abilities. Zachary almost dropped the bottle from his hands. It was so special. Could he really be deceived? Adam replied that he could drink it and find out whether it was true or not. The gears in the guy's head were spinning at double speed. At first he thought it was poison, but if Casper had wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have waited until today. Who cares? He'd do it. Zachary took the plunge and drank the liquid in one gulp. The empty bottle fell out of his hand and broke with a ringing sound. His eyes became bloodshot and he growled loudly. The guy fell to his knees in front of Adam, clutching his head. The man in the mask chuckled. Soon he would learn the power of abilities. Wade instantly transformed. Screaming that his entire body was on fire, he had become a real werewolf. It actually has nothing to do with the medicine. It was Sinclair who was controlling the pearl from a distance. The transformation did not stop there. Instead of human ears, animal ears appeared. Long and sharp claws grew on the paws. Now a huge muscular wolf with burning eyes stood before Adam. The brunette asked what the werewolf thought about the ability to transform. He looked at the animal palms in surprise, asking if this was an ability and whether he had become stronger or weaker than his brother, who could turn into a dragon. Sinclair replied that his brother had an A-rank ability, while Zachary only had an E-rank, and he roared upon hearing the 3-rank difference. The brunette coughed and urged the werewolf not to worry, because he had just joined the organization, and later they would be able to give him an F-rank medicine. The werewolf made a funny face. Adam wondered why the guy turned into a werewolf, but he became stupid and cute, like a husky. Brunette also said that considering the fact that the organization would have to work with a werewolf, he changed it to E-rank for Zachary. He thought, does this mean that there are other abilities in the organization? Does this mean that one day he will become stronger than his father? The boy barked, hugging his savior by the torso, and begged Adam to change the ability to A-rank for him, but he waved it off in disgust. The werewolf continued, shedding a tear, that he would call the boss his godfather. Because he had never met a person who would be so kind to him, Adam still tried to scare the beast away, answering that he did not have such an opportunity, because the organization had its own rules, and a high rank could only be obtained with sufficient achievements. Zachary obediently sat on his hind legs, asking about the organization. Sinclair answered, calling for attention. The name of the organization is Judges. It was created by one powerful man. Under the boss are 12 Zodiac leaders, and Casper's own pseudonym is the Rooster of the 12 Zodiacs. The werewolf asked how powerful the boss was, since his godfather was only a leader. Adam replied that there was no need to try to guess. The boss is not someone who often shows his face. He is very mysterious. Zachary immediately asked how quickly he could earn his achievements. The brunette replied that it happens by completing tasks, and the first one has already appeared. Pointing his finger at the werewolf, Bert said that he would use his identity as the young master of the Berkshire Company to search for information about the blue pill. The werewolf asked what it was, and was told that it seemed to be a pill that could increase someone's strength. Casper himself came to Louisville to learn about the powers behind this thing. Zachary's eyes lit up. She could actually increase someone's strength. What a wonderful thing. For this he received a slap on the back of the head. Adam sternly replied that there was no need to harbor evil ideas, because there was a hero who used her and accidentally harmed an innocent person. At that moment, the werewolf returned to human form again, scratching the back of his head. Zachary asked who exactly harmed the man. Sinclair said, his company's A-rank hero, the Glacier Adventurer. Wade screamed in shock, amazed at what he heard. Bruce rashed, always acting cool, but in reality he's just a drug addict. Casper said that when the young master found useful information, they would meet here again, and then he would give Zachary a D-rank ability, and he nodded his head. As he was leaving, Sinclair decided to teach the young gentleman a lesson and said that he forgot to warn him about something. The effect of the medicine lasts only a week. The guy's time is limited, which means the task must be completed within a week. Zachary fell to his knees again, screaming in despair. In the morning, fresh and cheerful, Adam walked along the sidewalk sipping soda from a glass. Adam walked past the bulletin board booth, sipping his soda from a straw, but turned back. Something caught his eye. On a large piece of paper was a cartoon drawing of himself, wearing a rooster mask, and he was being sought by none other than Regina Craig. The text of the ad read, "Looking for Uncle Casper Bart, dressed in a black cloak with a white mask on his face. If you have any leads, please call Regina Craig." The soda from his mouth violently migrated to the glass of the booth. The guy spat it out in surprise. The mail seller cursed. Sinclair backed away, still apologizing profusely. Adam tore off the leaf and looked at it as he walked, thinking about how many more surprises this girl held within herself. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar silhouette in the distance. Turning the corner, accompanied by several men in combat uniform. Recognizing the stranger as Regina Craig, Adam was surprised. Could something really have happened to her? He ran closer and carefully looked out from his hiding place. Regina found herself trapped in a concrete square, but still stood belligerently, hands on her hips, asking who her pursuers were. In front of her stood a girl in a bright uniform and two men who looked like ninjas. The tall stranger with a pierced nose bared his teeth and demanded that the girl listen to them and give the young master's blade back. Craig exclaimed that she had no idea what they were talking about and that she didn't have any blade. The girl was again attacked from all sides, shouting at her to stop the performance because, taking advantage of the young gentleman's naivety, she had exchanged the blade for fake jewelry, so he had better give up the weapon if he wanted to live. Adam immediately realized that it was a legendary S-rank weapon called Iringa, but he didn't know if Regina actually had it now. The girl fell silent and thought for a moment. So this blade is actually something good. Regina immediately used her ability, and a storage bag appeared in her hands, in which she could store many things. Trying to distract her pursuers, she whistled something under her breath, sing-songly replying that she had never heard of anything like that. They were clearly mistaken. Adam narrowed his eyes and grimaced. What a pathetic argument. Anyone could draw the right conclusion as soon as they heard her, that this greedy girl got the blade, but did not want to give it back. The dark-haired girl in uniform abruptly interrupted Regina, saying that there was no need for empty chatter. They needed to start acting. The tall man rushed forward without further ado, using military-style triple knives. His companion, folding his hands in a special gesture, shouted, "Shadow-style doppelganger!" Sinclair was amazed that these two were both hereditary-type abilities, and they were both above C rank. Regina took out a large battle fan from her magic bag and struck a pose. She was not one to be easily intimidated. The weapon in her hands is a B-rank bell sung. She swung her fan sharply and lowered it down. Everything around her was stirred by the sudden flame that appeared, and the girl called on the attackers to get away. The men were literally blown aside by a deafening stream of wind mixed with fire. Regina waved her fan, which raised a current of air and carried her upward. She triumphantly exclaimed that there was no rule that could force her to return things after receiving them. A dark-haired girl watched her closely. She frowned and clenched her fists. A blue, icy flame formed at the tips of her fingers. Ability of rank A, Snow Woman. The girl seemed to have grown twice as tall. Her appearance had changed dramatically. Now she was an adult woman with blue hair, elven ears, dressed in all blue and icy blue. The space around her became the same. Regina recoiled in amazement. Why did it suddenly start snowing? Adam turned his head slightly, frowning. The next moment, he used his ability to change his clothes into a uniform with a rooster mask. Meanwhile, Regina was already flying to the side, escaping from the icy attack of the Snow Woman. She cast a glance at her rival, summoning a snow typhoon. Craig felt an unusual flow of air behind her. It was the blue-haired stranger who was directing the icy wind towards her with her hands. Adam muffled his friend's name through his mask. Meanwhile, a crowd had already gathered on the street, and even a local TV channel with a lively host arrived to get views on the live broadcast. Even a snowstorm was no obstacle. Nicholas Rausurf, holding the microphone out to some kid from the crowd, looked into the camera and pointed to the battle going on Belt Parkway, calling for help from the heroes. Regina, caught in the icy whirlwind, screamed piercingly. She fell to the ground with a thud as the wind blew her down. The Snow Woman immediately hovered over her, asking if the thief would return the thing that did not originally belong to her. Craig stood up and quickly pulled out 2 blades from her bag, smiling playfully at her rival and laughingly asking the sweet lady which blade she had lost, the silver or the gold one. The eyes with red irises narrowed warily. Ignoring the threat, the woman instantly turned Regina's legs into 2 ice cubes. The earrings on her ears jingled as the Snow Woman shook her head, warning Regina to be more talkative, or her frozen legs would turn into tiny pieces. Now Regina had a katana in her hands. The girl pulled it out of its sheath, declaring that she would never fall for someone else's tricks, because she got it thanks to her skills, and she would never throw it away. Regina looked behind the Snow Woman and threw the dagger behind her, exclaiming that she was now giving the blade to Caspar Bart for free. He, standing nearby, immediately caught what was thrown, praising the girl for her agility. But holding it out in front of him, he cursed. Who would need such a worn-out blade, even if they offered money for it? The girl smiled awkwardly. She couldn't even imagine that they would pursue her because of this blade. The Snow Woman shouted to her companions that they needed to seize the stranger, since she and the thief had become allies. On Adam right there, ninja clones attacked from all sides. One of them was rushing towards the guy with a Hira shuriken in his hand. Sinclair felt an unfamiliar sensation running through his body. Was this blade absorbing his mental power? Suddenly, he was pulled to the side. Could the body really move on its own? Suddenly, the hand with the dagger itself described a circle in the air. The next moment, the ninja's face took on a childishly surprised expression, and the lower part of his body was missing. Adam cursed foully, shocked by what had happened. As he stood there, surprised, a man with piercings ran at him from behind, holding out his hand with a dagger, shouting, "Die!" Sinclair reacted quickly and jumped up to dodge the attack. The hand holding the dagger began to tremble, and a purple haze emanated from the weapon. The guy soared upward. His opponents remained far below. The snow woman followed him and quietly pronounced the name of the blade, syllable by syllable. It all happened with lightning speed. The man who attacked him, as if crucified in the air, stood on weak legs and asked the teacher to save him. The purple haze cleared and Adam found himself below, walking away with the pearl of the alien ability in his hands. C-rank ability. 3 styles of Sun and Moon Blade. 3 styles of Blade allows you to activate the power of the blade to fight off enemies, but C-rank is like holding a blade in your mouth. It doesn't look that cool. Adam shook, bowing his head. Too much of his mental strength was absorbed. The guy thought that he could not stand it any longer. There was a loud scream, and Sinclair felt the cold touch of the snow woman's icy blades on his back. He thought dejectedly that it looked like he would have to use his revival ability today. A green streak flashed through the air, and the crowd, with their heads raised, vied with each other in asking what was going on. The ice blades immediately shattered into many pieces. Adam immediately recognized the light of despair. Regina was very surprised. Was it really a lazy swordsman? Not far from them, leaning against the wall, stood a swordsman, rolling a match in his teeth. Ethan Wade was heading towards the warring parties, saying that the heroes could forgive arbitrariness in the 6th region, but sowing rebellion in the 1st region was the height of insolence. The snow woman rudely answered him that her people had come here only to reclaim their property, while the heroes were abusing their powers. Regina appeared next to her and protested, pointing her finger at the woman. It was all her master who gave up the blade, and now it was entirely hers. Reaching out her hand towards Regina, she thought that she needed to ensure her own safety first since 2 A-rank heroes had arrived, and the chances of winning were decreasing. A lot of sharp ice flows flew towards Craig. The snow woman turned to the hero, warning that she would spare Regina's life and leave Louisville, provided that they returned what was originally theirs, even if the heroes killed her people. Black eyes sparkled. Ethan mockingly said that no one said that the girl could leave the city, and did the woman consider the 1st area a place where one could come and go at will? The snow woman remained silent in response. Then Barton turned to the lazy swordsman, leaving the girl with him, and volunteered to test Caspar Bart's abilities. The swordsman, rolling a match to his right cheek, asked him not to overdo it, because the company intended to get him for themselves. This seemed to anger the hero, as he suddenly lunged at Adam, shouting in irritation that he was not there just to help his brother resolve issues between them. Luckily, the guy was ready, and with the last of his strength, he still put his sword forward, ready to defend himself. The dragon fist flew straight towards the ill-fated dagger. Unexpectedly for everyone, the hero was thrown back several meters, raising a cloud of dust. Regina leaned forward in fear, screaming Casper's name, but Ethan wasn't particularly impressed. At that moment, the snow woman threatened the heroes with death. Ice needles flew towards the dragon. Regina, who was standing by, tried to dodge the attack. The lazy swordsman rushed to protect the boy, using the strong wind with his blade to summon the light of despair. The glow, like a sharp saw, was getting closer and closer to the stunned snow woman with each passing second. It had almost reached her face. The next moment, there was the sound of breaking glass. The woman, without having time to make a sound, broke into many small pieces of ice. The lazy swordsman muttered emotionlessly in complete silence that he hadn't hit her. Regina exclaimed that it wasn't true because the snow woman had just crashed. The man rolled his eyes. It was just an illusion. She had escaped, but she should still be somewhere nearby. Adam, taking advantage of the confusion, crawled around the corner. He heard Regina come to her senses, not finding him. The guy was breathing heavily, complaining about the damn blade that left no strength in his body. Bringing the blade closer to the glass on the mask, he thought, if the weapon was from a monster, he could extract the ability from it. The space became dark, and a vague ripple began to form around the blade. Finally, 2,500 units of dark energy were obtained from the blade in the form of the already familiar cubes. A few seconds later, there were a dozen cubes lying on the floor around the guy. Although he couldn't extract the ability pearl, he received a bunch of dark energy cubes, and the material from which the blade was made should be from an S-rank monster. The guy wondered what ability he needed to improve in order to be able to go against the dragon. In front of Adam, A blue, very bright pearl was levitating, which he was directing with his palm in a leather glove. D rank ability. Metal transformation. Deciding to try it, Sinclair brought the pearl closer to the cubes, which were immediately absorbed into the ball. What happened next was a complete surprise to him. The pearl changed color to a beautiful green and increased in size. Now it was a rank A ability. Metal control. You can control all metals within a radius of 1,000 meters. The maximum weight of the controlled metal is 1,000 tons. The snow woman turned her head sharply towards Adam, feeling a strong surge of energy. The guy raised his head, looking around. Now he could feel every object made of concrete and metal, cars, planes, buildings. He clenched his fist in anticipation. Finally, Sinclair had the opportunity to fight someone normally. At that moment, a snow whirlwind was approaching him from behind, like a huge ice drill. But now Adam was hard to catch off guard. He raised his hand, and a stream of fire spread from his body, melting the ice. The ice weapon was instantly melted by the fire-powered shock propeller. Adam was invincible. The snow woman was knocked off her feet by a huge flow of alien energy. She gasped and cursed, trying to keep her balance. Sinclair turned, the fiery blades obeying his every movement. The snow woman blushed and was indignant. How is this even possible? With one movement of his hand, the guy transformed the fire into long ropes. They, clashing along the way, grabbed the snow woman tightly. She twitched, demanding to let her go, but the guy asked her not to move, noting that he tries to be gentle when it comes to girls. He brought his palm right to her lush chest. The girl squealed in indignation, asking what he wanted to do. A large green pearl immediately reached out to Adam's palm, casting light around it. A rank ability. Snow Woman. Summons the Snow Woman to aid in battle, and the person can also choose to merge with the god entering their body. Adam thought it was just an elemental ability, but he didn't realize it was a summoning type. Literally every man's dream. He held back the true owner of the summoning ability, who had become completely weakened after being extracted, with one hand as she leaned on him. At this time, he was discovered by the lazy swordsman and the dragon. Ethan asked the swordsman if this was the passerby whom the hero had knocked down. His aura had changed. Adam carefully sat the unconscious girl down against the wall, telling the men that he had already dealt with the snow woman. Ethan immediately flared up, shouting that such trash could not defeat her. The guy came closer and offered to fight him to make sure, and asked who would attack first. And he assumed that perhaps both heroes would attack first. They remained silent, looking at the impudent man. On the city's skyscrapers, Nicholas Rausurf was broadcasting from large screens to the entire space, carefully following the course of events with an omnipresent microphone. Did he really not misheard? And this guy wants to act against too, given that both heroes are of A rank? Immediately, various comments poured into the live chat. Someone wrote that the evil dragon was able to knock out the guy in the black robe with just one finger. Others said that they had become fans of the mysterious stranger, and that he was very frightening. The host rushed towards the improvised battlefield, not letting go of the microphone. This means there will be an exciting scene of a battle of 1 against 2. The dragon name looked at the rooster carefully and said seriously that he would not team up with the lazy swordsman to win, even for the sake of the audience, because it would cause the A-rank heroes to lose their dignity. Adam countered that he was very sorry because the battle could have been exciting. The dragon turned his gaze to his partner, noting that in order to defeat the enemy, he first needed to understand him. The swordsman sharply replied that he knew that himself. He also said that the ring on Rooster's hand was strange. Perhaps the secret of the loss of abilities was hidden here. You need to be careful. The man, thrusting his blade forward and causing a small dust storm, walked towards Sinclair, asking the dragon not to worry, as he just wanted to see the boy defeat the snow woman. The lazy swordsman warned the rooster that if he won, the dragon would be next on the list of attackers. Adam did not answer this, but only beckoned him towards him with his finger. The lazy swordsman took a running start and flew up, ready to attack. The blue flame shot up and then changed its trajectory downwards, heading straight for Adam. Without thinking twice, he blocked the blow with a wall of flame half his height. Suddenly, the guy, with one hand, using only his abilities, swung at the hero. He opened his mouth in amazement, not understanding what he was trying to do with his bare hands. A stream of fire erupted from Sinclair's hand, and, with a deafening ringing sound, as if it had acquired physical embodiment, it collided with the swordsman's blade. The man watched as the flames turned into tentacles and wrapped around the blade of his weapon. The swordsman didn't believe it at first, but then he realized that the guy was trying to control his own dagger. But unfortunately, Sinclair didn't succeed. He almost got injured by his own force when the fire ricocheted. He jumped back sharply, landing on one knee. Having erected a wall of fire between himself and the lazy swordsman, Adam thought that his dagger was made of monster materials, and it was not metal. And besides, there were no metal objects on the hero's body. At this rate, he could lose. On both palms, levitating were the A and E rank abilities, Snow Woman, and Human Control. The guy urgently needed to improve one ability to rank A in order to defeat the lazy swordsman and the dragon. He clutched the green ability pearl in his hands. The purple pearl, Human Control, was suitable for improvement, which at rank A turned into Puppet Control. Now it could perform illusory interference in rank A targets, brainwash targets below rank B, and obtain their power for 10 years, and could enter the body of a puppet for 2 hours every day. Tossing the ability in his palm, Adam promised himself that he would use it only for good. The lazy swordsman, separated from him by a wall of fire, got tired of waiting and loudly asked what the rooster was doing. A hole appeared in the wall and a mechanical mask appeared from there, asking for patience. Adam took advantage of the opportunity while the swordsman was looking at him and used his puppet ability. The man's vision doubled and he could barely stand on his feet. Suddenly he saw before him, as if in reality, his beautiful sister, who called him by name and asked why he was pointing his dagger at his sister. Robert Roseby couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his sister appear in front of him. The girl slowly extended her hand towards his face, but the warrior, at the cost of incredible efforts of his willpower, pushed away the outstretched hand. The illusion was broken, and the piece of mirror that had been reaching from Adam's hand flew back. The swordsman, all in sweat, hissed that the boy really did have a double ability. Sinclair didn't miss the opportunity to tease the man, and while he was rushing at him with his sword, the boy jumped back and told the hero on the go that he didn't expect such weakness from the lazy swordsman, who owned the intent of the storm sword. The man exclaimed indignantly that the guy didn't know anything. Finally, the hero sank heavily to the ground, leaning with one hand on the blade, as if on a stick. That girl was his late sister. He could not do this. The crowd roared and again divided into two camps. Some called on the swordsman to get up and continue fighting. Others booed him and admired the stranger in the black robe. Nicholas Rausurf asked the audience, could the man in black have used a mental attack, judging by the swordsman's stunned expression? Regina stood next to him, who was also closely watching the battle. The host again suggested that the hero would soon lose, since his hands were shaking, and he could be ready to resist the metal ability, but could not cope with the mental attack. Craig waved her hand victoriously, praising her brother Casper. She thought that the swordsman would kill him, but then who would return her 10,000? Adam heard echoes of conversations and thought hard. The dragon, whose dark eyes glittered with anticipation, leaned forward with interest, praising the lazy swordsman for his good work in forcing the stranger to use his last card. The man warned him not to look the rooster in the eyes because in that case you could meet the person you care about the most, and this would become a weakness in front of the enemy. Meanwhile, Ethan, surrounded by a purple haze, slowly approached Adam. He was clearly already tired of waiting for the dragon. The hero's red pupils, like a small flame, flared up even more. He gathered himself, became even larger in size. The space around him turned dark purple. He believed that this battle was of great importance, and he and the rooster needed to make a deal. Adam bowed his head with interest and asked what the hero would bet on. The dragon pointed a long-clawed finger at Sinclair's hand. If he lost, he would tell the secret of his silver ring. Adam raised his hand and played with his fingers, suggesting that the dragon come over and take it. He thought that the hero was not stupid at all, because everything he had done here was done to attract attention to the ring of star absorption. At that moment, Ethan Wade jumped straight at the man in the robe. He was amazed by the lightning-fast reaction and speed, which was faster than the lazy swordsman's. But Adam was no slouch. He quickly erected a stone between them, which the dragon hit with a roar. Sinclair stepped aside and the dragon rushed past. Ethan lunged forward and hit Adam in the back with his elbow, screaming. The blow threw him far to the side. The mood around changed. The announcer excitedly exclaimed that the metal controlled by the man in black could not keep up with the speed of the dragon. Adam landed on the ground with a thud, causing a cloud of dust. The dragon grinned contentedly. Double ability does not guarantee a win. Sinclair struggled to his feet, now clutching his stomach. Even his mask had been damaged, now showing numerous cracks. The guy started coughing. He had taken a lot of damage. The hero has high speed, strong attack, and the dragon scales on his body have a high level of protection. He can also spit fire. Ethan was still smiling as he praised Adam's strong bones. Sinclair wasted no time in using his puppet control ability. The hero, not expecting this, gasped in surprise. His yellow pupils, like a cat's, dilated in horror. His beloved younger brother, Zachary Wade, tearfully clutching his throat, begged his older brother to save him. Ethan grabbed his head, trying to drive away the obsession. How dare the rooster turn into his beloved brother, disgusting. Suddenly, the hero's body began to change. He became the earth dragon of black flame and now crawled towards Adam. It looked really creepy. The guy was scared. The illusion was destroyed. Could it really only make the dragon angry? Nicholas Rausurf shouted into the microphone that today, the audience witnessed the second phase of the transformation of the evil dragon. And he simply admires the man in the mask. It was he who provoked the hero to take this step. Ethan, screaming furiously, "Die!" rushed at the calmly standing Adam. A moment later, the boy used his metal ability, and a multitude of prickly thorns emerged from the ground in front of him. The dragon only laughed at this. Rushing into the attack with redoubled force, Adam chuckled through his mask. The dragon became a drill. Well, let him try to catch up with him. Now Sinclair, on a huge metal plate, as if on a magic carpet, suddenly flew up, leaving the dragon below. He flew up to the guy and again began to mock his strength. Adam didn't react in any way, but only commanded the plate to fly forward. Immediately, the overconfident Ethan found himself caught in the grip of metal fetters. The vertical pupils measured Adam with their gaze. The hero asked if he had forgotten about his black flame. A purple flame formed in the hero's place, and he tried to get rid of the metal that had bound him. The presenter, wiping away sweat with a handkerchief, continued to comment on what was happening. The black flame of the evil dragon had melted metal before, and this time, the enemy would probably not last long either. Regina, who was standing nearby, immediately poked him in the side with her fist, shouting that brother Caspar Bart was strong. His tactics and strategies were outstanding. He would not do useless things. Ethan really couldn't handle the metal shackles, neither throw them off nor melt them. Adam thought to himself, "This is a B-rank fireproof shield. It won't melt if you only burn it once." Sinclair then lifted a nearby yellow car into the air. Next, the red car came into play, as well as other metal objects lying nearby. Ethan looked up, not believing his eyes. A truly enormous metal compressed cube hung in the air, an incredible ability to control metal. Adam, standing above, directed his hand downwards, putting all his strength into this movement. Fall, Titan's fist. The cube began to fall to the ground. People, seeing the rapidly approaching shadow, ran away screaming. The corners of the dragon's lips turned up, and he wondered if this was really how he was going to die. There was a deafening roar, and the street was covered with a dusty cloud. Time passed and the cloud settled. People were still coughing. The omnipresent host suggested to see if the evil dragon survived. The crowd approached the metal cube, vying with each other to guess the dragon's condition. Someone noticed the cute flame butterfly nearby. She, whining, searched with all her might for the evil dragon's brother. The elder mechanical hero arrived for her and ordered her to retreat as she had already taken to the sky, rushing to search. The man stood on the roof of a high-rise building. He used his ability and directed the beams coming straight from his eyes at the cube. That one, under the influence of forces, began to gradually collapse. The people burst into joyful noise when they saw the A-rank mechanical hero. Finally, the metal cube split into two pieces, and everyone saw the unconscious dragon lying there, and the lazy swordsman sitting in front of him in a samurai pose. He lowered his head and said in a low voice that he was still alive thanks to the wall of sighs, and sincerely regretted causing the company to lose face. The mechanical hero came closer, answering that everything was fine as long as the man was alive. The flame butterfly flew up to them and cautiously asked if they needed help. The swordsman admitted that she would have to take on the responsibilities of caring for the dragon. Sometime later, in the common living room of Adam and his neighbor's apartment, he was spraying himself with a special cooling spray. He lifted his shirt and generously sprayed the fresh bruises and wounds, and it was damn painful. The evil dragon knows no mercy. The meeting with the Snow Woman and the evil dragon was quite expected, but his main goal was to focus on the blue pill. There are currently two leads. The first is glacial adventurer Bruce Rashed, and he will be handing this case over to Zachary Wade. The second one is a B-rank hero, the hero of Hot and Sour Noodles, who is going to hold a fan meeting soon. You need to go and take a look at him. Looking at the large number of spray cans on the table, the guy thought that in the future he could attract more danger if he continued to share the apartment with other people. It was necessary to prevent their involvement. His thoughts were interrupted by Lily Romero, who entered the living room silently and even scared the guy. She, noticing Adam on the couch, asked what he was doing there and why it smelled so strongly of medicine. The guy forced a smile, answering that he had hit his head on the corner of the table. The girl looked at him incredulously, raising one eyebrow. Sinclair, beside himself with embarrassment, mumbled that Lily had arrived just in time. He had an announcement. Mary and Karen, who had also just returned, gasped along with Lily when their neighbor told them he was going to move out of the apartment. He leaned his elbows on his knees and said seriously that it was not very comfortable for him to live with only girls, and now, having received a promotion at work and a higher salary, Adam decided to move out. Karen pointed at Lily. "What about her?" Adam scratched his head awkwardly and let out a stifled laugh. He had nothing in common with Lily Romero. Karen and Mary replied that in that case they would not stop him and asked him to contact them when Sinclair was free. Lily silently went to her room. Still embarrassed, Adam was glad that this conversation was over and offered to treat the girls to a farewell dinner. At that moment, the door to Lily's room closed with such a noise that everyone present in the living room jumped. The guy was sweating all over from excitement. Did he really say something wrong? He decided to break the sudden silence by saying that it would be better to go have dinner with the whole company. Karen was the first to lose her temper. She rudely pointed her finger at Adam and exclaimed that Lily was so beautiful and kind. Why on earth didn't she deserve to be with him? Why was Sinclair treating her like that? And in general, he was a real freak. Adam pressed himself into the sofa and remained silent. The girl chuckled, saying that they would have lunch together only after he sorted things out with Lily Romero. The guy sighed heavily. He would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't love Lily, but he also had no right to put her in danger. However, he found the courage to come to the girl and knock on the door. He was immediately invited in. Lily lay on the bed, her legs swinging. Adam could not see her face. Sinclair immediately apologized, but the girl irritably interrupted him because he himself said that he had nothing in common with Romero. Adam replied that this was not what he meant. Lily's emotions were running high, and she turned to the guy, blushing, asking if her past was the reason for his refusal. He flushed and recoiled, assuring her that that was not the case. Then Lily asked again why he didn't like her. Adam took the crying girl by the shoulders. They could always remain friends. But Lily did not give up and continued to ask why she didn't like the neighbor. Adam understood perfectly well that Lily's attitude towards him was due to a lack of security. She was simply compensating with his help for the lack of love from her parents. And now that he didn't reciprocate, everything turned into hysteria, because the girl was sure that it was all about her past, and it made people look down on her. She's like a porcelain doll that can break even from the touch of the one who cares for her. And if suddenly Adam hurts her, Sinclair wanted to explain, but Lily suddenly turned away, saying that perhaps what the guy was saying was right. Taking Adam's hand in hers, the girl said that she had rushed, deciding that kissing marked the beginning of a relationship. Looking at the guy through tears, Lily asked him to become her first official boyfriend, even if their time had not yet come. And it hurt her that they could become strangers to each other. Sinclair exhaled and promised her that. It was evening and the richly furnished mansion was noisy. On the sofa lay the glacier adventurer, Bruce Rashed, drinking hard liquor from a glass, egged on by the company. Zachary Wade watched the hero from behind the open door. If it weren't for the Godfather's mission, he wouldn't have spent money on alcohol and entertainment for Rashed. Having carefully crept into the room where the hero was already snoring, the young gentleman began searching his pockets. The hand came across a box that felt unusual to the touch. But the glacier adventurer stood up abruptly, asking what Zachary was doing, and he jumped up and immediately shoved the box back. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead as the guy found a way out. He turned around with a cigarette in his hand, saying that he had lost his lighter. Bruce, flushed from the alcohol, looked around and asked where the girls had gone. Wade grinned predatorily, asked which one he liked. He would ask her to take a bath with her brother Rashed. He chuckled and asked for the one who wore overalls. Later, Zachary, listening attentively to the girls' giggles behind the door, began to rummage through the glacier adventurer's things. He was looking for that very box among personal belongings and women's underwear. Finally, luck smiled on him. The young gentleman cried out in victory as he revealed his spoils. The box contained a lot of substance compressed into cubes. Zachary took one and brought it to his face, not understanding what was in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the boy realized that he really wanted to eat one cube. But reason prevailed over desires, he said to himself a firm no. A small piece broke off from the square. Could there really be a blue pill in this thing? Zachary, clutching the cube in his hands, stared ahead unseeingly when suddenly a loud, drawn-out female moan was heard from the room. The young gentleman jumped up and flew out into the corridor like a bullet. Bruce was really going wild there. He made up his mind and took one cube out of the box. Then he hid it in his jeans pocket. Zachary returned and knocked softly, calling his friend's name. The door swung open, revealing a bewildered glacier adventurer, flushed and sweating. The young gentleman, knowing in advance what awaited him, looked behind the hero. The girl was lying unconscious on the bed. He stuttered and asked what was wrong with her. Bruce casually said that the girl was dead and went to collect his scattered things. Fearing that he would notice the loss, Zachary tried to talk the hero into it, saying that everything was fine, let him leave, and he would ask his people to deal with the girl. Wade walked Bruce out and waved to him as he left, telling him to take care of himself. The young gentleman himself fell exhausted onto the sofa. He was scared to death that he would be caught red-handed. The glacier adventurer headed to his car in the underground parking lot. Suddenly, he was overcome with incredible rage, and the hero grabbed the box with those very cubes. Throwing the box onto the car's dashboard, Bruce cursed foully as the pills scattered. The veins on his face stood out. He had become so irritated since he started taking the pills, he could no longer control his strength. His hands were shaking so much and sweat was pouring down his face that the boy ordered himself to calm down. Bruce accidentally glanced at the box and quickly collected the scattered cubes back. Suddenly, he realized that one pill was missing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There are only a few days left until the next game. Thinking that it didn't matter whether he lost one pill or received it, the hero left. Adam was driven by George Ripley in his car to his new home, wondering along the way how he could have moved out of his previous apartment, doubting his friend's sanity. He turned to the window and replied that these were stupid illusions, because living with a bunch of girls was completely inconvenient. The blonde smiled slyly. This inconvenience was the whole charm. Sinclair grimaced. Old George was becoming a real pervert. His friend just snorted at this. Finally, the guys drove up to an expensive area to an elite house. Ripley admired where his friend got the money to rent such a nice apartment. Adam replied that his adopted son gave him a gift. Taking the box of things in his hands, Adam smiled, listening to George exclaim in confusion how he managed to adopt a child. He must have won the lottery, and he definitely should treat his best friend. Actually, Adam muttered. It was true, and Ripley didn't believe it. When the moving was finished, Adam stretched out happily in his new huge bed. He had eaten his fill, and now he was alone, although now he felt a little lonely. Sitting up in bed, he realized that after the battle with the evil dragon, he had not yet used the summoning of the Snow Woman. Even though Adam spent some of the dark energy to improve the puppet control ability, the remaining energy is still an ability. It's time to see what kind of girl this is. He tossed the orange pearl in his hand and directed it in front of him. A portal formed in the air, then Sinclair summoned the Snow Woman. But he didn't expect what happened at all. First, his gaze lingered on the tiny elven ear. Adam jumped up, not believing his eyes. In front of him stood a tiny girl dressed in traditional Japanese clothing, wearing touching tabi and shoes with straps, looking with huge eyes, connecting two index fingers. The large window was covered with a crust of frost. Adam was shaking from the cold. Snowflake apparently couldn't control her abilities. She put one knee on Sinclair's bed, asking worriedly if he was okay. The guy waved his hand in fear and asked not to come closer. She, like a puppy, looked into the eyes of her owner and asked him not to worry because Snowflake would not harm him, but the temperature might be a little low. He, wiping his nose, was surprised by the new nickname, and suddenly remembered something. Raising his hand, he used the ability of the flaming fist. A small dancing flame appeared on his palm. The girl screamed joyfully and asked permission to come closer. Adam had no idea that Snowflake was not afraid of fire, and she replied, stretching out her hands to the fire, that she loved warmth. The little flame flew up to her knees. The girl giggled, bringing her palms closer. Snowflake was happy that she had such a wonderful owner. Adam thought that it was fortunate that the cold air created by Snowflake was only a passive effect. Otherwise, this C-rank ability would not be able to counter the cold air. Narrowing her eyes, Snowflake looked closely at Sinclair. The owner was also warm. She clung to Adam's leg and he recoiled, scolding her. But the girl had no intention of moving away. She only pressed herself closer to his knee. Adam decided that since Snowflake was so cute, he wouldn't chase her away, and pulled the blanket towards him. Now they were both sitting under the blanket, sneezing. Adam firmly decided that he had allowed himself weakness only today, and it would not happen again. The next day, the whole city was buzzing with anticipation. Finally, the fan meeting of the hero of hot and sour noodles should take place. People vied with each other to shout the name of their favorite and confess their love to him. Adam, like a real agent, stood in the crowd with a themed crown and a sign. Today, he was disguised as an ardent fan to get closer to the hero. There were so many fans that he was soon almost crushed, stepping on his feet and even grabbing his hair to get closer to the stage. A large woman appeared on stage and solemnly addressed the audience, announcing that the hot and sour noodle superhero was ready, and everyone present shouted that they were ready to see him. The presenter slyly asked the crowd to chant louder. They obediently complied. again shouting the superhero's name and how much they loved him. The fireworks exploded, and the long-awaited star appeared on the stage. The hero dropped to one knee and exclaimed that the audience was now safe because all dangers would be crushed by his iron fist. He stood up and raised his hand forward, and the crowd roared with excitement. Adam looked with disgust at the random people who were preventing him from approaching the stage. Finding himself almost at the edge, Sinclair almost fell, which was noticed in time by the superhero of hot and sour noodles. The man reached out to catch the hapless fan. The next moment, Adam found himself in the arms of the superhero, like a girl in the arms of a knight. The hot and sour noodles superhero literally beamed as he loomed over him and asked him to be more careful next time. Sinclair, grinning from ear to ear, thanked him warmly, apologizing for his clumsiness. When Adam stood upright, the men introduced themselves and shook hands, and the fans present did not hide their envy. After all, it was incredible luck to be next to a legend. During the handshake, Sinclair managed not to give himself away and to transfer some ability to the hero of sour and hot noodles. The pearl rested in his palms for a split second, then disappeared. The guy's glasses glinted in the spotlight as he squeezed someone else's hand and admitted that he was a fan. Finally, the fan meeting ended and people gradually dispersed. The hot and sour noodles hero, dressed in a shirt and jeans, hid his hands in his pockets, and his manager, the host of the meeting, breathed a sigh of relief, praising the boss for a job well done. They were heading to the star's car. The man noted that it was a difficult job, and he had to shake hands with so many people he needed to disinfect his hands soon. Having sat down in a soft chair in the salon, he sent his assistant to have lunch, and he himself decided to take a nap in the car, since another show awaited him. The woman asked worriedly if he could handle such a load. The superhero irritably slammed the door in the manager's face, saying at the end that he had to keep up with everything, and also asked the manager to clear his schedule for the following weekend to celebrate his daughter's birthday. The man leaned back in his chair, thinking out loud that he needed to earn more money to pay off the huge debt he had accumulated. Maybe he should go back to gambling. He scratched the back of his head and forbade himself to do so. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard from the back seat, asking the superhero if it wasn't tiring to live like this. The man sat frozen like a statue for a few seconds. Turning around abruptly, the hot and sour noodles superhero, sweating profusely, began babbling, asking if this was Caspar Bart, who had fought the evil dragon, and how he had gotten here. The man in the black robe thought that he could now know the hero's location because of the ability pearl in his body. Adam asked the man not to worry, but just to answer a few questions. He thought that since Caspar had single-handedly defeated the dragon and the lazy swordsman, he had no choice but to obey. The superhero warned the man in the robe that even if he and the other heroes were in the same company, they might have different positions, to which Caspar replied that he understood everything and asked to look him in the eyes. Sinclair did not hesitate and used the puppet control. The superhero's eyes widened as he felt his mind being invaded. The guy found himself in some dark space with a scattering of stars. Was this really the inner world of the superhero hot and sour noodles? Several screens with the memories of the owner of the space were displayed above Adam's head. Sinclair realized that this was the superhero's past, but the memories of the blue pill were nowhere to be seen. But suddenly one of the screens showed a strange man holding a pill in his hand. He was dressed in a formal suit, wore a bowler hat on his head, but the face itself was blurry, like outer space being stirred by someone's big spoon. The mask looked sharply in that direction. Who is this person? Meanwhile, he handed the superhero a pill, saying that once he ate it, his abilities would be enhanced. The man would be able to reach the top of his career, pay off his debts, and finally return to his family. But when the hot and sour noodles superhero wanted to snatch the pill from his hands, the stranger suddenly raised his hand up. The pill can only be exchanged for information. The superhero's face was covered in sweat, and he asked what kind of information. The space on the man's face moved, mixed. He wanted to know the secrets of some heroes. His interlocutor did not hesitate, and immediately began to tell, the dog hero secretly plays with. The crazy hero Topor secretly holds children captive. Adam watched this performance without blinking, his hand reaching out to the screen. He wondered, is this information scandalous? And can you get a pill just for knowledge? Or are some other deals needed? He flipped through the screens like pages of a book, searching for additional information. Had the men met more than once? Yes, there had been a second, third, fourth meeting. Finally, during their next meeting, the stranger became interested in Caspar Bart, the new owner of the abilities, the hot and sour noodles. Superhero, who would do anything for a pill, nodded in agreement. shouting that the man not only bullied the chairman's son, but also defeated the evil dragon and the lazy swordsman. The man adjusted his hat and asked if there was any information related to the ability. He needed to know everything. They later met in an underground parking lot. The excited man recalled everything he knew. Casper can erase the abilities of others, but he never showed his face in public, so it is unknown what he looks like. The stranger scratched his chin with interest upon hearing such information. He threw a transparent bag with 10 pills into the superhero's palm. The man hunched over, fingering the pills as if in a daze, nodding like a man on a treadmill as the stranger, walking away, ordered him to gather more information about Casper for his daughter's birthday next week. Adam stepped aside, crossing his arms over his chest. It seemed that the reason for the blue pill's existence was to catch the weaknesses of many ability users, then corrupt and control them. He looked into the distance, wondering what the purpose of these people was, since they secretly controlled so many heroes. The hot and sour noodles superhero woke up, shouting that a real hero knows how to forgive. Then he noticed that he was alone in the car and began to look around in surprise. In the evening, Zachary Wade obediently waited for his godfather, wondering why he didn't come, since he himself had already been bitten by mosquitoes. Right behind him, he heard a commanding voice asking what the boy was talking about. He flinched in fear at the unexpected appearance. Zachary ran happily towards the man in the robe. Finally, he came after so many hours of waiting. He held out a small box with a sly look, containing a protective capsule and the pill itself. Zachary had made a huge effort and had received the pill from Bruce Rasht. Adam brought the pill to his eyes. The color and quality were the same as the one that the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles had. Zachary mentioned that this thing was the reason Bruce killed a man. Was that a side effect? Sinclair replied that in the pursuit of power and glory, these corrupted heroes are capable of anything. They will not fear the side effects. Then Wade exclaimed that his godfather was right. These people do not deserve their title. Adam looked at the guy seriously and asked what he thought a real hero should be like then. The young gentleman wondered, does this question carry the burden of the organization's expectations towards him? Beating his chest, he exclaimed that he thought the more influential a man was, the greater the responsibility he bore. Heroes should make the salvation of humanity a life duty and should not betray their faith for the sake of power and glory. Sinclair grimaced. Well. What movie did this guy copy that line from? He tossed the young master an ampule of red liquid and praised him, saying that including the organization's funds contributed earlier, it was enough to exchange for a D-rank ability potion. Zachary caught the potion and hissed in displeasure. Only a D. Adam calmly replied that the guy should improve his skills slowly, not strive for instant success. And if the potion is not needed, then it can be returned. Zachary shook his head, thanked him, complimented the color of the potion, and then drank the contents of the flask in one gulp. Sinclair thought that he should first combine the 2 E-rank pearls, and then patted Wade on the shoulder when he remarked that the potion tasted like ketchup. Well, he just imagined it. Stepping behind Zachary, Adam did what he had planned. The D-rank ability, werewolf power. Now he is not dependent on the moonlight and can freely turn into a werewolf. Zachary felt his face, asking out loud why he hadn't transformed. Sinclair thought mockingly that for that he would first need to activate the Pearl of Ability. Mask raised his fist up, his expression unreadable behind the dark glasses. Perhaps Zachary needed to warm up a bit to understand how it worked. The boy turned around and stuttered, asking what the godfather wanted to do. The next second, he received a blow directly to the right eye. Adam calmly said that one must endure in order to become stronger. A godfather must be ruthless. The unfortunate young gentleman, with a growing black eye, whined that it hurt. For a few more minutes, cries of pain and requests not to hit people in the face could be heard in the silence of the forest. The fluffy tail wagged. The young werewolf muttered admiringly that his ability had improved. He felt a huge surge of strength. Adam asked his godson to cancel the ability when the wolf, holding a t-shirt in his hands, turned to him. The mask clarified that maintaining such a form was quite tiring. The transformation happened. Zachary joyfully exclaimed that he managed to transform back, Sinclair noted this, and ordered to continue to monitor the blue pill. Because people who use it are emotionally unstable, you need to be more careful. The boy, having dressed, thanked his godfather for his concern. Casper then gave instructions to gather information on heroes with bad reputations, but not in order to make them followers, as Wade suggested. After all, not everyone can join the judges, especially such heroes who were just pawns. The young master asked fearfully if the organization was planning to absorb their power, to which Adam, having summoned an iron plate to fly away on, replied that this is how the potion of abilities is made, and wished his godson to work harder to collect the necessary materials for his sea ability. Zachary almost burst into tears. It turned out that after half a day of work, he was only promoted to C rank. He stood there for a long time looking at the silhouette of his godfather, making a visor with his hand. He would fulfill this mission. Adam headed to a place where there was no one, on the seacoast. The metal plate glided softly through the air, almost touching the surface of the water. Landing on the sand, Sinclair removed his mask. An empty beach in the middle of the night is the perfect place to practice the Snow Maiden's abilities. He extended his hand, and a bright yellow portal appeared over the sea. This is how the guy called upon Snowflake. The girl appeared and immediately rushed to her owner. She was very bored. Adam barely managed to dodge the cold embrace. He stopped the little girl, wagging his index finger, and said that now was the time to develop her abilities. They needed to have a training fight. Snowflake muttered that she didn't want to harm her master, but Adam only smirked. The summoned spirit of rank C couldn't harm him. The girl, standing on a rock in the water, caused a large wave to form, exclaiming that she was starting to attack. Sinclair looked at her from under his brows and smiled. Time to attack. The girl focused on her feelings to create a snowstorm. Suddenly, an unusual crack of black light appeared in the sky above her head. Adam let out a breath of shock when he saw this. From there, someone's limb extended, similar to a frog's leg, only much larger. Then, an ugly head with sharp teeth and bulging eyes appeared, and a strong body. It was a D-rank, pumped-up frog, monster. A humanoid beast that likes to train its muscles, has a pair of strong arms. Adam frowned, worried. A monster invasion, but it's good that it's only D-rank. But right behind the frog, a huge predatory unicorn appeared in the crevice. A water-type beast. It was extremely good at running on water. Adam, realizing that he didn't have time to help, warned the girl at the top of his voice. Both monsters immediately rushed towards Snowflake, vilely attacking her from behind. She looked at them as if enchanted for several seconds. Then she pushed off sharply from the stone on which she stood and flew to the side, leaving her opponent with nothing. Adam cursed as he flew up on the metal plate. Suddenly, a bright light appeared out of nowhere right in front of him. The guy covered his face with his hands, it was so blinding. The edge of the ice parted, and the very same snow woman that Adam had seen for the first time while fighting the heroes appeared in the sky. She loomed over the monsters, frowning. Were they really looking for their death? Thick snow was now falling from the night sky. The pumped-up frog, baring its teeth, placed one paw on the sandy shore. She, watching the girl, croaked and giggled nastily. The snow woman cursed as she looked at the alien. Adam was surprised that she had returned to her old form. Snowflake replied that this was her battle form. Now her body was no longer a child's. The clothes changed to more revealing ones. Sinclair blushed, as always, fierce and tough. The snow woman threw several snowbolts at the frog, thus trapping him in an ice trap. The monster, just like Adam, was captivated by the warrior's beauty, and now froze in the ice, looking at her with loving eyes. Adam put on the mask and asked if the alien was dead, but the girl replied that he was not yet. At that moment, the overpumped frog broke through the ice with its strong arms and jumped high with a croak, trying to reach the people. Sinclair used the plasma ability. The monster kept dodging the attacking substance. He jumped from side to side, expertly avoiding attacks. Finally, Adam ordered the snow woman to finish off the alien, and she obediently aimed ice arrows at the monster. A few seconds later, the overworked frog lay on the rocks, croaking furiously, its limbs pinned to the ground by the ice arrows. Adam chuckled. The easy part was still ahead. He fired streams of plasma at the frog. The attack turned fatal. There was an explosion, and the alien's life began to drain away at that very second. The metal plate dropped down and Adam walked up to the fallen monster. He sat down and did what he had to do. He extracted the D-rank ability. Physical training, physical endurance, and other indicators will be constantly strengthened through physical exercise. It is noteworthy that, becoming stronger, trying to remove the limiter, a person will not last long. The snow woman cautiously called her master, who was peering into the distance. It seemed they had lost someone. Standing on the sand, surrounded by a snowstorm, they did not know where the unicorn had gone. Snowflake turned towards the city and assumed that the monster was heading there. Adam nodded, preparing to pursue the alien, but suddenly noticed that something was wrong with Snowflake. The girl grabbed her face, and a childish voice was heard accusing her of trying to regain control of her body. Sinclair ran up worriedly and asked what was wrong, but Snowflake, blushing, screamed that her name was Jasmine Miller, and she was not really the Snow Woman. Suddenly, she grabbed Adam by the collar with both hands and shouted that even if she didn't think the second personality would succeed, She had to be the first one to… The girl closed her eyes tightly and reached out with her lips to the astonished Sinclair. Before she could kiss her master, she turned back into her previous version and hung awkwardly in the air. Adam immediately caught her so that the girl wouldn't fall. Placing Snowflake on the ground, he knelt down in front of her, asking who she really was. The girl stood silently, trying to understand what had happened. She looked up at Adam in surprise, asking what had happened to her. The guy stroked the back of her head, surprised that she didn't remember anything. Snowflake's huge eyes looked at her with incomprehension. She only remembered the beginning of the training. This means that the girl has two personalities and they are not connected by memories. Snowflake raised her hands joyfully. The owner patted her on the head and now let her hug little Mia. Adam smiled awkwardly. Did they both like him? Suddenly, Mia sank to the ground, muttering that she needed to sleep. Sinclair suggested that she go back and rest. The girl yawned and stretched, saying that she would miss him. While she was carried away by the golden glow, Adam was left alone again. He turned towards the city spread out in the distance. The monster was indeed heading there. Meanwhile, Zachary Wade was driving home along the road next to the embankment in his luxury convertible. He was a wolf, a predator rushing across the field. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a strange splash in the water. The guy turned his head and peered into the darkness. He noticed with horror a huge unicorn with glowing eyes running straight through the seething waves. Zachary immediately turned sharply in the opposite direction. On the beach, very close to the water, a late group of 4 people were having fun. 2 guys and 2 girls. They didn't notice at all what was happening in the water. Wade ran out of the car and shouted from a distance at them to stop eating because a monster was approaching them. The sitting guy turned around. The girl next to him said in surprise that someone was waving to the company. The blonde frowned. Just because that stranger had a sports car didn't mean he had to show off right away. The blue-haired girl listened and realized that the stranger was warning them of danger and asking them to leave. The company turned around when they realized that this was no ordinary boast. They screamed in horror. The unicorn was already very close to the shore. The monster was still being grabbed by the hooves by the sea waves, but it was rapidly approaching its prey. Zachary grabbed his head. What to do? How to save them? He, not expecting such a thing from himself, rushed forward. How could this be? He had never been so responsive before. The young people ran in all directions. The blue-haired girl ended up in the water, and now she was stretching out her hands, begging for help, apparently from the blonde man. Suddenly, someone's strong hand grabbed her wrist. The girl was surprised by the help that arrived. It was Pukliash from her company. The guy took a log with him and ordered his friend to hold on to it. Since the wood was big, the girl shouted for Pukliash to hold on too. The boy hesitated, holding out his hand. He was so glad that Annabelle was okay. At that moment, a huge unicorn jumped out of the water, completely grabbing the guy by the arm. Blood spurted. The girl screamed in horror. Tears gushed from her eyes and she began calling her friend. The waves swallowed the boy's heartbreaking cry. Meanwhile, Zachary swam up to the crying girl, shouting for her to swim faster to him, and together they would get to the shore. Annabelle, sobbing, asked him to first save Puffy, who had been dragged into the sea. Welch returned. It would be better for him to save the girl first, so that the monster would not hurt her too. Annabelle threw herself on his neck. She was madly afraid of the monster. Welch ran out of the water, clutching the girl in his arms. He was amazed at how heavy she was, even though she looked very thin. Zachary heard the sound of helicopter blades behind him. Indeed, a helicopter flew to them, apparently from some TV channel, from where the report was being broadcast. On board, a pretty blonde girl said that the station had received many reports of a monster and huge waves on the Louisville coast, and offered to check on the condition of the victims. Those on board noticed a couple who miraculously escaped death and were saved from danger. Zachary put the girl down on the ground and suddenly heard some not very flattering information about himself. Internet celebrity young Mr. Welch is ready to die for the sake of flirting with a girl? Meanwhile, at the Berkshire office, Ethan Wade was doing sit-ups in the gym, talking to the lazy swordsman as he went. Now he was telling that the hero David Evans went with his father to a meeting of the Association of Heroes. The swordsman was running on a treadmill and laughed at his friend. Was he really jealous and could someone else take his place? Breathing heavily, the dragon stood up, replying that he was not jealous at all. He did not have to adapt to bureaucracy, and this was better for his strength. Suddenly, the lazy swordsman shouted and drew his attention to the TV nearby. It was showing the monster on the shore and Ethan's little brother. Wade was skeptical about the plot. The hero must have been mistaken, because Zachary would have definitely run away if he saw the monster. Meanwhile, the boy ran away with Annabelle in his arms, the unicorn following them. The woman on the plane was scared. She hoped that the heroes would arrive on time, otherwise the monster would catch the people. The dragon realized that this was not someone's stupid joke and grabbed the TV with his hands, screaming that this idiot Zachary was pretending to be a good guy for some reason. Why doesn't she leave the girl and run away? The unicorn was getting closer and closer to its victims. Zachary continued to run as fast as he could. He dared to look back for a second to see where the alien was. The lazy swordsman shook his head. The young master is finished. The dragon gritted his teeth, tears gushed from his eyes, and he angrily whispered the name of his beloved younger brother. Suddenly, the lazy swordsman, pointing his finger at the TV, shouted in amazement that the dragon demon's brother could also transform. Zachary had indeed turned into a werewolf, and now Annabelle looked like a doll in his arms. The dragon stared blankly at the screen. His brother had the power of transformation. Finally, the werewolf landed at a safe distance. He carefully laid Annabelle on the sand, and she looked at him with loving eyes and called him her hero. Zachary playfully flexed his muscles. No need to be obsessed with him, he's just a legend. Wade turned and charged straight at the unicorn, shouting that a real man doesn't run from danger, he will kill this monster. Adam, levitating on a metal plate, looked at Pokliash lying on the sand. He saved him in time, otherwise there would have been a tragedy. Now it was time to watch his godson fight. The boy raised his hand, and along with it, sharp, dagger-like pieces of stone flew into the air. Seeing the werewolf, the unicorn turned sharply back. Zachary ran after him into the water with cheerful shouts and hoots. The werewolf sped up to catch up with the alien. His burning eyes narrowed as he grabbed the monster by the hoof. Then he swung and hit it on the surface of the water, raising a huge splash. He lifted it up again and spun the horse in the air as if he were playing on a carousel. And in the end, he swung and sent the alien flying somewhere far to the side. He fell into the water with a crash. Zachary stood up straight in the water and thought about how, when the monsters invaded, he was no longer the type of person to run or hide when the rescuers came. Raising his hands up, he shouted that he must surpass his older brother and become an S-rank hero. Adam watched him from his perch on the rock. Excellent work, and he changed his mind about the young master. The group of young people finally got together. They excitedly began to ask about each other. Then the long-haired girl asked Annabelle where Chubby had gone. She sobbed, replying that the monster had dragged him into the sea when his friend tried to save her. The others stared at the girl in amazement. Annabelle pointed to Zachary standing in the water, saying through her tears that this hero would help save Fluffy. Suddenly, the boy realized that something was holding him firmly in the water. He couldn't move, and a tsunami formed in the waves, which immediately swirled him around in a whirlwind. A unicorn appeared from behind him, rushing towards him with its head and sharp horn lowered. The next moment, the beast pierced the unfortunate werewolf through the back. The unicorn shook its head and threw the guy aside. The city seemed to be under attack as well. Explosions could be heard everywhere. The werewolf landed on the shore, bleeding. A helicopter was flying above them. The female dispatcher was loudly commenting on what was happening. Zachary Wade was shot in the back and suffered major damage from a double kick from a hoof. The dragon immediately put on his jetpack. The lazy swordsman wished him luck and expressed his concern, and also asked him to take care of the others. A few seconds later, Ethan was already flying to help his brother. However, Zachary found the strength to get up, even though it was painful. The unicorn rushed at him with redoubled force. Zachary looked up in shock. Really again? A huge tsunami formed in the sea and was heading towards the werewolf. The girl in the helicopter was constantly monitoring the situation. The monster had gone mad, and that was bad. Zachary was trapped in the water and couldn't get out. He couldn't breathe because of the wound. The guy raised his head and noticed a familiar silhouette on a high cliff. He began to wave his arms and called with all his might for his godfather's help. Gradually weakening, he whispered pleas for help with his lips alone. The crowd, watching the battle, talked anxiously. It seemed that the monster was absorbing young Master Zachary. Was he really going to die? Annabelle sobbed, pressing her hands to her chest and begged the hero to hold on. Adam was flying on a metal plate and attracted a lot of attention. People watched him, realizing that reinforcements had arrived. Everyone began to loudly chant the name of Lord Caspar Bart. The guy flew over the helicopter. The girl saw him and said that the mysterious Caspar Bart, who had already appeared on television some time ago, had appeared again. Adam looked at Zachary and silently thanked him for revealing his abilities while acting as bait. He raised his hand up, holding a tablet in his hands. It remained to be seen whether the pill would absorb the energy. Someone from the crowd noticed that the metal pillars were bending due to the abilities of the man in the robe. Sinclair immediately summoned a rain of sharp pieces of metal. The unicorn noticed him and turned to face his unexpected opponent. Adam looked him over, suggesting he try something. The guy immediately pointed metal needles at the monster. They dug into the horse's body, causing the animal to neigh in pain. The monster's tsunami stopped, and Zachary began to fall into the water. The girl in the helicopter screamed in amazement that the mysterious Caspar Bart had knocked out the alien with just one ability. Adam flew towards Wade to catch him on his plate. The unfortunate guy immediately turned into a human. Adam landed on the water and swam towards the wounded unicorn, intending to take away his ability. The guy leaned over and ran his hand over the monster's fur. He now had a D-rank ability, Surfmaster, allowing him to walk on water and control its flow to attack. Sinclair spoke to Zachary's unconscious. He had helped attract the attention of the blue pill, and now he would receive all the laurels he deserved. Adam began to slowly lower himself onto the sand near the shore. A few minutes later, Zachary and Pukliash were lying on the sand under the gaze of the crowd, with Annabelle on duty next to him. The boys' wounds had been treated in time, and their lives were not in danger. Welch was the first to jump up, screaming about how much pain he was in. A blue-haired girl threw herself on his neck and hugged him, thanking him for saving Pukliash and her own life. The guy blushed deeply, saying that it was nonsense, and also asked cutie Annabelle not to hug him so tightly because of the wound. People from the crowd ran up to them, asking what changes had happened to Zachary since they spoke of him as a worthless son from a rich family, to which the young gentleman replied that he was a hero of justice who defended humanity. Zachary watched his godfather fly away and thought how grateful he was, and would do everything he could to serve him now. Some guy from the crowd called Caspar Bart a real god, who appears at the right moment, deals with the monster, and just as suddenly disappears without praise. Suddenly, someone hit him with their shoulder and the guy screamed. Zachary turned around at the noise. The grumpy weirdo came out to him. The man turned to Welch because he broke the rule of using abilities, so he needs to go to the Hero Association. Those present began to whisper, guessing who this man was. Probably he was from the Hero Association, as indicated by the sign on his clothes. The people from the association are always meddling in everything, too pushy and always following the rules. And this man was nicknamed Grumpy Scissorhands because he does terrible things with special respect. Zachary muttered timidly that he was just saving people. Grumpy held his hand out, saying that the associations didn't care about the reasons. If the guy didn't have permission to use his powers in public places, then he was breaking the law. But suddenly a commanding voice was heard, which said that this issue would be decided by the Berkshire Company, and he wanted to see who dared to send his brother for questioning. The crowd parted for the warlike Ethan Wade, who was already dressed in his hero uniform. Zachary was surprised to see his brother here. He, looking at Zachary with black eyes, praised the werewolf's regeneration potential, because the wounds were almost healed, and asked the guy not to cause trouble next time. He turned away and irritably agreed. Grumpy decided to leave, but threw in a parting remark that the Berkshire Company would be able to give the Hero Association a comprehensive explanation that they would accept. The dragon watched his brother laughing among the people, wondering where his abilities came from and why they suddenly awakened. When everything had calmed down, the wounded had been taken away, and the crowd had dispersed, Adam returned to his home in the early morning. He had just taken a hot shower and was drying his head, sitting with only a towel around his hips. Sinclair looked at the water element ability he had gained. He thought he had many elemental abilities: flame, plasma, metal kinesis, surfing master. If he can combine them, it'll be pretty interesting. The guy sat with his hands behind his head, dreaming that he would be able to cure Trisha someday, because having tried many abilities, he feels their power, and will try to find a healing one. All that remains is to find information about a person with such an ability. Now he can only try to penetrate the body of the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles to look for some useful information. He activated the control ability. The Hot and Sour Noodles superhero walked carefree down the street, humming something under his breath. Suddenly, he threw his head back. The pupils of his eyes turned white. He exhaled heavily. Now Adam took over his mind for a time. Sinclair examined his own other's hands. The ability to control allows him to successfully take over bodies. The guy tried to test his ability, but activating metalokinesis didn't lead to anything. He thought with disappointment that the ability remained in his body and did not move with his soul. Suddenly, he heard a girl scream. The stranger was addressing someone, demanding that he follow her, but not to use force. Adam ran up and hid behind a tree to see and hear better. The green-haired boy grabbed the beautiful dark-haired girl's hand, shouting that if she didn't want to join the Divine Dragon Company and undergo training, then she had to follow their company's rules. His glasses fogged up and his cheeks turned red as the guy talked about his interlocutor's attractive body and face, and the girl grimaced at this, trying to break free. The stranger lifted the hem of her skirt and offered to please him and the boss, the venerable lord of the organization. because he had excellent healing abilities and experience in such things. Adam was amazed at what he heard. This was what he was looking for. Meanwhile, the guy grabbed the girl by the t-shirt, practically tearing it. She screamed, demanding to be left alone. Her pursuer flew up from a powerful kick in the butt. The brunette couldn't help but be shocked and fell to the ground. The green-haired boy found himself buried in a bush under a pile of leaves, his head popping out from above, and an angry scream filled the street. Adam, in the body of the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles, loomed over him, playing with his fists. He introduced himself to the green-haired man as his karma, which was about to bring down retribution. The guy pointed his finger at the hero, angrily asking why he was meddling in something that wasn't his business. He put his arm around the crying girl's shoulders and asked how he would feel if his younger sister or daughter were being harassed and blackmailed. The guy grinned. The girl had been quietly doing an internship at the company for many years, and clearly wasn't suffering, but with all her heart wanted to get this chance. The girl sobbed and screamed that she would never have thought of that and to stop talking nonsense. Adam asked her to think about it, because if something started once, it will never end later. If she wants to become a heroine, let her focus on her goal and dedication to the cause. The brunette looked into his eyes with devotion and thanked the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles for saving her. Then she turned and spat at her pursuer. The girl left, and the guy and Adam were left alone on the street. The guy clenched his fists and remembered that a superhero needs to eat something sour and spicy to transform. The effect lasts no more than 15 minutes, but where does he find such food? He shook his fist, shouting that this idiot had let her escape and destroyed everything he had worked for. The consequences would be incredible. The superhero folded his arms across his chest and asked about the consequences. The guy rushed at the man, putting his fist forward, threatening to make him disabled. He stood without moving. Adam popped an orange pill into his mouth, and then he found himself in the form of the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles. A hot and spicy transformation took place. The guy opened his mouth, not believing what he saw. The man didn't waste any time and aimed his fist straight at the impudent fellow's chest. The guy, like a ball, flew into the bushes again. The Hot and Sour Noodles. Superhero heard sounds from that corner and turned around. The guy muffledly screamed that the capsule he ate would only prolong the transformation for 15 minutes. And when the time ran out, he would beat the hero until he begged for mercy. Adam asked again, disappointed. He thought about how the ability couldn't move with the body, but it increased the internal strength. And since it was connected to the soul, it meant that after gathering so many abilities, his own strength had become insanely frightening. Due to the fact that the power of the ability directly depends on the internal strength, the superhero of Hot and Sour Noodles is able to last no more than 15 minutes. He cannot control the energy and spends it all until he reaches exhaustion. And therefore, Adam's transformation may take longer. Adam, in the superhero body, laughed with anticipation. With the help of this ability, he saw exactly where his opponent was hiding. The guy ran in that direction, shouting that only weaklings hide. The guy who was lifted into the air by the collar asked in horror how the hero found him. Was he really a B rank? The man smirked, replying that he had actually been hiding his true strength. The guy, sweating profusely, asked to spare him and let him go. Because today he had lost, he promised to call the Divine Dragon Company, where the superhero would be offered a material reward. Still holding his opponent in the air, Adam set a condition, only if he does not cause problems and seek revenge after being released. However, he smiled because the green-haired man reminded him of something. He screamed in fear, asking what the man was going to do. Seeing the man staring at his groin, the boy squealed in fear. Was the superhero really gay? Then he tried to establish contact and suggested talking calmly without violence. Adam smiled predatorily. He could not only teach the scum a lesson, but also eliminate resentment, hatred, and persecution from other people. After this incident, they would only find trouble with the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles. Adam, in the body of the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles, grabbed the guy by the leg and dragged him into the bushes. The cries of the unfortunate man were heard. He begged not to take off his clothes and to spare him. Sometime later, a satisfied Sinclair, already in ordinary clothes, was walking down the street. He had taught the impudent fellow a lesson by photographing him in an unsightly state. Adam was sure that after these photos he would not harass weak girls and cross the path of the hero of Hot and Sour Noodles. He wrote a reminder on the phone for the owner that new photos should not be deleted, so that the forest ranger does not create problems. The owner of the body must understand what was written. Now it was possible to leave the superhero's mind, which Sinclair did by deactivating the control. The Hot and Sour Noodles superhero woke up staring at his cell phone screen while his consciousness was somewhere in the back of his mind, pushed out by Adam. He glanced around furtively, sleepily surprised to find himself still in the park, and wondered if he had accidentally fallen asleep. His gaze fell on the inscription on the phone screen left by Sinclair. The man read it in bewilderment, and immediately switched to the gallery. What he saw made the hero's face turn crimson, and the calm silence of the park was deafened by his shocked cry. At this time, a meeting of the Heroes Association was taking place in the city of Louisville. The leader of the branch of the Hero Association, Oliver Reed, was present in the office. The mechanical hero was glaring at him, with the glacial adventurer standing on his right side. The leader also had a co-leader, Samuel Adams. Oliver, clasping his hands in front of him, addressed the mechanical hero seriously, explaining that planning the first stage of defense required the help of heroes. The scale of the depressions was very large, and extreme caution was required. Samuel outlined the plan. Everyone would role model the attack and force the monsters back into their world. The heroes would drive the monsters away. Two guys sitting at the table, presumably planning to join the ranks of heroes, shouted out words of support for the association and their readiness to give their lives for it. This time, the purpose of the association is to allow each organization or company to send an A-rank hero to the core deviation center and strengthen control over the depressions. The mechanical hero narrowed his eyes. The intentions of the party addressing him were clear, but by taking the form of a hunter, someone could profit from this. The most important thing is the information that the monster world has the ability to improve items, equipment, or weapons. And so that's the biggest reason why the heroes were so eager to do this job. Here the word of the strongest has weight. The possession of the owner of one ability is the key to the organization to become a high position. Bruce Rashed, with a hint of madness in his eyes, called for an improvement to the special element of the ability. In the evening, Adam conducted experiments in his room. Having activated cloning, the next second he was already looking at his exact copy standing opposite. The clone, in general, worked, but it looked at him strangely. The guy had two pearls levitating in his palms, the abilities of plasma and metal kinesis. He was thinking hard about how to connect them. A lot of black cubes rained down. First, the low-level metallokinesis needed to be dismantled. Then the plasma needed to be upgraded to rank A, and then a rank B auxiliary ability would be needed. Rank B ability. Shadow substitution. Shadow clones, 3 in number, their location can be changed during battle, are able to create weapons from shadow matter for attack. Adam threw pearls at his clone. The transformation was activated. The guy addressed the clone by the name he called to those around him. Casper Bart must remain cold-blooded and powerful. Now the clone had a closed dark hero suit, as well as a white mask with blue snake prints, completely covering his face. Only his expressionless eyes looked at the world as if it were an empty space. With a wicked smile, Adam commanded the snake to become the second saint who would reap the abilities. It was his turn. A large plane has landed in the second ward of Iowa City. Deftly maneuvering between confused passengers, Adam exited the airport. Looking at the beautiful architecture of the streets, the guy dragged a suitcase on wheels under the scorching midday sun. He didn't think it would be so hot here. Suddenly, a yellow car pulled up right in front of him, nearly knocking Sinclair off his feet. The window slowly rolled down, and the large, mustachioed taxi driver immediately guessed that the visitor was from the 1st District and asked where he needed to go. A few minutes later, the car was taking Adam to his destination. The guy checked his mobile phone. Zachary told him that he had sent the data on the members of the Saints organization to his email, and also wished his godfather speedy success. Adam reread what he had written for a few seconds. It was great news. He was pulled out of his thoughts by a taxi driver, looking closely at the client in the rearview mirror. He unceremoniously suggested that the guy visit the Sambo or Alibaba casino. Since the most developed sphere in the city was the gambling business, the man guaranteed that after a big win, he could safely return to the hotel. Then, turning to Sinclair, the taxi driver remarked on his beauty and added that he knew another good place. The restless driver immediately pulled out a bright postcard with a picture of a girl in a bathing suit. Dreams of Paris. A place where girls are full of enthusiasm, and not so expensive. Adam frowned. Iowa really is a city of chaos, if even such establishments operate here without problems. Finally, the car pulled up to a tall building, the Heaton Hotel. When Adam was already handing over the previously agreed-upon money, the man announced a new price, 500 coins. The shocked guy looked at the meter. The price had increased 5-fold. He, angrily flashing his glasses, asked again whether the driver had calculated the price correctly. The driver chuckled and replied that the rest was for the explanation. Let it be a lesson for a simple boy who had arrived in the 2nd District for the first time. Out of nowhere, a gun appeared in the taxi driver's hands. He slowly turned to the client, pointing the gun at him, and said that it was worth thinking about if you had to choose what was more important, money or life. Unfortunately, the man didn't know who he was dealing with. Calmly looking into the criminal's eyes, Adam hissed that he definitely didn't need such a lesson and used puppet control. A few minutes later, the guy was already standing in the lobby area, filling out paperwork at the reception with smiling employees, who gave him the key card to the room and also reminded him that he could use the help of the staff. Sinclair thanked him, and behind him loomed a flushed, confused-looking taxi driver who, moreover, was helping him carry his suitcase. When the guy and his entourage walked away from the counter, the girls were surprised to notice that the gentleman was able to force the uncivilized taxi driver to help him carry his luggage. The pretty red-haired girl was quickly applying lipstick. What if the guest wanted to invite her to dinner too? Approaching the elevator, Adam turned to the taxi driver, ordering him to leave as soon as he brought the things into the room. The man was also ordered to be more polite with the residents of the first district. The driver slowly nodded, agreeing with the gentleman. The elevator slowly gained height and soon arrived at the desired floor. The guy walked out into the hallway and opened a new email. Zachary sent him a photo of a man with a half-face mask. He was the owner of the C-rank ability Masked Hero, a member of the Saints organization. His current location was the Heaton Hotel, 37th floor, room 441. Adam used the transformation ability, and immediately his face was covered by a white mask. His clothes became more closed. The shadow of a pursuer fell on the door of the C-rank hero. A shadow seeped into the other side of the room. Sinclair materialized in the room quietly, like a ghost. He crept silently into the depths of the room, from where loud conversations and laughter could be heard. There, on a huge bed, the invited girls were frolicking in their underwear, over whom hung a big guy in a mask, dressed in just a towel on his hips. The girl kneeling in front of him turned around, and the smile slid off her face. The hero was clearly not himself. He roared deafeningly. Rising up on the bed, black arrows like shadows rose behind his back. Some unknown force threw him up. The man looked back sharply. A stranger stood at the door waving his hand. He activated his abilities and used them on the hero. Black arrows stretched from his hand. Mask cursed, grabbed the blonde by the waist and pressed her to himself, outraged that no one was covering him. The arrows lifted the girls up, clasping their necks. They unsuccessfully squeezed the entities that were strangling them. The short-haired girl showered the man with curses. Immediately, the tips of the arrows dug into the captives' foreheads. Their eyes turned white. It seemed that the entity had taken over the human mind. The masked hero stood up and tried to ward off the shadows, shouting that the alien would not live, since he allowed the man to absorb the girl's fears. He attacked the motionless guy standing opposite him with his fists, threatening to kill him. Adam immediately found himself a few meters away from the attacker. The shadow seemed to push him back. The masked hero pointed his finger at the guy, surprised by his ability to control shadows, and assumed that he had gotten into the room with their help. The alien was silent. It was impossible to read his emotions behind the mask. Two tentacles coming from his body were still on the girls' throats. They were lying there and trembling weakly. Sinclair thought it was hard for him to act cold and ruthless, but still, he was sensitive to this matter. The masked hero, in turn, swallowed nervously. If it weren't for the strength that these girls gave him, he wouldn't have had a single chance. Without warning, black arrows shot up and attacked the man. He sat down abruptly, and the shadows dug into the bed. The hero began to threaten the stranger. The organization of saints he is a part of will skin the guy alive when he tells everything. But the guy seemed not to hear anything. He looked at the man straight, without blinking. Then the hero pushed off and flew, thrusting his fist forward, straight at the alien. Was he really deaf, since he wouldn't answer the question? Adam measured the huge fist approaching his face with his eyes alone. The masked hero had no doubt that victory would be his, because no one had ever been able to dodge his blow. But to his amazement, the man's hand passed straight through the stranger's head, as if through a veil. Moreover, at the place where the kula passed, a black shadow wrapped itself in a vice around someone else's wrist. Gritting his teeth, he kept trying to break free, but the shadow squeezed his hand tighter and tighter. The palm reached for the man's forehead, and he immediately began to beg not to kill him, because the priest would not leave it like that. Adam pulled the mask off the hero's face, and he began to sob shamelessly, choking with pleading. During all the silence, the guy spoke up, calling the man trash. He placed his palm on the hero's forehead, squeezing the skin lightly. Then he pulled away, using the extraction ability. A bright yellow pearl immediately reached out to his hand. Ability C rank, Mask of Fear. It absorbed fears and made its owner stronger. The man fell to his knees. Mad with grief over the lost ability, he practically crawled before Casper, asking him to return it, otherwise the priest would kill him. The guy asked to look at this priest, about whom the hero constantly spoke, with the help of puppet control. Without waiting for an answer, Adam extended his hand, activating the desired ability. A second later, the guy found himself in the space of his opponent's memories. One of the screens lit up. The owner was lying on the ground. His body was pierced through by iron rods, participating in the war of abilities. He was wounded and slowly dying. A stranger approached him. His face was not visible, but the long floors of snow-white clothing covered his entire body. He offered the man a deal, an oath of allegiance in exchange for returning to life. He, barely moving his bloody lips, agreed. Instantly, his entire body was illuminated by a bright light. The man sat up abruptly, frantically examining himself. The wounds had disappeared. He had really survived. He turned, fell to his knees, and bowed to the ground before the stranger who had saved him, swearing allegiance to the priest of light. Sinclair, in someone else's mind and body, got dressed, put on a mask, and left the room. The hero came to the embankment to a huge cruise liner. Here, large, multicolored containers of different heights are lined up in a row. The man looked around, searching for the right container. My gaze caught on the numbers on the red one, FS4396. Adam, who had been watching the proceedings closely, remembered that the man had remembered something about a red container. The masked hero remembered being in a richly decorated building. The walls and floor were shining with gold. Members of the Saints organization were sitting on the nearby sofas, and a little further away was their leader, hugging languid beauties. Bloodthirsty Rose, an incredibly beautiful and stately girl with long chestnut hair and a revealing outfit, leaned back in her chair when the hero entered. The girl asked if a swordswoman had really infiltrated his secret production laboratory. He knelt down on one knee and bowed his head before Rose, assuring her that there would be no problems with the intruder. As long as Lady Rose gave the order, he would kill the swordswoman. A menacing man in a military uniform spoke up, the commander of the Deep Sea Army, chuckling. He said that an A-rank hero is not so easy to kill. The great land mage sitting next to him scratched his long gray beard. A-rank wouldn't be an obstacle. The disciples of the Saints shouldn't be afraid of some A-rank hero. The fair-haired handsome man in white clothes, sitting above the trio, ordered the ignoramuses to bring the swordswoman here. He would be curious to enjoy her. They immediately jumped up from their seats and stood in front of the man, who unanimously reported that they understood the holy priest. The masked hero sighed. This brat is getting a well-deserved vacation. The commander of the Deep Sea Army heard him and called him over. The boxer immediately approached and bowed low. Asking what the order was, the man replied, "The goods that are in the red container have arrived at the port on the first platform." The commander sat back in his chair and, rolling a cigar around in his mouth, lit it with a large lighter. He ordered the boxer to go to the container and find out if there was any information about the swordswoman, and if so, to report it immediately. Grabbing the hero by the shoulder, he grinned and said that with each damaged product, everything will be fine. If you treat everything responsibly, you should not miss the given chance. Standing in front of the red container, Casper in the hero's body wondered if he could get inside, and what kind of goods were in there. Seeing that entry was by fingerprints, the guy was delighted and put his finger to the scanner. He used the plasma ability, and immediately the screen began to hiss and go into grainy stripes. The container door opened and the hero saw a long staircase leading down. It turned out that the container was just an illusion. The real goods were hidden deeper, going down. Sinclair felt a terrible smell, similar to blood. When the stairs ended, the man found himself in a huge room with light-colored walls. There was a table in the middle with someone sitting at it. Casper thought distantly that it might be security. The stranger, gnawing a match in his teeth, turned sharply at the sound of footsteps. He immediately stood up from the table and greeted the gentleman in the mask in a soldierly manner. Adam quickly got his bearings, greeted him back, and asked if anything had happened today. He replied that valuable goods had recently arrived and cursed. How tired he was of these creatures. The hero was surprised but didn't show it. Having ordered him to show it faster, the guard led him down a long corridor. When they went a little further, there were cages with huge, thick bars in the walls. The guy looked around in all directions, crying. Groans and screams could be heard from everywhere. There were small children in the cages, and the guard kept shouting at them, threatening to whip them if they angered the gentleman in the mask. The boys fell silent, looking at their guards with all their hatred. Adam thought distantly, looking ahead, that these holy men were crazy to keep children in such a place. It seems like they were kidnapped from different parts of the world. They are so small. The oldest of them is 15 or 16 years old. The man remembered the expression on the face and the words of the commander of the Deep Sea Army. This made him incredibly angry, and Casper shouted that he would make everyone involved in this say goodbye to their lives and pay. A scream was heard from the distant cells. A male voice growled that he would beat the prisoner to death. The boy's wrists were chained in chains that stretched from the ceiling. The child himself, covered in bruises and contusions, was kneeling. His tormentor, a tall blond man with a whip in one hand, was holding his bloody ear with the other, where a piece of flesh was missing. The prisoner had managed to bite him. He swung again, spitting with anger, but was interrupted by a strange voice demanding that he stop. The blonde turned around, and when the masked hero asked if there was any problem, he replied that the boy had attacked him and bitten off his ear. The boy, hearing what was being said about him, slowly raised his head and looked angrily at the men with his big green eyes. The masked hero leaned over the boy, asking the reason for such behavior. The blonde chuckled. "Why do you need a reason?" Another voice was heard. A blue-haired boy was heading towards them, a preacher of the Saints organization, a mantis with a two-handed sword, saying that the warden wanted to do something to the boy's sister. Adam looked back in shock. A little girl sat against the wall, her head hanging down in exhaustion. "This bunch of bastards," Mantis noticed with a smile that she was scared to death. The guy unceremoniously approached the boxer, asking what he was doing in the dungeons because he should be enjoying his vacation in two blondes. Wanting to punch Mantis, Sinclair replied that the girls were good. But today, he came here to help the commander of the Deep Sea Army check the condition of the goods. He pointed his finger at the shackled boy, ordering him to be released because a large sum could be paid for the boy. The mantis grabbed the captive by the face, bringing him close. He hissed that he did not mind if the man saved his life, because this offspring from the first territory would lose all of his teeth, but he could still be sold for a high price. The boy, who really had half of his teeth knocked out, spoke in an unknown language through the grip of strangers' fingers. Although those around him did not understand him, the prisoner promised to kill everyone. To the surprise of the other men, the boxer understood the boy and told him to be patient, because soon he would fulfill his wish. The mantis turned around and grimaced suspiciously, realizing that he understood a foreign language. The man squeezed his palm, and a blue fire came from it. He not only promised to fulfill the wish, otherwise he would have come here in vain. The next moment, the masked hero pierced the burning chest of the mantis. He, sinking to the floor, managed to ask why the boxer did this to him. The man, looming over the fallen boy, replied that he looked like the boy and was from the same place. The mantis shouted in amazement that the man in front of him was not a gentleman in a mask. Before he could finish speaking, his head was suddenly separated from his shoulders. The guard and warden standing behind him began to babble, not believing what was happening, asking what had happened. At that moment, long black shadows flew in different directions from his body, and raising his hand imperiously, Adam promised that the villains would meet their death here. The blonde rushed forward, attacking the boxer. But the shadows did not allow him to do this, wrapping themselves like snakes around the hands of the warden. Electrical discharges ran from the tips of the arrows to the guy's body. The blonde screamed in pain, thrown up by electricity as if crucified. Trembling with fear, the guard opened and closed his mouth. He could only watch as his comrades died. Finally, it was his turn. Seeing the shadows crawling towards him, the man fell to the floor trying to crawl away. He didn't have time. The edges of the bars turned red. Sinclair also took the abilities of the dead. The boy watched with wide eyes what was happening, forgetting about the pain. 3 abilities of different colors levitated on the boxer's palms. The boy plucked up his courage and said his name, Joe Bloor, and asked the man's name. Adam stood with his back to the captive, not daring to turn around. A second later, he looked back, replying that he had come to save the boy, but the boy coughed and reminded him that he had heard about recent events, how the boxer had been bullying the local children. Sinclair did not react to what was said, only saying that everyone would soon find out how this would turn out. He waved his hand, and a blue glow broke the chains that the prisoner was hanging on. The man asked Joe to wait here while he dealt with the people outside. The boy did not answer and quickly walked up to his sister. He pulled her into his arms and the girl began to sob quietly. Adam hung his head, painful memories of Trisha piercing his mind. He went out into the corridor, where they were already waiting for him, and gave the order to seize him. The man, angry, threw out many dark arrows. They, like daggers, rushed towards the mercenaries and cut their bodies right down the middle. One after another, blood splashed in all directions. A minute later, the boxer stood surrounded by lifeless body parts. Someone's applause was heard behind them. A red-haired guy in a formal suit with a bow tie walked slowly towards the man, smiling. The Lord of Sound, he created a small blue tornado on his palm and casually greeted the spearman who appeared opposite him, suggesting that he surround the traitor and attack him. The spearman, a man in national dress, bared his teeth. He had a long magical spear in his hands, engulfed in flames. It did not cause pain to the owner. The saint suggested that Edward attack first. The Sound Lord pushed his fiery hair away from his face. In his hand, supported by a tornado, a music disc was spinning. The man shouted loudly, "Music!" The boys in the cages clutched their heads. The disgusting sound seemed to be eating away at their brains. To confuse the enemy, Adam pretended to be in pain, but thought that his nervous system was strong enough because this music provokes a nervous breakdown in people. But it was necessary to save children with fragile psyches and get rid of this bastard as soon as possible. The boxer pretended to go crazy from the sound. Edward laughed. No one can resist him. He swung and threw the disc at his opponent, wishing him to burn in hell. Adam immediately made the hero's body disappear. The disc flew through the shadow. The man moved behind the Lord of Sounds. He, not understanding what was happening, recoiled in shock. At that moment, the boxer jumped on his back in one bound, causing the red-haired man to fall to the floor. Blood spurted from the saint's mouth, and he begged his accomplices for help. The spearman ran up and threw a fire arrow at the boxer, his pigtails flying up from the sudden movement. As the arrow flew, the masked hero swung at the Sound Lord, holding him in the grip of his body. The fire pierced Adam through and through, and it seemed like it was the end. He let out a ragged breath as the spear came out of his chest. Unfortunately for his enemies, the man's powerful fist landed right on the Sound Lord's back. The spearman howled. Was Edward really killed? He also asked with despair in his voice why the boxer was betraying their organization, to which he chuckled. Rising with difficulty, the man replied, "For the sake of these children and in the name of justice." The spearman already held 2 fire arrows in his hand and laughed at someone else's words. The masked boxer won't be able to escape from here, and the commander of the deep-sea army is already heading towards the containers. It seemed as if Adam could be seen through the boxer's eyes. He turned around and grinned dangerously, thirsting for death. The men stood opposite each other, taking aim, and there was a brief silence. The spearman growled, a long dark essence extending from his forehead. She bit the boxer's chest, and he spread his arms and took a deep breath. A multitude of fiery daggers flew straight at the man. The spearman threatened him with death if the traitor dared to approach. Adam instantly covered his face with the back of his hands as the weapon pierced his skin. He abruptly threw his hands to the sides. The arrows bounced off his hands and flew back. The Indian failed to recognize this maneuver in time. The arrows returned to their owner and pierced him through and through. A desperate cry of horror and pain was heard. Sinclair bent down to the floor and exhaled. It was painful. He stood close to the cell, from where, clutching the bars, the little boy peered out. He said in a weak voice excitedly that his big brother was wounded, but the boxer answered with a smile that this was nonsense, all for the sake of saving the children. He opened the cages one by one, releasing the children, and ordered everyone to leave one by one so as not to create a crush. One of the last to emerge was Joe Bloor, carrying his silent sister on his back. The boy looked seriously at his savior and angrily said that he no longer wanted to suffer because of his own weakness, that he wanted to become just as strong, and asked the boxer to become his teacher. He thought for a few seconds and agreed, in exchange for eternal loyalty. The boy's green eyes flashed, and with a breath, he replied that he would become the most devoted student. Adam used puppet control. Then he handed the former prisoner a yellow pearl. He recoiled, not understanding what they wanted from him, and fearfully asked the master what it was. The man replied that it was Mantis's ability to turn his hands into swords, just like the saint did. The boy thanked his teacher with admiration. Adam watched Joe leave, still holding his sister in his arms. He turned around and walked towards the lying bodies of his opponents. It was finally necessary to deal with the corpses. The masked hero raised his hand. Pearls of abilities began to reach out to him, each one trailing a bright light. A yellow beam of light emanated from the mercenaries with their faces covered by cloth. The Sound Master was previously blue in color. Last time, Sinclair had to make a lot of mistakes before he could get 2 balls from Frog and Wavy Horse. But now there are a lot of abilities and the monsters are weak. The pearls shimmered in his hands. First, he needed to improve his body swap to A rank. A few seconds later, when all the pearls merged into one huge green one levitated in the palm of the hand. The ability of A rank, Shadow Exchange, Shadow Cloning. Maximum 5 pieces. During the battle, one of them can move to the place of the shadow of another person. Is able to create shadow weapons for attack. The boxer thought with satisfaction that it should now be easier to fight the priest, and left the red container. Suddenly, he felt someone put a dagger to his neck. A warlike girl, dressed in a more revealing, armor-like manner, held a sword right at his neck. She asked loudly who he was and where all these children came from. Adam turned his head carefully, answering a question with a question, clarifying who she was. The warrior barely had time to speak. The freed boys immediately ran up to her, vying with each other to tell her something. One boy, calling the girl Sister Blanche, happily told how this hero standing next to her saved them all. Another girl exclaimed that the hero should not be condemned. He got hurt while saving children. The girl blushed deeply and looked away, saying that since that was the case, she asked for forgiveness. Sinclair smiled, reassuring her that everything was fine, then asked if she was the A-rank heroine, the swordswoman Blanche. The girl nodded. She had already received information about the human trafficking and immediately ran to save them, but the man did it before her. The warrior walked up to Joe Bloor and gently stroked his cheek, asking for forgiveness for being late. At that moment, the earth shook, which frightened the children quite a bit. Adam looked around, not understanding what was happening. He himself felt the shocks. Long, seemingly living thorny branches with sharp thorns grabbed two boys by the legs and dragged them away somewhere. The children screamed at the top of their lungs, begging for help. Long vines with a pink flower on top grew over the containers. More and more children were dragging away branches, causing loud screams. Joe shouted to the master, but he blocked him, asking him to wait here. The saints landed smoothly in front of them. Their leader sprawled relaxedly on a flower. Bloodthirsty Rose laughed at the boxer's words. Did he really think of himself as a hero? The commander of the deep-sea army measured Adam in the hero's body with a glance. The mage of the Great Land also did not take his eyes off the man. The holy priest lazily changed his position and ordered the Trinity to show this bug the powers of the saints. And he himself, with the help of his magic staff, applied the ability of the power of magical healing to them. The bloodthirsty Rose arched as the light from the ability spilled onto it. In a moment, she seemed to have regained her spirit and become prettier. Using an ability with such a large range was tiring, but with this power granted to them by the high priest, their abilities would be restored in an instant. The priest adjusted his long hair and turned to the swordswoman. She was not allowed to touch the goods of the Saints organization, so she should surrender, and then her life would be spared. As for the traitorous hero in the mask, he must die here. Blanche held her sword out in front of her, thinking that she could handle a B-rank hero. But an A-rank like the priest might be a problem. She warned the priest that the Hero Association was already on its way, so they should lower their weapons, and in case of disobedience they were destined to die, so they should surrender quickly. The priest rolled his light eyes and ordered the trio to deal with the swordswoman before the association arrived. The saints rushed into battle without a second's delay. Blanche stepped forward, her sword at the ready, activating the seal's power. Adam admired the fact that the girl was able to release a dangerous ability, as befits an A-rank heroine. The warrior pushed off and jumped up, ready to attack the enemies. Everything around was illuminated with a soft pink color. The Great Earth Mage thrust his staff forward and activated a sand magic circle. A huge sand barrier appeared in front of the warrior, but she quickly dealt with her sword. The magician realized that his creation had just been destroyed, and the girl was right in front of him. She loudly called out Seal, and the commander of the deep-sea army called out Establish Flow. He put his palms together and huge streams of water flowed around him in different directions. The warrior swung her cleaving sword, and a stream of fire appeared directly from under the weapon. But something immediately distracted Lady Blanche. The bloodthirsty Rose laughed loudly, her thorny vines squeezing their victims ever more tightly. One boy let out a heart-rending scream as the swordswoman's fire passed straight across the child's body. The girl cursed Rose furiously. She used the baby as a human shield. How disgusting. But the enemy only smiled, answering that goodness is the swordswoman's weakness, and she herself still has many captives. It will be interesting to see how she will act now. Meanwhile, the commander of the deep-sea army, grinning evilly, gradually turned into water. He found himself right behind Lady Blanche, slashing with his sword. The seconds ticked away as the weapon slowly descended onto the girl's shoulders. But a moment later, Adam stood between her and the attacker. The boxer's clothes and mask, torn to shreds, lay on the floor. The guy hissed. His second mask was almost broken. He pulled out a dagger and brought the blade down on the disoriented commander. The weapon passed straight across the man's neck and face. He screamed terribly, covering his face with his hands, while blood sprayed in all directions. Adam watched him indifferently, stepping aside. The guy blocked Lady Blanche's path with his hand, asking her to wait. The holy priest sitting on the flower stood up and raised his staff, again using holy healing. The captain's wound instantly healed. glowing with a bright light. He laughed loudly. With the high priest, they are immortal. Extending his staff once more, the priest used the improvement on the Trinity. They immediately became illuminated with a bright blue light. Sinclair thought that it was bad that the priest could improve their stats, since all the abilities would rise to A rank in a very short time. The magician of the Great Land, all shining with bright white light, folded his palms together. Some kind of streams came from him. Lady Blanche cried out in shock that the old man was generating energy, and under the influence of the power, the destructiveness of his spells would reach A rank. The long-range attack could harm the children, and Adam decided he had to stop it. He turned to the girl, giving her 2 opponents. He himself would deal with the rest, but the warrior did not believe that he could cope with the wizard. Besides, the children remained defenseless. The guy, without turning around, had already activated his abilities and asked his partner to trust him. The girl thought for a moment. That stranger looks so mysterious, but at the same time reliable. She really believes him. Raising her sword up, she decided to help clear the way. Like lightning, she rushed forward towards the commander of the Deep Sea Army, activating the seal as she went. The man fought off the sudden attack with a clang of his weapon. He cursed and ordered the creature to help me. Bloodthirsty Rose snapped back. How many times had she asked not to call her that? The woman activated the rose spell, and pieces of red petals and hearts flew into the air along with the thorny vines. Lady Blanche felt her strength weakening. Rose smiled seductively at this, languidly saying that her body was yearning for love, and could awaken this desire in the swordswoman. Couldn't she feel how hot it had become? Meanwhile, the commander cloned his body. He approached the warrior from behind with clearly ill intentions and bared his teeth as he looked at her curves. But the girl immediately activated the mind seal. A bright wall of light threw aside the hostile clones. Rose was amazed. She had never seen a swordswoman possess such an ability before. The next second, the girl disappeared, leaving the captain's shocked clones alone. After these words, a smooth cut from Lady Blanche's sword ran across Bloodthirsty Rose's body. While bleeding, she heard from the girl that she had recently mastered the ability that allows her to be reborn in a critical situation. And it was Rose who awakened her desire. The woman's eyes were bloodshot, and blood was pouring down her stricken face as she turned to look at the swordswoman. The Great Earth Mage, seeing what was happening, hastened to activate the liberation. A huge and ugly dragon appeared on the battlefield, raising a dust storm with its wings. The children, still hanging captive by Leon, screamed even louder when they saw the dragon. The monster suddenly flew up to Lady Blanche from behind. The girl turned around and didn't have time to react, opening her mouth in amazement. Adam appeared in front of her. Raising his hand, he released streams of electricity. The dragon opened its mouth and the energy was directed straight into its insides. Sinclair snapped his fingers, ducking slightly. There was a powerful explosion that shook nearby containers. Now the helicopter landed smoothly on the embankment. The holy priest looked at the destruction. The magician, standing behind him, thanked him for saving him with the healing gift. If it weren't for the priest, the old man wouldn't have survived. But the blonde did not share his subordinate's enthusiasm. He angrily replied that initially they would have easily dealt with the swordswoman, but instead that stranger intervened, and the leader himself even lost 2 B-rank members. The Great Earth Mage bowed. Although the Saints were defeated, there was no need to worry because the High Priest was still alive, and there was hope that the organization would quickly recover. The man nodded. Indeed, as long as he lived, the position of the Saints in Iowa would remain the same. Looking at Adam, who was carrying the unconscious swordswoman, the priest thought that the masked man could repel an A-rank attack that had a growth effect in 1 hit. He was stronger, which meant they had to retreat. Adam saw the holy priest and the mage of the Great Earth preparing to escape. The priest had already raised his staff up. Adam chuckled. He would give the fugitives a few more minutes of life. He walked up to the commander of the Deep Sea Army lying on the floor. Now his ability belonged to him. Sinclair extended his hand, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. A blue pearl flew towards the palm of the hand. A B-rank ability, Ghost of the Deep Sea, strengthens the water in the human body, significantly increases speed, can create a wave and a water clone, as long as there is at least a small amount of liquid nearby. Adam narrowed his eyes. Bloodthirsty Rose would be next. He, extracting the ability from the woman, looked at her wound. The seal of the sword is merciless. A large green pearl glowed under his palm. B-rank ability. Bloodthirsty Rose summons rose vines using the owner's blood, which are capable of emitting a stat-boosting powder to attack enemies. This may result in losing control of the vine. Sinclair thought as he looked at the pearls he had extracted, he would break these abilities down to F rank and then add the skill he had obtained earlier so he could create another A-rank ability. The pearls, emitting a bright light, gradually disintegrated. Gradually, the pieces of the destroyed pearls merged into one single A-rank ability. Super Brain improves vision, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and coordination, can release a wave that paralyzes the nervous system for a successful attack. Adam took the ability for himself and was amazed at how his sense of form, sound, smell, and taste became more acute. Lady Blanche groaned softly and opened her eyes. The guy turned around at the sound. Had she really woken up? The girl discovered that they were alone, and that the horrific consequences of the explosion remained all around them. She asked the stranger questions. What rank were his abilities? Was it true that he could create huge explosions? What was his name? Adam, adjusting his mask, answered that he was Caspar Bart from the organization of Judges. The swordswoman asked again in confusion the name of the organization. She had never heard of such a thing in the Hero Association before. Blanche looked up sharply. The rose vines were hanging limply down, but the children were nowhere to be seen. Sinclair looked behind her, waving his hand. The girl slowly turned around and screamed. The warrior sank to one knee as the entire crowd rushed into her arms crying. The boys, when asked how they managed to escape, answered that the shadows of the master helped them. First, he ordered the shadow to cut the vine quietly and lead them to another place. When the explosion occurred, the master used the shadow to create a protective ring that protected the boys. At first, the warrior was puzzled, not understanding what master the children were talking about. But then she beamed and exclaimed, praising Caspar Bart. Looking around, the girl realized that the guy had disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, the helicopter of the Heroes Association was softly landing on the ground, and someone was speaking over the loudspeaker about the area being taken under control and that one should not commit rash acts. The plane landed and children began to approach it. A pretty brunette, Lily Romero, came out from there. She was noticeably nervous. Turning to the cameraman, the journalist asked for advice. This would be her first time interviewing live. What should she ask? The man suggested that they could, for starters, ask the Seal Swordswoman, and nodded in her direction. Lily Romero approached the warrior with a smile, introducing herself as a reporter for the Hero Association, and asked permission to ask a few questions. The swordswoman smiled affably in response, nodded, and said her name. The live broadcast immediately began to fill with comments from viewers who were worried about the swordswoman and wrote compliments to the new journalist. The first question was that the Hero Association received a message and arrived at the port of Iowa. It was completely destroyed. Lily asked to tell Blanche what happened here. When the swordswoman replied that she had come here to save the children that the Saints organization was planning to sell illegally, the journalist reacted quite violently, replying that she had also heard about these villains who were engaged in illegal activities. Lady Blanche shook her head. Nothing would work. The government would not be able to deal with this, because the association had been doing this for a long time and the warrior herself had made a lot of effort to penetrate there, get information, and then save the children. Viewers watched the broadcast on large screens around the city and rejoiced at what they heard, feeling sorry for the unfortunate children. Lady Blanche did not forget to mention the masked man. Without him, she would have definitely lost the battle with the High Priest. Lily immediately asked again with admiration who they were talking about. The warrior revealed that the stranger's fighting skills were superior to hers, and that he was able to destroy the enhancement effect with his ability, which is only available to A-rank heroes. Commentators speculated that it could be the Supermaster Caspar Bart. Blanche pointed to the burnt area and asked to pay attention to it. It was the work of a man in a mask. On his face was a mask with a snake pattern. His name was Snake, and he represented the Association of Judges. The commentators were puzzled and asking each other what was going on, and the journalist looked around. The master was not there. Then the swordswoman pointed towards the containers. A masked man went there to catch up with the escaped High Priest. The High Priest and the Mage of the Great Earth walked through the underground parking lot. The priest walking ahead glanced at the old man with displeasure. He had already spent the rest of his abilities on the magician, and asked whether the power of the sand was capable of getting rid of that bastard in the mask. The Great Earth Mage nodded sheepishly. He had filled the surroundings with his magic, and even if that stranger used plasma to attack, it wouldn't change anything. Adam was right there, listening from afar as the priest gave the order to find a car so they could leave and lie low. Sinclair looked at the men again. If they were going to run away, then this place would become their grave. Suddenly, Adam's phone rang loudly. The Saints turned sharply at the sound. Sinclair literally merged with the wall, wondering who could need him. The priest and the magician came closer and closer. Adam quickly took out his mobile phone. The screen showed his girlfriend's name. Lily Romero. Why was she calling him at this time? The phone kept ringing. The magician carefully asked into the void who it was. Adam had no choice but to use his clothes change ability. He came out from around the corner in ordinary clothes without a mask, putting on a cheerful look, as if he were an ordinary passerby talking to his girlfriend. The magician recoiled in surprise when he saw a simple man. He thought out loud that it was a civilian, but the priest stopped him. There was no need to be so sure. We needed to find out for sure. Meanwhile, Lily playfully asked Adam to guess where she was. The guy was surprised that the girl was not at home. The sound of helicopter blades could be heard, and Romero replied that she was in Iowa. Adam couldn't believe his ears. As he moved closer to the exit, he asked the girl what she was doing there. Lily told him that she had gotten an amazing job. Adam screamed throughout the underground parking lot when he found out about the job. Moreover, Lily shocked him by telling him about the journalist position in the Hero Association. And she had just interviewed the Seal Swordswoman and was also going to question the masked man. Sinclair literally jumped out of his seat in shock. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's face. With the help of the Hero Association, Lily would quickly find him. Adam knew he couldn't give himself away, so he calmed down and promised the girl to celebrate her new position and promised to buy her a gift. The men stopped, looking at the stranger leaving. The magician sighed sadly, hearing that the resident was simply talking to his beloved. He was madly envious. Adam went into the shadows and there again used the change of clothes. The priest shouted, warning the great earth mage that they had been deceived and the enemy was coming for them. Adam ran out, and the shadows followed him closely, waiting for the master's order. The magician summoned electric wolves and set them on the man in the mask. The wolf rushed at the guy and seemed to run through him, wounding him. Adam opened his eyes wide, falling to the side. The priest grinned. They would need more agile earth creatures to deal with the attacker. The magician said with satisfaction that each of them could compete with an A-rank hero on their own. The enemy simply wouldn't have time to react. But something happened that they didn't expect. Adam, frozen like a statue, looked at them point blank, and black arrows were flying around the guy. The shadows, as in previous times, cut in half everything they reached. This time, the victims were wolves. The next moment, the shadows pierced the men too, so quickly that they reacted within a split second. Bleeding! The priest yelled indignantly that this was impossible. Didn't the man in the mask possess an electric type of magic? The shadows gently passed through the owner's flesh and then abruptly burst into other bodies, mortally wounding them. Adam said that she uses not only electricity, and the magician, spitting blood to the side, refused to believe that the guy was the owner of the magic of two elements. The holy priest, barely moving his tongue, asked for mercy, promising not to remain in debt if the man in the mask allowed him to live. He called for silence, putting his finger to his mouth, or rather, to the white emptiness of his mask. He saves people's lives not at all for his own benefit. In most cases, it is done in the name of justice. The shadows suddenly wrapped around the necks of the saints, and the priest screamed hysterically. The magician couldn't do even that. The arrows were so tightly wrapped around him. The priest raised his hand to his mouth with difficulty, and several blue pills fell into it. Adam ran up to the men, noticing that one of them had taken his pills. The shadows retreated from the priest. He bent over completely, his body glowing with a white-yellow light. The priest's eyes went wild. Veins appeared on his face. He grinned terribly, hissing that it was his enemy who forced him to do this, and that he not only knew how to heal. Suddenly, the priest put his fingers in his mouth, saliva running down his chin. Screaming deafeningly, he began to pull some kind of weapon out of his throat. Adam noted that he had felt something similar before. Laughing, the man turned the sharp-tipped spear of justice towards Adam. The priest assumed a fighting stance, drawing his spear back. It literally burned with a bright yellow fire. He also called upon the revival of the sacred thorns and raised his hand with the spear up. Small fiery portals began to appear in the air. Endless spears, overlapping. Copies of justice flew out of the spaces one after another. The priest ordered them to bring justice to the criminal. Adam saw fiery arrows flying towards him from all sides. He nimbly dodged the weapon, jumping up. But wherever he ran, the spears followed on his heels. They definitely wouldn't leave the guy alone. One of them hit the knee painfully, causing a deep wound. The maddened priest laughed. "Let the man in the mask run and jump. He will still die at his hands." Adam dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. It was bad when such a light attack could injure his limbs. He raised his head and looked at the roof. The light spread across the entire ceiling, allowing him to instantly determine his location. The guy decided to check who was faster, and the spears were again directed towards him. The priest laughed again. Is it really possible for something to surpass light in speed? There, only outlines remained of the man. Adam activated his super brain ability. His eyes lit up like fire. The spears continued to fly without slowing down for a second. The priest did not yet know what had happened, but he continued to stand, confident in his victory. Adam, with a dagger clutched in his hand, instantly moved to the other side. He moved around the priest, moving at the speed of light and even faster. Swift shadow blades, bright rays fell on the man like a fanfare. Adam finally landed a few meters away from his opponent. He loudly ordered him to surrender. He trembled, but still asked what the guy meant. A bright light approached the priest, attacking from all sides. And the next moment, arrows pierced the man, leaving no chance for life. He, choking on his own blood, realized that the enemy had 3 abilities. The priest, trembling all over, tried to heal himself. Hanging over him, Adam said, as if it were a sentence, that it was useless to heal, because he would have to die again. The man desperately clung to life, hot tears streaming down his cheeks. Sinclair reached out to take such a valuable alien ability. A rare A-rank hereditary ability, Heart of Light, grants the ability to heal the physical wounds of the owner of rank B, and below, increases the characteristics of the abilities of rank B, allows the owner of rank A and below to hide, grants the ability to heal oneself or a target of rank A and below. The Spear of Justice can use light and create a large spear that can destroy the enemy. Adam, without delay, applied the treatment to himself. He thought that he didn't expect to see a blue pill on the priest because he himself almost died. The boy approached the old mage of the Great Earth, who had a large wound gaping on his chest. Adam took away his ability, Sand Magic, which gives the ability to change the landscape through the use of sand to summon an attacking sand monster. Sinclair turned around sharply as he heard the sound of a helicopter. The Hero Association had arrived. The loudspeakers announced, "We are taking control of this area." Adam used his powers to change his clothes, deciding to leave the heroes as they were. A crowd had gathered at the entrance to the underground parking lot, and it was impossible to shout over the roar of the 2 helicopters. Lily Romero was working hard inside, telling viewers on air that she could hear cracks in the walls and floor of the building, suggesting that a fierce battle had taken place there. Coming closer, the girl saw the bloodied leader of the Saints in Iowa, the high priest, hanging on spears. The camera showed a close-up of the man's wound. The comments went through the roof. Mostly people were happy that the bastard died. A man from the reporter team called the others to show them their discovery, the body of the great earth mage lying nearby. Lily held on for too long, seeing the old man. She apologized, blushed, and covered her mouth with her hand. The operator shouted after her that Lily needed a rest as she ran into the corner. The girl was sickened by what she saw, but fortunately she managed to get away from the filming process. When she finished, she saw someone's hand in front of her with a bottle of water and heard a gentle voice. It was Adam Sinclair himself. She asked in surprise what he was doing here. He replied that he was nearby during her call, and seeing how much noise the Hero Association made, he realized that Lily would be here. The girl blushed deeply. Her boyfriend was not there at the moment of the brilliant interview, but again caught her in awkward situations. The couple hugged. Lily whined about how awkward she was on her first broadcast, but Adam reassured her, saying that Romero was beautiful, no matter what she did. The operator turned to see if his colleague was feeling better, but I came across a couple making out. He swallowed and, slightly stumbling, began to speak about the girl who had been found by the rescue team. She had been kidnapped by the organization and now needed to be interviewed. Lily blushed, peeking over Adam's shoulder. Nearby, adults were pulling children out from under the crevasses. The girl did not waste time and ran towards them, shouting goodbye to Adam to wait for her. The cameraman almost cried when he saw the scene. It turns out that he never had a chance to get closer to Lily. The journalist had already approached the girl and spoke to her in a gentle voice. Adam, crossing his arms over his chest, watched the girl with affection. With a green pearl, the Heart of Light, levitating in his palm, Sinclair thought that he would soon be able to return to save Trisha. Now he has collected all the elements together: wind, sand, fire, water, also high-ranking abilities: light, darkness, sand, lightning, metal. A third unknown person from the Saints organization should appear soon. Well, let's call him Dragon. The Iowa Central Hospital was in full swing. The children brought in by ambulance were sent to the hospital one by one so that a doctor could examine each one. Joe Bloor sat on a bench in the room with his head bowed, with his unconscious little sister, upset because he never got to see the teacher. The boy heard footsteps and suddenly raised his head. It was him, his master. He put his finger to his mouth, calling for silence. Adam used the ability of control to enter the hospital unnoticed. The boy sat down on a bench next to the children and pointed at the girl. Joe replied in a low voice that he knew his sister was dead and wanted to take her home. But he couldn't let her stay in that place. Sinclair countered by praising Bloor's intelligence, as it seemed the girl was still alive, just too weak. The boy almost jumped out of his seat when he heard these words. Adam used the ability of holy healing, taking out a white pearl. The girl opened her eyes, the same green as her brother's, and immediately called him, blinking sleepily. Sinclair used the ability on the boy as well, telling the children that they needed to recover. He ordered Joe not to tell about his sister's quick recovery. Later, he himself would take them from here. Wiping away unwanted tears with his fist, the boy nodded in agreement to the master. Sinclair asked to be called teacher, and gave the child a suitcase with money, supposedly from the organization, for a good life. In exchange, he asked Joe to infiltrate the organization's heroes class at Ivy University. Joe immediately assumed that he would need strong abilities. Adam said there was nothing to worry about and handed the boy a ball with the ability to imitate, together with the power of the praying mantis. This should be enough to enter the university. The pearl penetrated Joe's body, illuminating the space with a bright light. C-rank ability. Imitation. 5 senses that imitate the improvement of strength and agility, but not more than 10 times the original talent. The boy exclaimed that he would not let the teacher down, so he shouldn't worry. Adam, leaving, asked the student not to try to find him. He would contact Joe himself later. On leaving the hospital, the guy changed his clothes and took off his mask. Lily Romero blocked his path, placing her hands on her hips. She asked menacingly where he had run away to. The girl had to look for the fugitive for a long time. Adam replied that he had been helping children in the hospital. Lily exhaled and smiled. Finally, the boys were saved. The association now had to contact their families. As for the homeless children, they will be sent to a shelter and will live there. Sinclair said the orphanage was one big family and expressed hope that the children would grow up healthy. Lily clung to him and kissed him on the lips, causing the guy to blush. The kiss was so unexpected that he opened his eyes in surprise. The girl, blushing along with him, said that Adam had worked hard these 2 days. A colleague called her to say goodbye. Then, Romero waved to Adam, citing a lot of work, calling him her darling. They would definitely see each other in a few days. The Crimson Boy thought with disappointment that he had once again been deprived of the opportunity to spend time with Lily. The plane was finally taking off from the Iowa airport. Adam, returning to Louisville, came to the hospital to visit his sister. He hoped that the holy healing would work. The guy extended his hand, releasing the ability. Everything was illuminated by white light. The pearl clung to Trisha's body. Seconds passed, but nothing happened. Sinclair stared at his unconscious sister in shock. He called her name loudly again. Grabbing the bed railing, the guy stared blankly ahead. She wasn't waking up. How was it possible that the ability wouldn't work? Suddenly, he saw something strange. Small blue balls appeared above the girl's head. Adam extended his hand. There was an evasion. Sinclair recoiled in shock. The blue balls instantly split apart, but at the same time became stronger, feeding on Trisha's energy. It seems that the Heart of Light cannot cope with this blue radiation, but he will not allow them to feed on Trisha. Otherwise, the sister will never wake up. It was time to stop going slow and steady, Adam thought, remembering the strange man from the mind of the hot and sour noodles hero. If he really wants to solve Trisha's problem, he must come face to face with the one who gave the superhero the pill. But first of all, Adam himself needs to become stronger and improve his metal control, cloning, and transformation abilities. The 3 abilities merged, the bright colors of the pearls merging into one. The guy now had a large yellow pearl levitating in his palm. C-rank ability. Transformation gives the ability to transform in 0.01 seconds, can slightly change the physique, appearance, voice, and personality, improves acting skills. C-rank ability. Cloning creates a clone that is 8 times weaker than its owner. Its lifespan is half an hour. Adam gritted his teeth as a green pearl shone in front of him. With all the abilities he has accumulated, he will definitely be able to advance to S-rank. The guy fell to his knees from the excess of alien energy. Finally, it appeared before him, the S-rank ability, Metal Control, capable of controlling metal within 1,000 meters, not exceeding 100,000 tons in weight. Adam thought with interest that since this was an S-rank ability, he couldn't wait to meet that mysterious person. Late in the evening, on the roof of a skyscraper, the hero of hot and sour noodles was waiting for a meeting. Sinclair had already used his control ability. A purple crack appeared in the sky. Adam, in the hero's body, raised his head, watching. A man with a comical face walked out from there at a leisurely pace. He loomed over the hero, his hands in his pockets. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man got straight to the point, asking if there was any new information. The hot and sour noodles. Hero crossed his arms over his chest, answering that he wanted to know about Casper Bart, but would he have enough money to buy this information? The man adjusted his bowler hat, replying that if the information was true, he would pay twice as much. The hero said that a couple of days ago the organization of saints was destroyed and asked if his interlocutor knew about it. He replied that he knew. It was done by the seal swordswoman Blanche from the Hero Association. The hero said that during the report Blanche reported some interesting information. An unknown person helped her, introducing himself as the Snake. The man shrugged. He already knew that. Casper Bart and the Snake from the organization of judges. And it was a well-known fact. The hero said seriously that both Casper and Snake were dual ability users, to which the cosmic face suggested that perhaps the judges only accepted such heroes into their organization. The interlocutor objected. Such people are encountered very suddenly, and he did not think that such a thing was possible. The man leaned forward with interest. Was the hero really leading to something that... The superhero held out a flask with an elixir of abilities in his palm. The man extended his hand, repeating the name in fascination. But the hero of hot and sour noodles sharply squeezed his palm, explaining that after using it, a person will be able to gain a new ability, and a user without superpowers will become their owner, and those who already have one will receive additional power. If the man had a face, he would have grimaced, but now the alien screamed that this was nonsense, complete nonsense, and demanded proof. The hero opened the flask with one movement, turned to the man, and offered to demonstrate the effect, reminding him of his body's superpower. It's strengthening. He drank the blue liquid in one gulp. The flask immediately cracked in half. Adam raised his hand, generating a powerful flame coming straight from his body. The alien looked at the fiery volleys with admiration. Could this really be a fire-type ability? Sinclair told him that he had previously made a deal with Casper Bart. That's where the information came from. And thanks to the blue pill, he believed in the existence of such things. The alien said that this was incredible, and in that case the hero must know the ingredients of the elixir. The hero smiled. He didn't know this, but he told everything he knew, and now it was time for the reward. The spaceman briefly said that he had heard some interesting information and then handed over a jar containing 15 blue pills. The hero extended his hand and said that he needed to ask something. He recently discovered that his body had started to become covered in light blue spots in places. Could this be the effect of the pill? The man turned around to go back into the rift, replying on the go that it was just an unremarkable side effect, not worth paying attention to. Turning around one last time, he said that he was looking forward to the next meeting with the hero of hot and sour noodles. Finally, he disappeared, and the rift disappeared too. Adam immediately de-transformed back. He thought that even after discovering the effect that causes loss of vitality, they call it an unremarkable side effect. So what is their plan? The guy walked further, and behind the technical pipe, leaning against the wall, sat the hero of hot and sour noodles himself, immersed in suspended animation. A child's voice was heard calling for Dad. Sinclair threw a bottle of pills at the hero's feet. He said that if a man is doing this for his daughter, then he should stop taking these pills. The choice is his. A child's head peeked out from around the corner. The girl called for her dad, and when she saw him, she ran up, asking why he was sleeping on the roof. The man rubbed his forehead, asking little Mimi for forgiveness for falling asleep. The girl frowned. After all, her dad said that he would spend her birthday together. Suddenly, she noticed a bottle of pills and asked what it was. The man snatched the bottle and raised his hand up, sternly saying that it was not a toy. He definitely came here to meet that alien and get the pills, but why can't he remember what happened after the deal? He decided that he would think about it tomorrow and took his daughter away from the roof, promising to eat cake together. Late at night, Zachary walked down the hallway of his house, stretching, loudly saying that he could no longer bear this treatment. I can't do this, I can't do that. When will they let him go? As he passed his father's office, he saw a light through a crack and was surprised that he was still in the office. He looked inside, saying that his old man needed to go to bed earlier. But he was surprised to notice that the office was empty and went to the table. Wade's gaze fell on a lonely document. Curious as to what could be so valuable that it could keep old bones working until late at night, he picked up the paper. Several requirements for the Raven deployment plan in the city of Louisville, is what it said. Zachary was incredibly happy and even jumped. The white area is located here. This is the best chance for him to become a hero savior. Adam arrived at his work and was now printing leaflets on a large office printer. A colleague teased him in a friendly manner. asking if he had forgotten that he had a job and where Sinclair had been. Zachary approached Adam, asking if he was friends with George Ripley, so the guy carried out his errand. He told his colleague that a woman came into the newspaper office asking to publish an ad about a missing person. The flyers were ready. A missing persons notice for a 7-year-old boy, Scott Depp. George snatched the paper and loudly commented on what was written on it. "Boy Scott Depp. Has anyone ever heard of such a thing?" Adam waved his hand at him and asked him to leave and not to distract him. Ripley only curled his lips in displeasure at this. The humorous atmosphere was interrupted by a voice from the loudspeaker. "Monster invasion detected. A-rank disaster. Citizens please go to shelter. B-rank heroes and above. Please report to the Streetsbelt Parkway to fight back." The sudden announcement brought George to his knees, and someone was already running as fast as they could out of the office. Adam wondered if he was not mistaken, that street was next to the apartment where Lily and the other girls lived. He grabbed the phone in a flash while a wave of panic rose in his chest. Lily picked up the phone, and he immediately started screaming, asking where she was now. The girl answered in a muffled, deathly scared voice. She was in the apartment, but it seemed that there was a monster nearby. Lily screamed into the phone and the connection was cut off. George, seeing his friend's frightened face, asked what happened. But there was no time for chatter. Sinclair jumped up and ran to the exit, ignoring the cries of his friend who asked him to stay, because Adam was not a hero, and there was no point in going anywhere. The guy quickly got to the epicenter of events. He had already managed to change his clothes and choose a rooster mask. There was no time to waste. Adam could not afford to lose Lily. Standing on an iron plate at rooftop level, Sinclair patrolled the city and was astonished when a huge something passed by him, making a squeak bordering on ultrasound. It was an A-rank monster, a soul-eating rat. Can attack opponents by screaming, has very thick skin all over its body. Its normal attack is blocked with great difficulty, likes to devour people, a very scary monster. Adam thought hard as he looked at the monster to defeat the A-rank alien. It would take at least a team of 3 or more A-rank heroes or higher. To defeat the soul-eating rat, the B-rank heroine Greenstorm was summoned. A beautiful girl with dark hair and a revealing Chinese-style hero outfit. The C-rank heroine Fire Butterfly flew to her aid. Having noticed the target, the rat growled loudly. She really didn't like Butterfly's fiery wings, so the heroine was immediately attacked by powerful ultrasonic waves. The sound was so loud that it made a hole in the building opposite. Butterfly almost died, but Greenstorm managed to save her, picking her up in her arms. After releasing Fire Butterfly, Storm scolded her for acting on her own, as C-rank heroes are cannon fodder in a battle with an A-rank monster. The girl, embarrassed, stuttered and said that she was nearby and saw Greenstorm fighting alone, so she decided to help. The A-rank heroine sighed heavily. A desperate cry for help was heard from the direction of the destroyed building. Right in the place where the sound had damaged the building, a girl was hanging on the edge of a destroyed apartment, and they were trying to help her. Lily Romero held onto an iron beam with one hand and tried to pull Karen Walt with the other hand, who almost fell from the upper floors of the skyscraper. The girl desperately sobbed and begged for help that she did not want to die. Lily tried to calm her friend down, promising that she would definitely save her. But the neighbor wouldn't calm down. She kicked, repeating, like a prayer, that she didn't want to die, while a sharp part, left over from the destruction, was chipping off from the destroyed ceiling. Due to the shaking, the dangerous piece of limestone broke off, flashing with a sharp edge. He drove with all his might straight into Lily's hand, which she was holding onto the iron crossbar. The girl, feeling a sharp pain, could not stand it and let go of the crossbar. Staggering, she fell down. Karen was falling rapidly along with her. Fire Butterfly managed to catch her in her arms. The girl, still not believing that she had been saved, continued to cry and timidly asked if she had really been saved. Butterfly winked, cheerfully replying that citizens who were unlucky enough to get into trouble, do not be afraid. The C-rank heroine Fire Butterfly is here to save you. All the actions were promptly recorded by a camera broadcasting live, and commentators admired the heroine. The journalist was horrified and screamed, "Where is the second girl?" Lily continued to fall like a stone. But suddenly, a shadow flashed into the camera, and this did not go unnoticed by people who began to comment on what was happening. The girl reporter looked around. She also saw something rush through the air. It was impossible to say what exactly. But one thing was important. The girl was saved. Greenstorm flew up to the helicopter that was reporting and ordered it to fly away. It turned out that the rat noticed the thing that was bothering it and directed its deadly squeak in that direction. Greenstorm immediately generated Blinding Blast. The helicopter managed to fly off in the opposite direction. Ultrasound was successfully eliminated by the ability. It seems that this took a lot of strength from the heroine and caused her pain. Adam, who managed to save his beloved, landed softly. He carefully sat the girl down on the bench. She was still unconscious there. Adam quietly asked her for forgiveness. Sinclair stroked Lily's face affectionately. He had arrived too late. The guy immediately directed his healing ability at the girl's hand, which was wounded by a fragment. Then he carefully covered her with his cloak. Now she's fine, and nothing can harm her anymore. At that moment, Lily slowly opened her eyes and saw a familiar mask in front of her. She asked disorientedly if she was still alive. Adam pulled back. The girl grabbed his hand, asking why he was acting like a bad guy and then a good guy, and if he really saved her. The guy briefly replied that he was just nearby. Adam felt sorry that he couldn't reveal his identity to Lily. Otherwise, she would be in danger. He called the metal plate to him and ordered the girl to rest a little and then go to shelter in order to have time to evacuate. Adam took off as Lily jumped up from the bench, begging him to wait. The girl looked at her departing savior and did not understand why she had a persistent feeling that the guy seemed so familiar to her, although she met him for the first time. Standing on a plate far above the ground, Adam used his cloning ability. He gave his clone the powers of the Heart of Light and the power of the Snow Woman, which would allow him to create ice and heal others. The guy thought about it and decided that it would be better for the clone to be in the form of a girl. His silent copy immediately transformed into a beauty, with a rabbit mask on her face, long blue hair, and a playful outfit. A third member of the judges' organization was born, and her name is Charlie the Rabbit. Adam ordered Charlie to go to the epicenter of events and save those who are in danger, not to let the number of victims and wounded increase. Charlie unquestioningly went to carry out the instructions. Sinclair turned around. Now all that remained was to deal with this huge rat. A new heroine has appeared on the horizon. Explosive Fist, A rank, a burning brunette who possesses incredible strength. The reporter, seeing her, introduced her to the audience with admiration. After all, this is the same famous heroine who was last seen in Louisville several years ago. Commentators looked admiringly at the heroine's face in close-up. Some didn't even know about her. The girl smiled sweetly at the camera and waved her hand, causing a new explosion of admiration. Adam, seeing that heroes had appeared who were ready to take everything upon themselves, decided to simply observe the situation, assess their strength, and then make his own decision. The rat came closer to Explosive Fist, who fearlessly assessed the monster. The rat was huge and quite strong, which meant it was an excellent punching bag, just right for warming up. The alien immediately released a new wave of ultrasound. Greenstorm, hovering nearby, warned Fist of the danger of sound. But the heroine was not to be frightened. She had already taken a fighting stance. After all, if she didn't try, how would she know whether she could handle it or not? The wave hit right where the girl was standing, causing a deafening explosion. The reporter commented on the situation with admiration. Explosive Fist could have easily dodged the soul-eating rat's attack, but she chose to face it head-on, as expected from her fighting style. When the dust cleared, only the remains of a roof remained at the site of the explosion. The rat, groaning, walked in that direction. Right behind her, the heroine appeared out of thin air. She gathered her strength and swung to deliver a crushing blow. The full force of the girl's abilities fell on the rat, and the monster flew away at the speed of the wind. The rat, squeaking deafeningly, was lying far below on the asphalt, electric charges running through its body. Explosive Fist chuckled. Why doesn't the monster scream anymore? The maddened alien bared his huge, sharp fangs. The heroine landed next to him, grinning. Explosive Fist grabbed the alien tightly by its long tail, which looked like the tail of a domestic rat. She exhaled and threw the monster up, not letting go. In order to, still holding on to the tail, spin the creature around for a better throw, the heroine laughed merrily. And then, after making a few more circles, she threw the rat out like a bag of trash. Greenstorm, hovering above the houses, watched what was happening and considered Explosive Fist to be a madwoman whose destructive power was not inferior to the monster. Meanwhile, Charlie the Rabbit perked up at the threat. Every now and then, after another blow from an enemy or a hero, boulders and stones flew in all directions. And right now, one of them was rushing towards the man who, trying to escape, fell to his knees and simply looked, wide-eyed, at the approaching damage. Charlie, faster than light, rushed towards him, picked up the stranger in her arms, and ran with him to a safe place. The man blushed, stuttered, thanked her, looking at his savior with all his might, and asked what heroic organization she was from. The girl put the stranger down on the ground near the crowd and went off to patrol the area further, answering on the go that she was Charlie the Rabbit from the judge's organization. Several men watched her go, winking obscenely, discussing the heroine among themselves. The judges' organization is full of cool guys. The rabbit noticed Fire Butterfly. She was sitting on a bench and breathing heavily, weakened after severe injuries. Next to her, in the same condition, was Lily's neighbor, Karen. A woman standing nearby turned to Charlie, asking him to heal the girls who had fallen from a height and received dangerous injuries. The clone immediately used the healing ability. With a wave of the hand, Butterfly and Karen felt much better. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The wounds disappeared. What an amazing ability! The rabbit is beautiful, kind, and also with such a powerful healing power. Charlie turned to the people surrounding her and urged them to quickly get to shelter to avoid further trouble. Trouble was not long in coming. Those present were immediately deafened by the vile squeak of an angry soul-setting rat. Some girl pressed her palms to her ears and screamed that the sound had changed. It felt like her brain was about to explode. Explosive Fist also covered her ears with her hands, and inappropriately remembered the ancient Scandinavian warriors. Adam looked back and swore foully. The rat was absorbing the souls of people nearby. Little green lights, with each passing moment becoming more and more numerous, smoothly flew towards the predatory licking monster. The alien opened its mouth wide and swallowed souls. Greenstorm asked Explosive Fist in surprise what was going on, and she replied that the rat was satisfying its hunger with the souls of dead people. It turned out that this prey also healed and restored the rat's health. The reporter, not missing the events from the helicopter, rattled off into the microphone. All the monster's wounds are healing. Will the best fighter be able to cope with the rat eater of souls, meeting it face to face? Explosive Fist ordered Storm to retreat because the monster would not spare anyone. The girl tried to object. Around the alien, houses collapsed and asphalt exploded. So powerful was the ultrasonic screech that the rat emitted. The fist flew up and attacked the animal with all its fury, wishing for it to burn in hell. There was an explosion, and it seemed that the end had come for the rat. But for now, it was not visible under a layer of dust. The heroine dropped to the ground, trying to see the result of her blow. After all, this time it should work. Unfortunately, everything did not go according to plan. The sharp tip of a huge tail pierced the girl's back, and she did not have time to understand anything. A trickle of blood flowed from Explosive Fist's mouth. How disgusting. What a dirty move. The rat threw the annoying obstacle aside with one blow. The heroine landed heavily on her wounded back on the hard asphalt. Viewers nervously wrote comments. The city is in danger. Will the heroine really die? The girl bit her lip and tried to get up. She couldn't die here. She needed to get rid of the monster quickly. Greenstorm immediately flew up, gently picking up the lady's weak body in her arms. She was unable to stand on her feet due to the injuries she had received. But she still found the strength to yell at the girl. Did she really want to die too? Storm, swallowing her tears, replied that it was her duty as a hero to protect people, and she couldn't just run away when she encountered a monster. Explosive Fist narrowed her eyes, her instincts telling her that this wasn't the end. The journalist tirelessly commented, "The noble heroine saved the city of Louisville." The heroine, reacting with lightning speed to the sudden attack of the rat, which had already raised its huge paw, rolled over, covering the Greenstorm with herself. Adam, noticing this, roared angrily. Using his metal control ability, he threw a huge, sharp needle at the alien. The rat squealed loudly and long drawn out as the weapon sank into the tip of its tail. Sinclair, along with the clone, who was in female form, were ready to attack the creature. The journalist chattered enthusiastically into the microphone. At the moment when people needed him most, a super A-rank hero appeared, Casper Bart, and next to him a cute girl. The camera zoomed in on Charlie the rabbit, and the commentators literally tore up the airwaves with questions about the beautiful stranger, building theories about her origins. Explosive Fist, wiping away the blood, rose up on her elbows, asking what the strangers were doing. Storm assumed that they had come to save the city. Adam began to attack. He directed many hot metal needles at the rat. They flew closer and closer, and the alien did not have time to dodge. There was a painful squeak. The needles nailed and crucified the rat, not allowing it to move. Explosive Fist, watching the battle, suddenly exclaimed that she understood. The rat heals itself by absorbing the energy of others. It is not easy to defeat it. The girl wondered how to block this ability. Greenstorm thoughtlessly suggested that she could close her mouth. For this, the heroine received a light poke in the back of the head from Fist. What nonsense! Adam raised his fingers up. The abilities replaced the most powerful weapons. The alien soared high into the air, pushing off the ground with such force that it damaged the asphalt. One of the metal spikes pierced the beast's muzzle, causing it to squeal in pain. The monster tried to influence the enemy with its ultrasound. The palpable sound was getting closer and closer. Sinclair immediately created a shield in front of himself, a thick metal plate. This served as an excellent barrier to the rat's killing ability. The plate protected Adam. He ordered Charlie, who was hovering nearby, not to make sure the alien did not open its mouth. The girl raised her arms, the sleeves of her clothes fluttered, and a snow tornado formed in the air. Together with the needles, the rat was whirled around at great speed. It did not stop for a minute, squealing and squeaking, trying to get out. The people watching the fight from below shouted in admiration. The rabbit froze the rat. She definitely has a high rank to be able to do this to such a big monster. He really was locked in an ice capsule, but even in that position he managed to use the ability of soul energy. A multitude of green lights slowly stretched upward from under the ruins. Explosive Fist couldn't believe her eyes. Was the alien really healing again? Adam raised his hands to the sky and flew higher, let the rat not even think about it. He lifted the ice floe with the rat behind him. From such a height, she would not be able to touch any corpses and would not be able to cast a soul absorption spell. Adam clenched his fist hard, causing a metallic storm. Soon, only small pieces remained of the ice floe, thanks to the storm that cut through Adam's trap in a matter of seconds. The crowd raised their heads and caught small ice hailstones with their hands, all that remained of the evil alien. Adam, as always, extended his hand to pull the pearl of ability to himself, this time green. The ability of the A rank, Soul Eater, can absorb the souls of dead people to restore the owner's body. But this provokes characteristic mental disorders. Adam squeezed the pearl in his hand and realized that the Soul Eater differed from the recently acquired ability, the Heart of Light, in that it required the energy of other people's souls for restoration. But they were still similar in their healing ability. A government helicopter flew over the city to reconnoiter the situation, and its staff used a loudspeaker to urge citizens not to panic. The journalist announced that the helicopter would disperse the clouds so that everyone could see the condition of Casper Barth. And indeed, a few minutes later, Adam appeared in the sky, standing on a metal plate floating in the air. He looked back at the people. The journalist desperately waved her hand, calling for him to come down for an interview. The commentators were amazed at how quickly the rat disappeared from view thanks to Casper. Several heroes were unable to cope with the Soul Eater and were injured. But this hero, this is A-rank power. Explosive Fist looked at the guy with concern. His strength far surpassed that of the soul-eating rat. He must be an S-rank hero. The heroines heard someone land behind them. It was Charlie the rabbit. The girls turned around abruptly and recoiled in fear, asking in unison what she wanted. Greenstorm rushed forward, protecting her mistress. Charlie fired bright beams of light at Fist and Storm that were unknown to them, startling them quite a bit. The Storm didn't have time to do anything and covered itself with its hand, thinking that it was the end for it. But, to her surprise, the light did not hurt. On the contrary, it fell softly on the body. The girls were amazed to see their wounds healing, and Fist asked Charlie what this rare healing ability was. The girl only briefly introduced herself without answering the question. A helicopter was already approaching them, the journalist was commenting. The new heroine, who came with Mr. Casper Barth, is also a member of the organization of judges. She has the ability to heal, and is right now healing the wounds of other heroes. Adam and Charlie quickly gained fans. Commentators called them incomparable and wanted to sign up for the judges organization. Some even proposed to Charlie. Explosive Fist scratched her head in embarrassment as she turned to Charlie, asking where the judge organization came from, if it was a new hero agency, and thanking her for preventing the disaster. Charlie responded by praising the hero's abilities. Adam and his clone rose into the air again on ice plates. With the journalists' admiring odes heard behind them, the superheroes had once again protected the city of Louisville from the invasion of monsters. And the greatest contribution to the victory was made by the representatives of the judges' organization. Commentators tore apart the chat during the live broadcast, praising the heroes and expressing gratitude. Greenstorm looked dreamily at Charlie flying away. So beautiful, Explosive Fist frowned. They took all the glory for themselves. Adam flew towards the forest, followed by Charlie. The guy told her that his godson asked to meet. I wonder what he would tell them. Suddenly, Adam felt something was wrong. Charlie flickered behind him, addressing the master. Time was running out, which meant that the clone's life was ending. A few seconds later, Charlie disappeared into thin air. Pearls floated up to Adam, which he awarded to the clone. It was very convenient that the abilities were returning. In the future, he would be able to create doubles so that they would carry out tasks for him. The guy grimaced. Even Charlie's memories came back to him. And the most disgusting thing was the lustful glances that the men passing by were throwing in her direction. Sinclair definitely won't create girls, especially in such clothes. As the plate moved lower, Adam noticed Zachary standing by his car, picking his nose and muttering under his breath about girls. Even the mask seemed to frown along with its owner, and Adam thought that the boy was an idiot who didn't take care of himself. And in the forest, he completely lost his vigilance. Upon seeing Sinclair, Zachary immediately rushed joyfully towards him with greetings, waving a piece of paper in front of him. Both turned their heads towards the trees. A suspicious rustling sound was heard from there. Wade stopped, not understanding the sound, and Adam coughed, taking the documents from him. It turns out that the Hero Association recently planned to open a new facility in the city of Louisville, which Adam had calculated would take a long time. Zachary excitedly exclaimed that he had heard about special items that could increase the power level, and he and Casper must quickly get their hands on these Veddies. Adam folded his arms across his chest and looked at his godson. The information the boy had brought him had proven valuable, so he had done enough to exchange his merits for an A-rank ability. As soon as Sinclair handed over the vial with the ability, Wade snatched the bottle from his hands and drank it all in one gulp, simultaneously managing to glorify and thank his godfather for such a gift. But after drinking the liquid, Zachary's stomach began to churn, and he complained that the medicine tasted like a cold powder mixed with the sourness of dark chocolate, to which Adam patted his godson on the shoulder. Noting that good medicine was always bitter, Zachary immediately turned into a werewolf, his bloodshot eyes flashing furiously. He received the ability of the C rank, Werewolf. He was endowed with the powers of a hereditary werewolf every night. During the full moon, the transformation will take place abnormally, but at the same time, it will give double the power. The boy in the body of a huge wolf laughed. He already felt stronger and stronger. At this rate, his becoming an experienced S-level user was not far off after all. Everyone strives for this. Adam turned towards the forest and mentioned the mechanical hero. Zachary let out a short howl, asking what his father had to do with it, since he was probably drinking and swimming with a large group of beauties right now. And, as always, he had no time for his son. At that moment, the mechanical hero came out of the forest, cracking his knuckles with no good intentions at all. Before talking, he promised to chop this bad boy into pieces. Wade Jr. got into trouble for his words. His father taught the boy a lesson. The wolf, like a little dog, lay on the ground and sobbed. Wouldn't the old man take pity on him? The mechanical hero kept kicking his son furiously with his boot, saying that the impudent child would immediately call his godfather, to whom he was leaking all the information. He wanted to beat the rascal to death. Adam scratched the back of his head, shifting uncomfortably from one foot to the other, and asked the man not to scold his son, because Sinclair did not expect that he would pursue the boy personally, and Zachary really wanted to get the ability, so he made a deal with the rooster. The werewolf pleaded, rising to his feet and leaning against the stone. He had already had enough beatings. From now on, he would not divulge family secrets, let his father not worry about his connection with his godfather. But the mechanical hero immediately interrupted him, ordering him to shut up and stand silently by the wall. He pointed his finger at Adam, who had given Zachary superpowers for some unknown reason. Adam remained silent, but he thought that his father didn't know his son well. Zachary was an A-rank ability user, Rebirth, and he was Sinclair's ace in the hole. He broke the silence by saying that there was nothing difficult in giving the boy one, even 2 or 3 abilities, to which the wolf cub happily leaned forward. Could he really get even more abilities? The mechanical hero narrowed his eyes and asked if he, an A-rank hero, could also gain even more abilities. Adam chuckled. A sly one. He can't cope with what he already has, and he asks for even more. But this is a normal reaction because people who are thirsty for power will try to get it at any cost. Sinclair spread his hands and nodded, but warned that the price for an A-rank ability would be high. The man looked seriously at the man in the mask and asked him to tell him more. Adam threw him a blue pill, asking if the hero knew what it was. The man caught the pill and raised it to his eyes. He had never seen anything like it before. Sinilker chuckled and told the mechanical hero that he didn't even know that someone in his company was already using these blue pills, because if he ate one of these pills, that person's power would increase 3-fold. The mechanical hero thought that Casper was from the manufacturer's organization, but he replied that he was from another company but was cooperating with Zachary for the reason of obtaining information about the manufacturer's organization. The werewolf jumped off the wall and his father asked him to tell him everything he knew. The boy told the old man that he had seen with his own eyes how David Evans ate these drugs in order to indirectly get rid of many naive people. The man looked at the pill. Could such a small thing really have such strong properties? and he was also interested in how Evans provokes these accidents. And now, finally, the hero understood the reason. The man looked at Adam, asking him directly what was required of him. Did the masked man want him to find out everything about this organization? Adam nodded, but in addition to this, he asked for help in joining the White Region plan. As a reward, he would give the hero an A-rank pill that would give a double boost, to which the leader of the heroes warned him that the White Region was a dangerous place. People were dying there and no one had ever returned alive. Adam showed his ring, saying that he didn't have to worry about it, because with the help of the jewelry he would be able to collect the genes of abilities. When the hero asked what it was, Sinclair explained, "Ability genes are an important ingredient in the production of the ability elixir. Criminals take them from weapons obtained from the bodies of monsters, from materials, and the white area is full of monsters that can be destroyed." The mechanical hero wanted to make sure that the elixir of abilities was really effective. Adam immediately demonstrated his abilities by creating a fireball in one hand and an ice cube in the other. The guy's very existence serves as proof of his effectiveness. If the mechanical hero believes that the judges cannot be trusted and cooperate with them, then that is his right. Zachary transformed into human form and lashed out at his father, accusing him of interfering with his career advancement. The man hit his son on the top of the head, shouting that they were one family, which meant they could always help each other. However, the mechanical hero turned to Adam, saying that he agreed to cooperate and that he would deal with the hero David Evans. Adam, flying away on a metal plate, said goodbye, that it was a wise decision, and he hoped for a successful partnership, and also looked forward to the next meeting. The mechanical hero followed him with his eyes. Zachary begged his father for forgiveness on his knees. That same night, within the walls of the city hospital, Lily Romero rubbed her eyes sleepily as she entered the room. Her apartment had been destroyed by a monster, so she had to spend the night in the hospital. Adam was waiting for her in the room. The girl screamed in surprise when she saw him. He immediately ran up to Lily, grabbed her by the shoulders, and worriedly began asking about her health. He had been looking for his girlfriend all day, heard that all the wounded from the shelter had been transferred to this hospital. Lily replied that she had received a minor injury, and also told him that she had nowhere else to live. Without thinking twice, Sinclair invited her to move in with him. Romero immediately blushed deeply, taking a step back. Living together is too early. And although Adam immediately explained that he didn't mean it that way, Lily ran away from him to the other corner of the room, screaming that she wasn't going to live with the brunette. She leaned against the window and looked up at the sky, muttering that she was still thinking about the chicken. Adam hesitated, asking what she was saying. Despite all the horror of what had happened, Romero broke into a happy smile. Today she almost died, and a mysterious stranger appeared and saved her. So handsome. While the girl was thinking about how to approach the man in the cloak with an interview to inform the public about his good deeds, the silent Adam loomed over her like a dark shadow. He abruptly picked Lily up in his arms, taking her by surprise. The girl screamed in surprise. The next moment, Sinclair gently but abruptly dropped his precious burden onto the soft bed of the hospital bed. Now Lily looked very touching. From the fall, her shirt had slipped off her left shoulder, her hair was disheveled. She rose up on her knees and looked questioningly at Adam. What was he going to do? She blushed, looking at the guy frozen near the bed, and called him. The same one, without taking his eyes off Romero, softly called her name. Adam extended his hand. His intentions could be interpreted in several ways. Lily's face flushed. You can't do that in a hospital. It seemed that there was no one in the room. The couple hid from the whole world under a white blanket that smelled of medicine and powder. Lily, still with a blush on her pale cheeks, looked at her boyfriend. He didn't look away, but became more and more embarrassed with each passing second. He impulsively hugged Lily to himself, pressing his lips to the top of her head, and asked her to go to sleep. Tomorrow Sinclair would help with the move. The girl would live with him. Romero was indignant to herself. Is there really no more action from Adam? The plane was ready to take off, and a long line formed at the steps. Adam, focused on not missing anything, absent-mindedly listed the kitchen utensils on the phone. Lily, who was now living at her boyfriend's house, had examined the apartment and was now indignant at the young man's lack of basic things for life. Sinclair, putting his things on the shelf on the plane, meekly agreed with the charges brought against him, and offered Lily to take the card he had given her yesterday so that the girl could buy everything she needed. Lily replied that she would wait for him from a business meeting, prepare a surprise, and meowed into the phone. Adam responded in kind, promising that he would answer when he got off the plane. The passenger sitting next to him chuckled at the animal's behavior, and Sinclair laughed awkwardly in response. Finally, the plane gained altitude. Adam turned his head and was surprised to see Regina Craig in the seat opposite him. He was heading to Iowa to make a deal with the Grantsville Chamber of Commerce, but he hadn't expected to be on the same flight as Regina, however. In his casual clothes, she probably wouldn't recognize him. The men sitting behind them immediately turned their attention to Craig and her companion, smiling obscenely. The girl sitting next to Regina asked the flight attendant to pass her a towel, and she nodded. Suddenly, Regina noticed Adam's gaze and without embarrassment began to shame the guy for his close attention, calling him a pervert. He frowned. If this troublemaker knew who was really in front of her, she would not have gotten angry and shouted at the whole salon at her beloved master Caspar Bart. The towel fell from the flight attendant's hands in front of Sinclair's seat. And then disaster struck. A gun was pointed at the stewardess's back, and she, trembling, slowly raised her hands up, asking for help. The red-haired guy with a scar on his face hissed at everyone to put both hands behind their heads and not move. He still did not remove the barrel of the gun from the poor girl's back. A group of bandits dressed in black ran into the cabin, each holding a pistol in his hand. The men urged the passengers not to run away and to keep their hands behind their heads. One of the criminals put the barrel of his gun on Adam's shoulder. He looked to the side cautiously. Were the weapons they were holding made entirely from mutated animals? The bald, pierced man yelled at Sinclair not to look, but to put his hands behind his head. The guy didn't understand what kind of organization dared to hijack a plane in broad daylight, since the gang with pistols are at least B rank. He complied with the request, freezing in the chair with his hands behind his head and glancing at Regina, who was sitting in the same position. He couldn't transform himself in front of such a crowd. He had to come up with something. The red-haired man pointed a gun at the stewardess, leading her into the cabin, and ordered the cockpit to be opened. The girl sobbed. She would do anything in exchange for freedom. Several shots were heard. Adam turned his head in that direction. The pilots were shot in the head, and now the bandits were found behind the wheel, acting according to someone's plan. The stewardess sat on the floor, shaking all over, and through her tears she asked where the men were taking the plane. The redhead approached her, hovering over her, mockingly replied that they were flying to the tallest building in Iowa, the Bautas Tower, and everyone in the cabin would die along with their workers in the 2nd District. Another shot rang out. The stewardess was finished. Blood splashed across the cabin, hitting the face of the red-haired killer. The 2 remaining bandits remained in the cabin and carefully watched to make sure that the passengers did not get up from their seats. The man next to Sinclair kept his eyes on the charming Regina. He muttered that even if this was the last flight of his life, it was still worth it to see such a beauty. Adam couldn't believe that the old man was thinking about girls before he died. Adam, looking ahead, asked himself where the kidnappers came from on the plane. Regina turned her head towards him, replying that she had heard the bandits talking. They had taken control of the plane in order to shoot down the White Tower. They probably hated the 2nd District, if that was the case. Then the kidnappers were probably from the 35th. When Adam asked why exactly from the 35th, the girl was surprised that he didn't know the whole story. When Azuristar was first founded, the peaceful 50th District was invaded by people from the 2nd. After defending the peaceful 50th District, the 35th District demanded that the Government Council force the 2nd District to publicly apologize for the invasion of that year and compensate for the losses along with the damages caused. But the arrogant chairman of the 2nd District Parliament rejected this decision and abandoned it. Adam thought, their actions are very arrogant and cruel, but times are changing, and such terrible terrorist methods will not solve the problem, Regina agreed, because only civilians will suffer from this. The bald, pierced bandit heard the sounds and ran up to the couple, attacking them with questions about the topic of conversation. The girl immediately replied that there was no conversation at all, and she would not do it again. But this did not convince the kidnapper. He grabbed Regina by the hand, shouting that he did not really believe her. Throwing the girl's figure over his powerful shoulder, he opened the plane's emergency hatch. These actions were followed by threats to the other passengers. They too would now be thrown down. Regina began to wriggle in his arms, trying to break free and calling for help. Adam couldn't stand this and immediately rushed towards the bandit, putting his fist forward. A second later, he was already lying on the floor, choking on blood. Turning around, Sinclair saw Regina being carried away by a tall man in a green coat, who definitely hadn't been on the plane before. There was another stranger on board, a young, self-confident guy in a cloak and suit, an A-rank hero, Starcloak. His companion was Captain Cigar, an A-rank hero, a man with a scar on his left eye who never lets go of a cigar. The passengers, noticing them, dared to jump up from their seats. The heroes Captain Cigar and Starcloak would save them. Adam breathed a sigh of relief. Now everything should fall into place. The bandits heard the hubbub and immediately rushed at the aliens, Cloak cursed. meeting them in the narrow passage. Suddenly, something slipped between the men. A huge flow of unknown energy. The hero himself disappeared. Only his cloak remained. It was the clothes that were the spiritual weapon. Having a strong self-awareness, it is difficult to underestimate his fighting power. Even the bandits admitted that the attack was not bad. The hero glanced at them. Only they were left. Didn't they really want to just lower their weapons and run away? But one of the kidnappers got angry, shouting that all the people from the second district were treacherous and cunning, and they shouldn't think that this was the end of it. What no one expected from them happened. The men tore their clothes using their own abilities. Fruit meat bombs. Starcloak cursed, and Captain Cigar almost dropped his cigar. A powerful explosion was heard in the front of the plane. Now it seemed impossible to escape. The plane, like a stone, began to fall down. Those passengers who had unfastened their seatbelts and stood up were now holding onto their seats with all their might. Some lost their footing and rolled towards the opposite side of the plane. Captain Cigar ordered everyone to immediately put on oxygen masks. He mockingly turned to his partner, asking if Cloak had any useful abilities, such as if he could use his cloak to lift a plane. The boy snapped that he was not an S-rank hero. All passengers are ordinary citizens. The cloak will be able to lift at best a few of them, but no more. People, hearing this, rushed towards him one after another, crying loudly, offering huge amounts of money to be saved first. Looking at the crowd that had gathered, Adam hoped that they weren't going to pay right there. The excited crowd rushed towards the heroes, pushing and arguing over who would fly first. Captain Cigar told Regina to return to her seat and fasten her seatbelt. The girl thanked the man for his kindness and did as he asked. Returning to her place, Regina first saw her companion, who was incredibly frightened and happy to see her. The star hero took off his cloak, spread it on the floor, and sat down on one knee, attracting the attention of Captain Cigar. He reminded them that they couldn't abandon the passengers, and his partner asked them to trust him, otherwise it would be too late. Both stood on the cloak and flew out of the plane. Adam realized that he could only rely on himself. Looking out the window, he thought that he could create a clone outside the plane. Even with 10% of the creator's power, he would surely be able to save the plane. Sinclair concentrated, creating his shadow clone. Right from the edge of the porthole, Casper Bart gradually appeared on the street in a cloak and rooster mask. Meanwhile, the plane continued to fall, emitting clouds of smoke in its wake. The heroes, standing on the cloak, made a decision. Starcloak suggested that his senior colleague use his ability to create a parachute and slow down the fall. Captain Cigar praised him for his resourcefulness. He himself had not thought of this. He immediately took a deep breath and also took a cigarette, using his cigarette smoke ability. Then he released all the smoke from his lungs. There was so much smoke that it caught the wings of the plane, forming two huge smoke parachutes. The captain dropped to one knee. He was exhausted. The ability had exhausted him beyond measure. The star hero snuck up from behind. He created a tornado with a sharp end from his cloak. The guy thanked his colleague in a caustic voice for his hard work, because it's so hard to be a good person. Not feeling any danger, Captain Cigar simply replied that it was his duty as a superpowered person. Adam's clone just flew up to the area where the heroes had settled, realizing that something had slowed the plane down. He just noticed the men. Suddenly, the star hero threw the spear that was his cape at the unsuspecting captain, piercing him through the chest. The boy screamed about how these righteous words made him sick. Casper stepped back in shock. What the hell are they doing? Starcloak, looking at the suffering of the second hero, hissed that he was better than the captain, but every time on a mission, the latter took his glory for himself, took away his popularity, and because of this, the sponsors did not want to cooperate with him. Bleeding, Captain Cigar crawled towards his killer, but Starcloak moved further and further away, smiling evilly. If the captain is so good, then let him die for these civilians, and the press will find out that he died in a plane crash trying to save people, like a real hero. The guy walked to the edge of the plane and jumped down. Adam's clone flew towards the captain, activating the Beam of Light ability. Gritting his teeth, the captain croaked that Starcloak had wounded him with a spiritual weapon, and such injuries could not be healed. Casper recoiled in disappointment. How could this be? Captain Cigar lay there helplessly, regretting that he had been too naive. He couldn't even imagine that the hero hated him. His son was still waiting for him at home to play football. Bart had no choice but to watch the dying hero as the plane fell. The Starcloak returned to the cabin. The passengers regained hope for salvation, vying with each other to ask where the second hero had gone. The guy frowned, replying that Captain Cigar had thrown all his efforts into slowing down the crash, but hadn't been able to stop it completely. so Cloak himself would only be able to take some of the passengers with him. Without warning, he took off his cloak, which stretched into a thin strip of fabric and tied it around the waists of several girls, including Regina's companion. She stretched out her hands, trying in vain to break free in order to stay with her sister. A few lucky people escaped from the burning plane. The rest of the people looked after them, not believing that they had been abandoned to their fate, left to die. Casper took Captain Cigar's ability, promising revenge when the time came. A-rank ability, Cigar House, materializes absorbed smoke that can only be used in an oxygen-containing environment. Through the porthole windows, the passengers saw a familiar mask. Could it really be that Mr. Casper Bart had come to save them? Casper flew a short distance away from the plane, then compressed the air in front of it with his hands, using the ability Metal Control. The boy prayed, hoping that the aircraft would stop. It didn't stop, but it slowed down significantly and landed right in the soft desert sand. People ran out of the plane one after another. They had survived, and they shouted loudly and rejoiced. Coughing from the smoke and tension, they asked each other questions. Where is Casper Bart? What happened to the A-rank hero Captain Cigar? Regina breathed a sigh of relief as she sat on the sand. She thought she was definitely going to die. While wondering where Casper might be and why she couldn't see him, she heard a noise from the other side. The star hero was racing towards the plane at full speed on his cape, with a dozen ambulances barely keeping up with him. As usual, a helicopter was hovering in the sky with reporters on board, who kept everyone informed of everything that was happening at the crash site of the hijacked plane in real time. The journalist looked down with concern, expressing the hope that no one was hurt. Starcloak landed near the aircraft, not believing his eyes. Where did all the victims go? He saw with his own eyes the plane crash. How everyone managed to escape without receiving a single scratch. Regina ran up to him, demanding an explanation of where, according to her, the blonde man had taken her sister Jo and the others. So far, journalists did not know what happened here, but the plane landed safe and sound. Before the crash, some saw Mr. Casper Barth, who was able to control metal. Perhaps he was the savior. Hearing the name of Captain Cigar, who was mentioned as one of the saviors, the star hero shuddered. He himself approached the microphone, pressing his hand to his chest, saying that Captain Cigar was his partner, with whom he participated in the rescue operation. He also told reporters that when the moment of the crash was very close, Captain Cigar threw all his strength into slowing the fall and died from lack of strength, and Starcloak himself was able to save only a few passengers. Taking this into account, he realized that disaster was inevitable, and so, as soon as possible, he called an ambulance to save the victims, but he did not expect at all that they would be lucky and that everyone would remain safe. The flow of words was interrupted by a strange voice, which called on the hero to stop pretending and lying. Casper Bart, descending on a metal plate, held the body of Captain Cigar in his hands. Regina ran up to the clone and asked if it was true that he saved the plane. The guy carefully laid the lifeless Captain Cigar on the sand, replying that the man was a true hero, and that Casper himself had only helped a little. Craig noticed the wound and asked, dumbfounded, if the hero really died from overexertion if he had a hole in his chest. The crowd also saw the damage, and people realized that the captain had indeed died not from lack of strength. Casper pointed at the star hero. He demanded an explanation, but the hero, stumbling, insisted that he did not know what had happened to Captain Cigar. Then Bart decided to tell the whole truth himself. Starcloak lured Captain Cigar out of the plane under the pretext of saving people, then forced him to use all his power and killed him when he was weakened. It turned out that the evidence of the crime was on that very cloak. The star hero did not follow it, and now the blood of the fallen general remained on the tip of the fabric. A blood test will prove whose it is. The audience was taken aback, not expecting such a brazen lie from everyone's favorite. They could not believe that he could do such a thing. Cameras and microphones immediately rushed to the exposed Starcloak, asking for comment and permission to conduct a blood test on the cloak. The hero's eyes turned bloodshot. He had been stupid, not expecting that his carefully thought-out plan would be ruined by a scoundrel in a rooster mask who appeared literally out of nowhere. He recalled how much he envied the success of Captain Cigar, who was celebrated by crowds of people everywhere. Why was he more popular? Casper asked if the hero had really secretly made a deal to steal the plane with the bandits from the 35th district, since they were surprised to see Starcloak. The guy laughed madly, flew up, and admitted that he himself was from those parts. He had to sacrifice so many brothers, and all in vain. The hero swirled his cloak, and a powerful sandstorm rose in the air. Starcloak, realizing that there was no way back, decided to destroy those present in the sand. loudly wishing death on the people from the second district. As a child, he had a favorite cape that his mother gave him before she died. She said that all superheroes who save the world wear one like that. Star Cloak was born in the 35th region, where the sun does not shine, where there is only ashes all around. Flowers were treated as sacred objects, worshipped. Although the local children sometimes had to dig through the trash, they were happy, believing that the whole world was like that, until one day the residents accidentally managed to get into the second region. The amazed future hero walked along the local streets, and it was then that he first learned that water can be tasty, flowers can grow everywhere, that the sky is blue and the clouds are white. The locals behaved disgustingly. As soon as they found out that the guy came from the 36th region, they immediately started looking down on him, laughing at him, and even beating him up. He hadn't done anything bad. Why such an attitude? But once the boy decided to get to the bottom of the truth, he discovered that it wasn't him at all, but these disgusting people who steal resources, bully the weak, and act arrogantly towards others. When this realization came, the cloak awakened its spiritual power. Then, Starcloak forged a passport to stay there, and secretly traded information with people from the 25th district, provoked them to commit terrorist attacks, and then became a hero and saved people. Thus, he gradually turned from an ordinary citizen into a respected A-rank hero, and the stupid residents began to treat him with respect and feel his strength. The guy was basking in the glory until Captain Cigar showed up, and all the attention shifted to him. Starcloak couldn't stand this, so he tried his best to kill people, but the captain saved them again and again. While telling this, the hero kept laughing while the sand whirled around people and cars. He clenched his fists, shouting that the stupid people of the second region, Captain Cigar, all deserved to die. Regina tried to get through to the madman, asking who he had become now and how he was different from the usurpers he had talked about. The girl turned to Casper, worriedly saying that the hero had gone crazy and was now going to kill everyone. The space was torn apart. The tornado grew stronger. Such is the destructive power of the cloak. This kind of spiritual equipment is entirely dependent on the owner's emotions, and after so many kills, it has evolved to S rank. Regina, hearing this, began to dig through her bag to find a weapon to counter the cloak. She wanted an ability of this rank. She made a sweet face and asked if Casper Bart could handle the hero. Looking at the masked man's hands, she found that they were shaking. What would happen to her if Casper himself was afraid of the Starcloak? But Casper suddenly blurted out that he was not a coward. He was not afraid. He was in anticipation. The cape fluttered in the wind as Bart rose into the air on the plate, looking at the star hero who was enjoying watching others suffer. He asked if the boy really was secretly killing civilians in District 2 to let off some steam. It seemed that the hero no longer noticed anything around him due to his madness. He confirmed that he had killed many. One random person who was saved turned out to be a professor at his university. Since he saved these people, then their lives must belong to the Starcloak. Casper shook his head in disappointment. The A-rank hero with a million-strong audience turned out to be a crazy scoundrel who kills the weak and constantly rushes from a destroyer to a savior. When a victim becomes an offender, all of her motives cannot be forgiven and she deserves no pity. Starcloak burst out laughing. Casper was speaking in Captain Cigar's words, and so the hero would give him 100 seconds to escape and then die. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and, laughing, began the countdown. Casper called for metal control. A metallic double dagger of an unusual shape, shimmering with gold, slowly emerged from the sand. Gradually, Bart had several knives on his back, like some ancient deity. He was floating in the sky surrounded by weapons. Even a sandstorm could not stop him. Starcloak closed his eyes, reveling in his power, counting down. But he was not so patient. He was eager to see where the enemy was headed. But Casper was nowhere to be found, and the star hero roared in anger, not understanding where he had run off to. It turned out that the man in the mask had risen higher to where the destructive cloak was. He directed his forces straight into the resulting rift, and an explosion occurred. Finally, little by little, the sand began to disperse. But along with the ensuing peace in nature, another problem arose. Cars lifted up by the elements began to fall. And what's worse is the number of people who were found inside the sand tornado. The star hero, seeing that his creation had disappeared, hysterically asked Casper what had happened and what he had done with his cloak. It turned out that the cloak had been pierced at 4 ends by Bart's knives, which calmed him down. This was the first time the boy had used an S-rank ability to meet a spiritual weapon of the same level. And he didn't think that spiritual power was so hard to control. He turned to Regina for help, asking her to figure out how to save the falling people. The girl immediately began to look for something in her bag, shouting that Casper could rely on her. A multitude of beautifully decorated eggs flew into the air. They gradually increased in size. Craig whined. These animal eggs are too expensive to save people with. At that moment, the eggshells cracked. A strange, sticky, thick liquid began to pour out onto the sand. People fell in there, screaming and unable to get out of this mass. The star hero, having lost his power, snatched up his weapon. People could not survive. They must die. Bullets flew at Casper, which he began to dodge. Bart ducked, and one particularly frequent volley almost hit him. Suddenly, he realized that these were homing bullets. The guy came up with an idea to cut bullets right in the air. Meanwhile, the hero discovered his cloak and stretched out his hands to it, calling it to him. It was the owner's own fault. He was too careless in allowing the cloak to escape. The cloak settled softly on its owner's shoulders. Having regained his power, the hero ran towards Casper Bart with eyes burning with rage. He immediately began to attack the masked man with all his might. Casper realized with shock that he had been hit right through the thick material of his suit. He used the ability Holy Healing, but something went wrong. Blood continued to ooze from the wound. As expected, Captain Shigar was right when he said that the damage dealt by that bastard's spiritual weapon couldn't be healed by the healing ability. The star hero laughed when he saw Casper's attempts to heal himself. He kindly told the boy that the reason his wounds were not healing was because his cloak was a spiritual weapon. It directly attacked the enemy's mental power, so healing was impossible. Bart chuckled, deciding that since such a brat had excellent equipment in his hands, the hero wouldn't mind if he took the cloak for himself. Star Cloak became incredibly ferocious at these words. The tip of the cloak reached into the inside pocket of the owner's jacket, looking for something there. The next second, the cloak had those same blue pills in its palm. Adam realized that absolutely all the Lost heroes use them. S-rank spiritual weapons, strengthened by the blue pill, become many times more dangerous, and it is very difficult to defeat. But, as it turned out, the hero ate the pills with difficulty, literally choking on them. It seems that as the power of the spiritual equipment increases, its owner also loses control over it, and it can now act consciously. The star hero's eyes lit up with a bright blue light. Now, because of Casper, he had to eat this nasty thing again. The cloak increased in size 100-fold, to such an extent that the man was unable to fly. In the next moment, the fabric wrapped itself like a cocoon around Casper, trapping him. Even the owner could not control the cloak. The guy found himself in an unknown dark space, and in the sky there were things glowing that looked like stars. A voice was heard calling for death in grief and despair, and those same stars suddenly flew down from the sky. The closer they got, the more clearly it became apparent that these were not ordinary stars. Each one, falling, stuck to Casper, who could not shake them off. Taking one in his hand, he almost dropped the star. It was getting hotter and hotter. Now Casper was almost drowning in them. Were those really bombs? The guy weakly extended his hand. From outside the cloak, Bart could be seen struggling to get free, and a second later there was an explosion. Regina called the masked gentleman by name with all her might. The star hero smiled widely as he ordered her not to scream, assuring her that Bart had already exploded and turned to ashes. The cloak opened and thick smoke poured out. Craig gasped, covering her face with her hand. It can't be. Seconds later, the smoke cleared, and Regina was even more amazed. In the middle of the sands, a real metal cocoon was floating in the air. There was a crunching sound and it began to fall apart into pieces. The star hero couldn't believe his eyes. It was impossible that Casper could still be alive after that. However, it really was like that. The guy slowly freed himself from the cocoon that protected him, glad that he remained alive. The people around were delighted and began to greet him loudly. Regina clapped her hands. She knew that the gentleman would not die so easily. Casper rolled his eyes at this. Standing in front of the shocked star hero, he said that he got it from Captain's cigar. The answer to the surprised look was a cigar, which Bart immediately lit and took a drag. Hero. It seemed as if he saw a ghost in front of him. He screamed loudly and rushed at the ghostly captain with his fists. Casper extended his hand forward. He had promised that he would avenge the captain. The guy used the ability Absorb Stars. The hero coughed loudly, and a black substance came out of his mouth. The next moment he turned to dust. Casper had pulled all the metal out of his body. Echoes of the star cloak could be heard as the wind blew away his last words. I want to go home. A cloak slowly fell onto the sand, now of a completely different color, blue-black with white stars. This ability has self-awareness, is a spiritual weapon, can attack the mental power of the enemy, has immunity to A-rank abilities, elasticity, has the skills of Star Rain. The stars explode, causing damage to the enemy. Casper praised the cloak. It now had a new owner. It was necessary to connect the two entities. Suddenly, the cloak depicted a heart. Casper chuckled. To keep such a weapon under control, you need to be stronger all the time. Otherwise, it will absorb the owner sooner or later. The groans of people who had fallen into the egg liquid could be heard. They asked Bart to save them. The guy looked around for the culprit of this incident. Regina chuckled awkwardly. The egg white was her doing, but she couldn't put everything back the way it was. Casper flew away on a metal plate, asking Regina to stay here until the resistance squad arrived. The girl fell to her knees, begging him not to leave. A little later, in the backyard of Captain Cigar's house, his little son was playing football. The ball rolled to Adam's feet. The boy ran up to the stranger, laughing, offering to play together. Sinclair smiled. He hadn't come here for football, but when he saw the baby, he immediately wanted to play. Adam, unnoticed by the boy, created a silhouette of his father, Captain Cigar, in the air from the smoke. The baby laughed in surprise when he saw such a miracle. Adam placed the former owner's ability into the silhouette. Now there were 3 of them playing: the son, the father, and Adam. The leaves from the trees, as if bringing their condolences, softly fell onto a large box of cigars standing nearby. Regina and her sister Jo discussed what happened on the plain and in the desert. Jo admired Casper, who saved everyone. Regina regretted that her sister did not see it with her own eyes, because the battle was simply incomparable. Craig waved her arms, imitating a fight. The gentleman flew up, dodging the Starcloak's homing missile, and then knocked him out with one left hand. Those who were taken by Starcloak were less fortunate. The hero simply left them in the desert to their fate. Luckily, helicopters arrived. Otherwise, everyone would have died, not from the crash, but from the heat and lack of water. Regina grabbed her sister by the shoulders, suggesting that what happened to them was fate, and they should value their lives more. Jo nodded. She had to be strong because today, she had a meeting with the judges' organization from the Grandsville Chamber of Commerce. A couple of days ago, an invitation letter arrived at their main office. The sender was a member of the judges' organization, Casper Bart. Jo would never have thought that she would be chosen for this mission. It was a real blessing. Jo clapped her hands, expressing the hope that she would be able to see Casper Bart in person, whom Regina describes as very handsome and strong. The girl did not notice how Adam's hypostasis, the Snake Man, appeared behind her. Regina screamed, pointing her finger in that direction. Jo recoiled in fear when she saw the stranger. The snake asked what Jo was so surprised about. Regina looked carefully at the man in the mask. He looked very familiar. Could he really be a member of the judges' organization? Jo immediately whispered, remembering that the A-rank heroine from the 2nd District, the swordswoman Blanche, said that there was a person in the judges' organization whose specialty was a mask with the image of this animal. Regina looked at the snake with undisguised interest, introducing herself as a friend of Mr. Casper Bart, who had recently been on the brink of life and death. The snake was so cold, Regina took a deep breath through her nose. Both were from the organization of judges, but for some reason he was so cold, he had to be friendlier. Regina went ahead. She arrived at the appointed place at the request of the judges to help with the goods. But where is the goods themselves? The snake grabbed Jo by the hand and dragged him somewhere. Craig turned around suspiciously, asking where they were going. Snake pulled the chain hanging from the ceiling. A hatch opened under the girl's feet, and she screamed in surprise. The snake laughed. He wanted to tease this greedy girl. Jo crawled to the edge of the hatch, asking if her sister was okay. There was no word coming from there. The snake counted to 3 in his mind. A squeal came from the hatch, causing Jo to jump back in surprise. Regina announced that she was now rich. The girl invited her sister to come down and look at what was below. Regina had never seen so much jewelry in her life. And indeed, the entire area of the room was practically covered with gold coins in huge chests. In addition to the coins, there were large vases, jewelry, everything a person could wish for. Craig lay down on top of one of the chests. She would like to live here forever. The snake looked down, saying that these were the goods of the judges' organization. For some reason, they were handing over all the contents to the care of Grandsville. Regina, putting the gold in her bag, raised her thumb up. They can definitely judge with these treasures, let them not worry. She approached Jo and asked why the judges felt the need to hand over so many treasures to the Grandsville organization. She replied that Grandsville was the largest business agency. After trading, they would establish basic trusting relationships that would help smooth out future cooperation. Regina asked in surprise, what kind of cooperation? As they level up, strong heroes rely not only on themselves, but they also need good weapons. Looking at the large-sized diamond, Regina asked in admiration, "Does this mean that they have people who can make weapons from monster materials?" Joe nodded. "In the future, when the hero needs equipment or weapons, the Chamber of Commerce will come to the rescue." At this time in the hospital, a blue glow was again emanating from Adam's sister Trisha. The lights slowly rose upward. The girl, wearing an oxygen mask, coughed harshly and clutched the hospital sheet with her palm. She started whining. It was painful for her. Trisha called for her brother. The plane landed at the Louisville airport. Adam Sinclair heard a familiar girl's voice calling his name in a strained voice. Lily Romero was running towards him at full speed. She had just seen the news about the crash of the hijacked plane and decided that she would never see the guy again. Men passing by greedily followed her with loving glances. The girl ran and buried her face in Adam's chest. She was very worried. The guy gently said that Lily was exaggerating. Seeing Adam gently stroking the head of such a beauty, saying that he was fine, the men were beside themselves with annoyance. Romero, with tears in her eyes, asked that if something like this happens again, please let her know. Adam put his arm around the girl's shoulders as they walked from the airport. He intended to meet his godson. When Lily stuttered and asked who exactly, Sinclair explained that this was what they called each other in the company of friends. Zachary was sitting at a bar with two hotties, telling them about his godfather and the influence he had on his own father. He drank the glass of alcohol in one gulp, complaining that his godfather had simply used him to get closer to the old man. And now Zachary was no longer of use to him. Suddenly, something changed in the room. Thanks to the ability of psychic explosion that appeared out of nowhere, the girls gradually began to lose consciousness. Wade watched in horror as they fell to the floor. Suddenly, water poured down on the guy from above. He hissed, not understanding what kind of idiot dared to pour water on him, and threatened to beat him to death. Adam's voice was heard asking why he was being beaten. Zachary waved his hands. No, he wouldn't dare. He would rather gladly allow himself to be taken by his godfather. Adam sighed and patted the boy on the head, asking if he had just said that his godfather was using him, and advised him not to judge himself that way because Wade Jr. had potential and was trusted. Zachary turned to Sinclair with tears in his eyes, asking if this was true, since he had never been able to gain recognition from people before. Adam lightly flicked his godson on the nose, nodded, and said that he had decided to dispel all doubts and organize an expedition, as well as give him a task as an official member of the organization. Adam called upon the spiritual contract. All Zachary saw at that moment was darkness, marked with thin lines of a symbol unknown to him. There was a second click on the nose. He threw the guy somewhere into oblivion. Adam woke up in complete darkness, with a glowing portal ahead. He reached out his hand to the complex symbols, not believing his eyes. A voice rang out, announcing the signing of a contract, and something made Zachary close his eyes. The next moment, he woke up again. Zachary was waist-deep in clouds, as if he were floating in the sky. It seemed as if he was somewhere very far away. Adam, who was nearby, said that Wade Jr. had made a spiritual contract with him and bridged the gap between body and soul. Only now did Zachary realize that he couldn't feel his lower body, and he asked his godfather in fear what had happened to them. But Sinclair reassured him, asking him not to be surprised. They were in a space controlled by thoughts. They can imagine and create anything. With the power of their spirit, recently he received many spiritual abilities and one weapon of the same type. And during his research, he discovered that this is the space in which people who have entered into a spiritual contract end up. Adam asked Zachary to dive into his gemstone, a white diamond now shone on the boy's forehead. It glowed brightly as Wade tried to concentrate his consciousness. As if from the sky, a huge golden palace fell into their space, stunning the guy. Around Zachary, there was an incredibly beautiful ensemble of houses and buildings, as well as unusual column thrones built in a semicircle. The guy couldn't utter a word, shocked by the sight. The godfather sat on one of the thrones, asking what he was staring at. Adam gestured for Wade to come over to him. Zachary realized that the judge's organization was much stronger than his old man's organization. It was very cool. Adam smiled and said that he would give the guy official membership, and the place itself was called the Heavenly Palace. The organization uses it to exchange information, and their next meeting will take place here. The vain boy's eyes began to sparkle, and he immediately asked what his mission was and what throne he could occupy. Adam coughed, not answering the question directly. As he said earlier, he will be given official membership in the organization, but for now, the position of rat is available. Zachary raised his fist in victory, exclaiming that this meant he was now in the rat position. But, jumping up, he painfully bumped into an invisible barrier. Zachary scratched his nose and sobbed, asking why he was being treated like this. just as Adam jumped down. Approaching the guy, he said that he was rushing things too much, who even said that it was within his authority to appoint him to this position. Towering over his godson, Adam sternly asked if he really wanted to be on the same level as him in the organization. Wade Jr. immediately backed down. Adam coughed again, asking to be allowed to finish his sentence. He said that the position of rat was vacant, which meant that Zachary could be a candidate for this position. The boy asked cautiously if there were any other candidates, and he was especially worried about the contenders in the person of his old man. Adam noted Zachary's cleverness to himself and nodded. The mechanical hero is also one of the candidates. The leader of the judges will determine who will take this place. The guy exclaimed that it was too difficult to compete with his own father. Sinclair shrugged. There was nothing he could do about it. The judges were an organization that valued strength first, and if Wade Jr. wanted to hold a high position, he would have to be capable and powerful. Zachary bowed resignedly, agreeing with his godfather, and asked to be sent on the mission quickly. Adam said that Zachary's father would never give him David Evans, so Zachary needed to figure out how to lure him into a trap, and then Adam would deal with him himself. Wade smiled and promised he could handle it, but he wanted to ask a question. The boy jumped up and asked if he became a rat, his godfather would introduce him to Charlie the Rabbit. Zachary blushed deeply and explained that when he saw the girl on TV, she would remain in his heart forever, and if he succeeded in marrying her, his life would not have been lived in vain. Adam chuckled and thought with horror that his godson wanted to marry his clone. So the boy's response was a kick in the ass. That's how he was sent on a mission. That same evening, in Adam Sinclair's apartment, the boy sat at the table set for dinner and watched TV. It reported that the financial company from the 2nd District, the Knights of the Round Table, had imposed a fine on the A-rank heroine, the SEAL swordswoman Blanche. And those who provide useful information regarding her will receive $500,000, and those who manage to catch her will be given $5 million. His attention was distracted by Lily, who emerged from the kitchen in her underwear and apron, announcing that the barbecue chicken was ready. She, blushing, carried a plate of food to the table. She seemed very awkward but still wanted to please Adam. At the sight of this picture, the guy's nose started to steam. The girl bowed her head and innocently asked what had happened. Did she really look bad? Sinclair stuttered and replied that she looked great, and that he wanted to ask something completely different. Lily explained that the promised surprise was not only delicious food, but also, suddenly she became so embarrassed that she screamed and ordered Adam to eat and keep quiet, shoving a chicken leg into his mouth. Romero asked the boy if he had heard the news about the swordswoman Blanche. He, barely chewing his food, nodded and asked what was the matter. Lily heard from other reporters that the A-rank heroine Blanche was in secret collusion with an organization and then disappeared after the mass attack in the 2nd region. And why, Adam asked. She was a noble heroine with an excellent reputation, beautiful and strong. Lily gave him a strange look, noticing that the guy was somehow very worried about her. The guy thought to himself that they knew each other, and he knew that she was not the type to do anything bad, because the swordswoman always desperately saves people. But Lily said that a person with such a unique charisma may have some secrets. Tomorrow, he will clarify himself. The girl seemed angry at the close attention paid to the stranger. Adam tried to smooth things over by saying that Romero was a really good cook and that every dish she made was simply delicious. Lily put her chopsticks down loudly. She rose from the table, agreeing that she was no match for Blanche, and perhaps if she helped others too, then perhaps Sinclair would pay more attention to her. Adam immediately stood up and ran to Lily. Calling her by name, he grabbed the girl by the shoulders. He kissed her passionately, before explaining that there was no point in making things up more than they actually were, because he was simply investigating the case. After a few seconds, Adam gently pulled away. The girl blushed and looked away. Sinclair ran his hand through Lily's long hair, hugging her, and said that she was perfect for him, and Blanche was no match. Romero, hiding her face in the man's shoulder, asked again what business he was talking about. Adam explained that he was a reporter, so it was important for him to know all the details. Lily looked up at her boyfriend with huge eyes. Sinclair was also blushing furiously, but he convinced Lily that it was his job and that he was not interested in Blanche at all, since he only liked Lily. Romero hugged Adam even tighter, telling him he was the best. The guy mentally apologized to Lily, sadly promising in his thoughts that sooner or later he would return her ability. Adam sat at the table and checked his email. He was surprised that the letter from Regina arrived so quickly. The girl wrote that she did not expect a letter from Casper Barth, and that she would immediately provide him with the necessary information from Gransville on the darknet. Adam clicked his mouse impatiently. The letter contained information about the main characters. As expected from the Darknet, everything is simple and straightforward. First, you need to check the information about the hero of sweet and sour noodles. To view the information, he had to pay 100,000. Sinclair obediently paid, deciding that it was better not to argue. The letter described in detail the most important facts from the hero's biography. Real name: John Barnes. Hero rank: B. What battles he participated in. The Darknet even recorded the time when Adam in the hero's body taught a lesson to a forest warrior. But how did they know about the new ability? Adam also decided to find out about David Evans, but for some reason there was no information about him. Sinclair then looked for information about the swordswoman Blanche, and nothing about her. Oh no, there was information after all. But for 700,000, Adam paid. It turned out that Blanche's name was Domenica, and she betrayed the financial company Knights of the Round Table. The incident began due to the fault of the A-rank hero, the masked boxer, and also together with the organization of judges killed this hero. It was also indicated that Blanche and the snake are in a relationship. Adam sat up in his chair when he saw Boxer in a mask. Could he really be one of the heroes of the Knights of the Round Table? Doesn't their company know that he was a member of the Saints organization? Or do they have something to hide? And what kind of relationship is this? If Lily saw this, she would get angry again. He decided to search a little more, and suddenly saw that 30 million was being offered for information about Caspar Barth and the judges' organization. Adam stared at the screen in shock. Information about him was worth 30 million. He adjusted his glasses and chuckled nervously. Was Blanche really being persecuted because of him now? There was a scandal in the office of the hero organization. Wade Sr. was shouting and asking his father, the mechanical hero, why he gave David Evans a chance to participate in the White Area case. The man clasped his hands and asked seriously if his eldest son had any doubts about his decision. Ethan was outraged that his father promised this place to him, and also that he would work with Explosive Fist and they would go to the White Area for training. The old man shouted that he had changed his mind. Ethan was no longer suitable for this role. In turn, the guy asked invitingly, was it really because of the loss to Caspar Barth? The mechanical hero slammed his fist on the table, demanding that Caspar, who had nothing to do with the matter, not be brought into the conversation. Ethan's dark eyes widened at this, and he walked out of the office. His father stopped him with a hand on his shoulder, assuring him that he had made the right decision and that he was doing it for Ethan, since he had no idea how dangerous the White Area was. Ethan angrily threw off the mechanical hero's hand. The man turned around looking after his son with regret. He said with great resentment in his voice that in reality, his father simply did not take him seriously. The mechanical hero knew that the White Area was not just a territory with monsters, and those who were there also noted that it was much more dangerous than they were used to thinking. Ethan was surprised to find his brother there when he left the office and asked what he was doing there. Zachary, who had apparently been caught eavesdropping, asked his brother point-blank what he and their father had been arguing about. Ethan revealed that his father would allow David Evans to participate in the White Area operation, and that made the boy very angry, to which Wade Jr. rightly noted that the White Area was a great place to earn a lot of valuable materials from monsters. Ethan noted that if this became known, everyone would assume that David was the mechanical hero's biological son. Zachary hid in the restroom and decided to use the acquired spiritual bargain stone to break the news to his godfather. A few moments later, he landed on the organization's territory, hitting his face painfully on the floor. Adam sensed the guy approaching and was already waiting for him at the place, asking what brought Wade Jr. He immediately told about the old man sending David Evans for an operation in the White Area. Sinclair was surprised and asked what the mechanical hero was planning. Zachary didn't know, but if his brother started arguing about this, then he definitely wouldn't give him David. Adam thought that if he got rid of the hero, it would alert people because he had serious connections. And then, after thinking about it, I decided that we could take part in the operation together. Because if something happened in the White region, no one would be surprised. Wade Jr. was amazed by the goals his father was pursuing. Adam gave his godson instructions. He must make sure that everything went according to his father's plan, and he and David Evans took part in the operation together, and there was no need to worry about the rest. Zachary assured that he would carry out the order. While Lily Romero was at work, Adam decided that it was worth improving his abilities in preparation for the operation. First, it was necessary to improve transformation and cloning to A rank. Black cubes appeared in the guy's hands. Now he had a B rank ability. Transformation. It allows you to transform in 0.01 seconds. 3/9 costumes are available for transformation. You can change the parameters of the body, appearance, voice, personality, improves acting skills, but you need to be careful when using it. Rank B ability, cloning, creates a clone with the host's abilities, lifespan is 6 hours, energy output is significantly increased. Adam's dragon ability is used to upgrade the spirit of the deep sea and the fiery fire to A rank. The A rank ability is water leader. The first skill is bloody rain, the second is river protection, the third is water steel spear. A rank ability, fire king, first skill, phoenix chick, second, control the area engulfed in fire that is not higher than the owner's level. Sinclair thought that dragon sounded cool. The cruise liner rocked gently on the waves near the port. Lady Blanche, wrapped in a dark cloak, handed over the money to her accomplice for her help. And he, tossing the bag in his hands, asked why such a beauty, who was bathing in money and fame, would engage in smuggling. The girl turned around and sternly said that it was none of his business. Let him do what he should, and if asked, to answer that he didn't know anything. The man rolled his eyes, promising to keep his questions to himself. It's only been a few days since the swordswoman Blanche stayed in Louisville, but now she doesn't belong here either. She's already turned from a superhero into a criminal. Those who are chasing and want to catch the girl are A-rank heroes. Lady Blanche walked, hiding in the darkness of the night, and thought that the masked boxer may pretend to be a fighter for justice and a hero, but he is just a servant of the Saints organization and must die. And why the company doesn't care about her motives, but simply pursues her. When Kamea used the identity of the masked boxer, he was never able to track this hero in Iowa. He can only be found in Louisville, where Casper Bart constantly appears. Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind, laughing, saying that the swordswoman would not be able to escape. The girl suddenly jumped up and onto the roof of the building. She saw that the man she had given the money to earlier was dead. The swordswoman shouted to the strangers that there was no need to kill ordinary people since they had come for her. There was an invisible force hovering around Lady Blanche, telling her that her allies must die. And if she remembered what she had done, then it was time to answer for her actions. The swordswoman leaned forward, attacking. If anyone wants to fight her, let them show themselves. Don't hide in the shadows. The invisible man deftly dodged. He laughed again, glad that the girl was angry, but it didn't matter, since his task was to kill the target by any means necessary. Blanche was immediately shot in the chest and cried out in pain. She ran, pursued by a voice that wanted her dead. Finally, it even became painful to breathe. Blanche stopped, breathing heavily. Lily Romero, wearing a sports uniform, blocked her path and asked if everything was okay. She saw the wounds and immediately began to ask what had happened, but Blanche stubbornly drove her away. Suddenly, Lily froze, stepping back. The small swords that had wounded the swordswoman flew at her as well. Romero turned around and loudly called for help. A bright flash, like lightning, flashed past them. Suddenly, the attack was repelled. The sharp and small, needle-like swords split in two. The snake covered the girls with himself, calling on them not to be afraid. The invisible man immediately turned his attention to the guy, hissing whether this was the man who had destroyed the organization of saints. The stranger stood behind the tree. Adam asked why he was running away since they knew each other, but the rival only chuckled, saying that he didn't expect to see the snake here. First, he needed to see what he was capable of. The invisible man released a stream of fire at Adam, calling for him to try the chrysanthemum blast. In response, Sinclair released a blue flash of energy, but the chrysanthemum explosion tore a hole in the blue energy. The snake's eyes widened, not believing what he saw. He was so unprepared that he wouldn't be able to handle the attack that the explosion flew straight at him. The shrapnel also hit the girls, causing injuries to them. Swordswoman Blanche immediately recognized this attack, loudly calling out the name of the attacking person. Santiago Braun, a thin man in a long robe with a long smile, stepped out of the shadows, surprised that Blanche still remembered him. The girl screamed. 2 years ago, she caught a criminal and forced him to go to prison. They even wanted to give him a life sentence, and how did the man manage to escape? Santiago chuckled. He had been helped, and now he was an S-rank user. Lady Blanche drew her sword, promising that even if it cost her life, she must resecure Braun. Snake studied the villain carefully, thinking that his abilities were clearly above A rank. But if they really started fighting, Lily might get hurt. He needed to be scared off. Then Adam went for a trick, saying that he was not alone either. Casper Bart, an S-rank hero from the judge's organization, would soon arrive. Did Santiago really think he could defeat them? Braun was obviously enjoying this conversation. The man asked what would happen before Casper showed up. Adam formed a cloud of electrical energy on his palm, suggesting that they try to do it. Blanche, who was noticeably weakened from her wounds, urged the others to run away since the villain could not be stopped. But the warlike Lily promised that she would not abandon her and immediately began to call for reinforcements from the Hero Association. Santiago jumped briskly to the very top of a street lamp, shouting that this time the company had the advantage in numbers, but one day he would return for their lives. A second later, Braun disappeared into thin air. Lily breathed a sigh of relief. They had managed to intimidate Santiago. Snake asked if she had really called the association, but the girl shook her head. Blanche was currently wanted, so that would have caused even more trouble. The swordswoman wanted to ask the snake a question about the organization of the judges, but the boy put his hand forward. Let Blanche recover first, and then he would come back for her when the time came. The snake disappeared from sight. Lily said that all-powerful heroes just love to disappear without a trace. But Blanche objected. No one except the snake does that. Lily saw that the swordswoman was getting worse and offered to take her to the hospital. But the girl objected. It was too crowded there. She needed to find a secluded place to use her powers for regeneration. Romero, without hesitation, suggested going to her house to rest, which surprised the swordswoman. Adam ran out from around the corner of the house, pretending that he had just arrived there. He saw Blanche, and very naturally was surprised by such a person, asking what the girl was doing there. The swordswoman asked Lily with her eyes who it was, and she inhaled. After answering that it was her boyfriend, they went for a run, and she wanted to go to the toilet. Lily explained that on the way she saw the swordswoman being attacked, and now she was injured, so she suggested that she rest at Adam's house, asking if he minded. Sinclair agreed, offering to carry Blanche on his back. On the way they got to talking, Adam asked the swordswoman if she had met the man who had been stalking her in Louisville. Blanche nodded and asked how the couple ended up at the port together. Lily replied that they had indeed gone out for a walk and had accidentally seen the heroine being attacked by this guy. The swordswoman sighed heavily, thanked the guys, and asked why they needed to save a wanted criminal. Lily simply replied that the Blanche she knew always sacrificed herself to save others, and she helped the children in Iowa, so neither Lily nor Adam considered her a bad person. Evil tears gathered in the corners of the heroine's eyes. She had not killed the masked boxer, and she had not yet worked with the mysterious organization of judges. Adam said he'd heard that the masked boxer had some connection to the Saints in Iowa City, so even if the swordswoman had killed him, it would have been for the best. Blanche said that no matter how he died, the main problem is that someone wants to use his death to get rid of her. Sinclair continued, maybe someone else wants to drag the judges' organization into this, making them public enemy number one. And this thought occurred to the swordswoman as well. The guy agreed because the rumors and news were not so much against Lady Blanche as against her collaborating with them. Lily said that the judges have a good reputation because Caspar Bart saved the city many times, and now the snake helped them. Blanche noticed that recently heroes from all regions began to fear them, saying that a mysterious organization wants to take over 53 regions or even the whole world. Adam, hearing such nonsense, even stumbled. This made the swordswoman realize that people from all over the world were hunting her, and judging by the reward that was promised for her, there weren't many who wanted to receive it. They were pursuing Blanche because of information about her cooperation with the judges. When Lily asked how this happened, Blanche replied that there were as many as 53 regions, and the distribution of the number of superheroes and their abilities had to be even to avoid one region dominating another. Those were the rules. That's why the Hero Association often sends its members to another area. They often call it a vacation. Lily said that this information is confidential, so ordinary people won't really understand it. Adam thought that the heroine explosive fist had been away from Louisville for a long time, and when the invasion happened, she said that she had just recently returned from vacation, which means she had been fighting in another region. Blanche also added that there are many strong heroes in the judges' organization, and the most powerful of them is Caspar Bart. Because of their sudden appearance and uncontrollably huge power, they have become a kind of lever of pressure on heroes from other areas. Someone wants to take advantage of this opportunity to gather all the superheroes together and destroy the judges. Adam wondered if people could spread so much hatred just by rumors. Maybe they wanted to gather an army of heroes to confront the judges. Lily noted with fear that they were encroaching on the peace of the whole world. Sinclair thought that the Blue Pill organization was good at manipulating people's minds. I wonder if that had anything to do with the attackers. The abilities appeared hundreds of years ago on a sky-blue planet, which is now watched over by the White region. But there is also an organization planning to destroy this place. And the problem with Trisha and that blue light is still not solved. How tired Adam is. He asked Blanche if she had come to Louisville to confront the judges, and she replied that she had done just the opposite. She had come to find out everything and help them. Sinclair was surprised by these words. The swordswoman said that she knows Snake from their organization. They went through a lot together. And now he miraculously showed up and saved her. So the girl wants to ask about the true motives of the judge's organization. Adam chuckled. What a miracle. He just heard strange sounds, and having transformed, he hurried to Lily. Lily cheerfully asked the swordswoman if she liked the snake, but she vehemently protested. Meanwhile, at the Grantsville Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Regina was hanging around her grandfather, Dave Craig. The man was saying that he didn't think that among the 4 great seas, there was such a rich and powerful organization of judges. If Regina managed to join there, then the position of the Craig family would be significantly strengthened. The girl assured that she would also like this, but despite her close relationship with Mr. Casper Bart, he never offered to join her. Maybe she could bribe him with family treasures?